Welcome to the Off Label Podcast, your weekly dose of sanity in an insane world. Look, we went incredibly early today. We will be covering the State of the Union address. We will have people popping in and out throughout the chat, throughout the stream here. We are actually, having problems streaming to your destination. What? Let me make sure I'm getting that set up. But we are covering, like I said, we are covering the State of the Union address tonight. I did go live a little early because, well, look, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a long stream here. I didn't set up Rumble correctly, did I? Remove. Hold on. Edit. Here's my API URL. Okay, there we go. I'm doing this on the fly because apparently there is a problem going on, ladies and gentlemen, so give me a minute. Oh. Okay. Oh, hell yeah, that actually works better. Let's see if it'll pop up in Rumble. But yeah, had to fix some things on the fly because apparently I broke something. It is what it is, though. I did want to go live a bit early. If anybody knows how the Voice of the People channel works and what we do on that, yeah, it's going to be a long stream. Because there were some committee hearings today that I do kind of want to go over with you guys. It is very, very disturbing. It is working. Hell yeah. Welcome, Rumble. But it is very, very disturbing. I heard two today. And I was just gonna wait for Off Label tonight, get started a little early and bring you guys some stories and everything, talk about that. However, while I was listening and working today, I heard some very, very disturbing information throughout these committee hearings. And I wanted to bring it to you guys just so you understand exactly what's being said out there by your own elected officials. Just to kind of show you what's going on and the things that are being said. I apologize for the rough start, and it's going to be a long one today. But let's just go ahead and get started with it, because it's going to be a bad one. We'll see you on the other side.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing. won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
Serious question for everybody out there. When was the last time you actually heard from your so-called elected officials? You know, the people that represent you in government, or supposed to represent you in government. When was the last time you heard from them? It is disturbing what these people say out in the open and in plain view. It is incredibly telling the way they straight up lie, the way they straight up try to gaslight you and make you believe whatever they want you to believe just simply because they say it. Don't believe your lying eyes. You know, don't listen to your lying ears. That kind of thing. Now, on the Voice of the People channel, I go through these committee hearings all the time because this is the thing I do on this channel. This is what I normally bring. But these two that I heard today are incredibly, I'm not going to say worrisome, but it is incredibly frustrating, and it's going to make you start opening your eyes and questioning everything that you've seen so far and the things that you've heard. However, the State of the Union from the president is supposed to be starting roughly around, well, let's just say about 3.5 hours or so. So we're going to have to jump or cut some of these early. When we jump to that, like I said, there will be people stopping by at different times. We got some people that are going to be coming by and you know, talking with us, giving commentary on these kinds of things and telling how they feel, things like that. But I just wanted to bring this to you today because it's kind of, it's kind of bad. And I'm not, okay, it's really bad. And the first one I want to bring to your attention today, let's go ahead and bring it up. Go ahead and bring that to the screen here. Since I'm the only one here right now, I'll just pop it down here. This one, it's called the Presidential Power to Secure the Border. Now this one is kind of let's go ahead and give you a little bit of clue about what you're about to run into with these kinds of things. In these hearings, they tend to, I'm not going to put it nicely, they tend to sling shit at each other, okay? That's what they always do, but this has gone to another level now. This has gone way out of control because you got one side who tries to stick to the subject at hand, and the other side is always trying to derail. They usually talk to only one person, their person, that are the witnesses. If they talk to anybody else that isn't their witness, it's to try to attack and discredit them. And it's infuriating to listen to because, well, you know full well, it's all straight up lies. So I will try my damnedest tonight to control my anger. But I will kind of, I'm already trying to do that. I will kind of, God. I won't stop it as much as possible as we're going through this so you can hear exactly what they're saying yourself. Let's just go ahead and start with this.
The chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. I want to welcome you all to today's hearing on presidential power to secure the border. I want to thank all of you for your patience. We were delayed by votes. That's the bad news. The good news is we won't be interrupted by votes during the hearing. And I think I'll begin by recognizing...
Hey, look at that. Rumble chat is actually connected, and it's over my face.
During a trip to the Yuma sector last year, we met with a group of Border Patrol agents. And I said, look, Congress writes the laws. We can't enforce them. So what laws do you need us to write? And to a person,
Yeah, we'll
these
put it this
line
way.
agents all said, we don't need new laws. We need to enforce the laws we already have. At Eagle Pass in January, the head of the Border Patrol said, I'm standing in front of an open fire hydrant with a bucket. I don't need more buckets. I need someone to turn off the hydrant. Donald Trump did exactly that.
On my show, I
He
normally
enforced
would,
our existing laws.
but I don't want to break
He
this
used
one.
Title
We're on
42 to
YouTube too.
stop millions of illegal crossings. He implemented the Remain in Mexico policy, requiring asylum claimants to remain in Mexico until their cases were heard. He enforced court-ordered deportations, and it worked. Illegal border crossings fell to a 46-year low. Now, the laws didn't change. but
No,
the
this is true.
administration changed. On Biden's first day in office, he ended the Remain in Mexico policy. He ordered ICE to stop enforcing court-ordered deportations, and he ordered all construction on the border wall to cease. And since that day, he has deliberately released into the country more than 4.5 million illegal aliens and allowed an additional 1.8 million to evade apprehension by the Border Patrol while it was overwhelmed by this influx. That's the combined population, the size of the state of Missouri.
Not to mention the fact that he actually here recently began flying illegals over the border to diminish the amount of contact at the border. Not only are you paying for these people to come into the country or to be here in the country, now you are paying for people to be smuggled by our president into this country. And they're not going to tell you what airports they went to because it's a matter of national security. Yeah.
Our 18th largest state with 8 congressional districts. Like I said, the laws didn't change. The enforcement of those laws changed. This crisis should be a surprise to no one. This is exactly what the Democrats promised to do. This is exactly what they have done. And this is exactly what they have defended every day for the last 3 years. Today, we will hear from officials who served in the Trump administration who will describe how
Not
the
only did they
immigration laws were
defend it,
enforced with an eye
they
toward
told you it
border,
was a right-wing
interior,
conspiracy
and
theory for 3
national
years.
security. They will describe how enforcement has changed so radically under the Biden administration. You know, we can pass laws that make it harder to assert phony asylum claims, prevent future presidents from flouting the law as this one has done, finish the border wall that Border Patrol agents tell us is a critical tool for them, and we can put teeth into laws protecting American workers from the flood of cheap, illegal labor the Democrats have unleashed. And in fact, the House did that. It did all of that by passing H.R. 2. Senate Democrats refused to take it up. Instead, they support a bill that the Senate can't pass. That bill would make it impossible for a future president to secure the border by requiring the lease of 4,000 such claimants a day into the country before the president can take any action.
5,000.
Current law requires the detention of
5,000. The bill that they want to pass that came from the Senate is 5,000. However, ladies and gentlemen, it's only 5,000 Mexicans and Canadians. Everybody else, well, they don't count. Children don't count. That $20 billion that they wanted to give to the wall, that can't even buy a camera. That's only meant to hire judges and Border Patrol agents so the Border Patrol agents can give them sandwiches and send them on their way, and the judges can go in there and say 90% overwhelmingly, yeah, you don't have an asylum claim, get out. So that way, now they are actually flying them into the country, waiting years to have their hearings, and then telling them overwhelmingly 90%, get out. You're paying for them to come in here, you're paying for them to stay here, and you are paying for them to leave. That's what they want that to be. They want to codify into law illegal immigration. That 5,000 to wonder about, well, should we even close the border, is only Mexicans and Canadians. Nobody else counts towards that total. That's it. Now, Mexicans and Canadians are the lowest country that pumps these people into our country. Every other country has more illegal immigrants that flood into this country than Mexico and Canada combined.
of all such claimants, the Senate bill would require the release of all such claimants while tapping American taxpayers for another $1.6 billion on top of the billions we are already paying to support them and to encourage millions more still to come. Under the Senate bill, even when an administration can finally use the weak authority to shut down the border's never really shut down, as the bill requires at least 1,400 illegal aliens a day to be processed into the country at ports of entry, at a minimum. The American people are coming to well understand the implications to the safety, security, and prosperity of our nation. Our public schools are being overwhelmed by illegals requiring education. New York estimates the cost to be $1 billion a year so far.
Just for
That's
them.
the same as $1 billion cut to the New York City schools for New Yorkers. Our homeless shelters and social programs have been overwhelmed to the point that services are now being cut or denied for Americans. Fatal drugs like fentanyl are now flooding our streets. Entirely preventable and tragic violent crimes are reported daily. Violent criminal gangs and international crime cartels are now operating in our cities, and sanctuary policies protect these criminals from deportation and, in many cases, even from detention.
Polar bear. If we did that, that would be immigration detention. And the Democrats argue that unless you convict them of a crime, you can't lock them up. Meanwhile, even if you were accused of a crime, you go to jail. You stay in jail until you are bonded out or you see a judge who releases you on your own. You as an American citizen would sit in jail on the mere accusation of a crime, but they want you to convict illegal immigrants before you can even think about deporting them. Not the accusation, not an admission, not any of that. They have to be convicted of the crime first before you can even think about detaining them. That's the argument they're making. And it's disturbing as shit.
And here's the fine point of the matter. The president has the authority to stop this. Trump did. Biden did not. Far worse, Biden's policies have actively aided and abetted this catastrophe. Congress can't fix this by laws that won't be passed or by bills that won't be passed or laws that won't be enforced when they are passed. Ultimately, this crisis can only be fixed by replacing this administration with one that is determined to secure our borders, protect our people, and uphold the rule of law. And that can only be done by the American people at the ballot box. Today, our witnesses include some of the architects of the successful Trump administration immigration policies, and I would urge my colleagues to listen attentively to what these experts have to say. The policies they helped put in place worked to reduce illegal immigration and to secure the border. President Biden's policies do the exact opposite, and we can see that so clearly today. And with that, I'll yield back and now recognize the ranking member, Ms. Jayapal, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I welcome all of our witnesses. Mr.
Jesus
Chairman, it
Christ,
feels
her
like
mother
we've
must
been
have
stuck in a
hit her with a
time loop
shovel when
since
she
this
was a
Congress
child.
began.
Look at that
House
Beavis nose she's got
Republicans
going on.
struggle and often fail to do the most basic aspects of governing, while this committee continues to hold the same hearings on the border. And today seems no different. Today's hearing.
Yeah, today is no different because 3 years you told us it was a right-wing conspiracy theory that the border is there. It's a QAnon conspiracy theory that there's a problem at the border for 3 years. And then your Senate bill comes out and every single one of you scream, invasion! The Republicans won't let us, won't help us close the border. We need to send $60 billion to Ukraine, $20 billion to the border, and $118 billion of your money goes elsewhere. It's an invasion and the Republicans won't stop it. I thought it was a right-wing conspiracy theory. I thought it was QAnon. I'm already getting pissed. Ooh. But here we go. More lies. More deflection. More blaming everybody else. While you take it up the A. While you pay for it. While they rape you for everything you have and then tell you it's the other person's fault. Both sides fucking do that. I know that. But overwhelmingly, Democrats are doing it today. And why? Well, Orange Man bad? Orange Man hasn't been in office for what, 3 years now? And everything is still his fault. Are you tired of it yet?
Appears to be an attempt by my Republican colleagues to justify their inability and lack of desire to act in a bipartisan fashion to address the border and fix the broken immigration system. And I think it's important for us to take a step back and remember how we got here. Earlier in this Congress, Republicans passed their cruel, inhumane, and unworkable border bill, H.R. 2, through the House. After its passage,
Cruel, inhumane, and unworkable. Well, most of what was in that bill was Trump administration policies that were actually working. Inhumane to hold people or leave them in Mexico until we can go through their asylum claims. If they come here illegally, we hold them in detainment until we can process them and then put them back into Mexico or wherever they came from, because the closest country, the first country you come to when you try to seek asylum, the first safest country is where you must stay until we hear your claim. That's inhumane? I am sick of it.
all we heard from our colleagues was that H.R. 2 could secure the border. That bill has since failed twice to pass the United States Senate, rejected on a bipartisan basis. Then, after insisting for months that the only way to address the border was through harsh border security legislation, former President Trump instructed Republicans to dismiss out of hand a bipartisan border bill that Minority Leader Mitch McConnell called the strongest and toughest border bill in 30 years, and that was written by the second most conservative senator in the United States Senate, James Lankford.
James Lankford wrote that bill, and Mitch McConnell said it was the strongest border security that doesn't allow border security. It codifies into law illegal immigration into this country that you have to pay for everything. Meanwhile, we give them $20 billion so our Border Patrol agents can make them sandwiches because they're hungry, release them into this country, and give them a hearing years in advance so a judge can say overwhelmingly 90% get out. This is not a legal claim. Meanwhile, for years, you paid for them to get here. You paid for them to live here. You paid for them to get everything, your money, your land, your taxes, your jobs. You paid for every bit of that. They give nothing in return to you. And then you pay for them to get out. And that's a strong border security bill? Meanwhile, $118 billion was in that bill. $20.2 billion or something like that was for the border. The rest was for other countries. House Republicans said, no, we're not even going to bring this to the floor. What did they do? They took out the border security part of that and passed the funding for other countries. Are you tired of them lying to you yet? Because I've been sick of it.
Immediately, Speaker Johnson and others began to claim the president doesn't need this legislation. President Biden can secure the border through executive actions. There's no bills needed at all. Let us be clear.
It's been done before, you dumb bitch.
Stupid. They know that Republicans do not actually want to solve or address the situation at the border because Republicans have said that. Donald Trump has said that over and over again. Let's not do anything to solve the problem at the border. Let's keep it out there as an issue for the election. As we have heard from multiple Republicans, including on this subcommittee.
You're right. You're right. That was said. You're right. That was said because for 3 years, House Republicans have been saying there's a problem at the border. For 3 years, some Senate Republicans were saying there's a problem at the border. Let's address this. And you told us it was a conspiracy theory. The president is having the American taxpayers pay for them to come in, pay for them to live here, and pay for them to get ejected. 90% of them get ejected because they don't have true asylum claims. So a president who allows this to happen, a president who sat up there during the Democratic primaries and said, surge the border because when I'm president, I'll make you all citizens. The guy who started it is the guy that's in office now. Who's allowing this to happen? Who's making you pay for it? For 3 damn years, they told you this was a lie. They're not doing anything about it. They never have. And now all of a sudden, Trump's like, fine, look, put me back into fucking office and I'll solve it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just give it some time. The American people can stand it a little longer. Let me get in there and I'll solve it. If they won't do it, I'll do it. Paraphrasing, of course, but that was his words. And they're trying to say, oh, he doesn't want anything to be done because he wants to be dictator for life. Fuck you. Fuck everything about you. Get the fuck out of our government.
They would rather weaponize the border as a political
I'm not going to be able to
issue
stop my
for
anger
this
tonight.
election year. Today's hearing will not bring my colleagues the answers that they are looking for because the reality is no, the president cannot, quote, close the border. Speaker Johnson and others have said that all president needs to do is to use Section 212F of the Immigration and Nationality Act to, quote, shut down the border to all border crossers. However, what they seem to forget is that President Trump tried to do exactly that in November of 2018, and he was stopped by our courts.
Oh, wait. So he tried to do it and he was stopped by the... Well, why was he stopped by the courts then, huh? Why don't you answer that, Jayapal? Why was he stopped by our court system? Oh, because he wasn't trying to do it by executive action. He just wanted to do it by his own word. And it can't be done without going through Congress first, unless executive action is signed into law. Well, I guess it's not a law if it's an executive action, but you get what I'm saying. But she refuses to tell you that. She refuses to tell you that because they don't want to do anything about the border unless you give every other country around the world billions and billions of your tax dollars while you suffer at home.
Even the Supreme Court refused to intervene and lift the lower court injunction. But whether the president can technically close the border or not actually misses the point. The reality is attempts to use cruel and inhumane deterrence and enforcement alone, which is what President Trump and other administrations have tried to do, simply does not work. Let's think back. When President Trump implemented the Remain in Mexico program early in 2019, did people stop crossing the border? No, they did not. In fact, that summer, we saw some of the highest levels of immigration of the entire Trump administration. And we saw the same thing with the use of Title 42. When President Trump used Title 42 to turn back all border crossers, encounters between the ports of entry shot up, not down. They went up. Remember, Title 42 was also a boon to cartels. Knowing that they would be turned away under Title 42, migrants were forced to rely on cartels to try to get smuggled into the country between points of entry. Cartels actually offered packages for migrants to make multiple attempts at crossing. One migrant was apprehended over 40 times, just one alone. Human smugglers told reporters that Title 42 saved them money, with some going as far as to say, quote, "It's great for us." This is the cartels we're talking about. Let me be very clear that
the cartels that, what was it? Operation Paperclip, I believe, where Obama sold guns to the cartels thinking they'd be able to track them. Well, it didn't work. It didn't work. And now we got the cartel running through the fucking border. They own the border. They control the border. They let in anybody and everybody that pays them money. And we are allowing them to do it. We are helping them do it. They're making bank off of us by allowing illegals into the country. And I'm sorry, wasn't it Mr. Garcia that said if you wanted to stop the problem at the border with the cartels, take away Americans' guns? Because apparently the cartels are walking across the border, walking into your local gun shops and buying belt-fed machine guns and rocket launchers from your local gun stores. So if you want to stop them from having guns, take away American citizens' guns. How does that make any sense? I would love to know where I can buy a belt-fed machine gun and rocket launchers. I'm fucking done with this government, both left and right. I'm done. We have a constitutional right to abolish or alter or abolish the government, any government that has gone tyrannical. This government has been way beyond tyrannical with the Patriot Act, with everything that they're trying to do. They are trying to track every single penny you make, every penny that goes into your bank account and out of your bank account. They are trying to track. They want to control your internet. Free internet for all, ladies and gentlemen. The government's going to pay for it. The government's going to own it, and the government's going to run it. Do you really think they're going to let places like Rumble exist on their networks? Do you really think they're going to let anything that breaks their narrative come through on a government-funded internet? I mean, all you have to do to just realize what I'm talking about. Look at our media. Our media is government-funded. How much shit does the media leave out? You remember East Palestine? Yeah? Guess where that came from? TikTok. Nobody would have known about it had it not blown the fuck up on TikTok. And then independent media, people like us, started talking about it, and then it caught on. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, do you realize in a Senate hearing not too long ago, somebody actually said they did not have to do a controlled burn in East Palestine? They didn't have to. They just did it anyway. Yeah, that was said. And we're actually going to hit that hearing this weekend on the Voice of the People channel. This is what they're doing to you. They lie on your news stations every single day. Since the Smith-Mundt, they've been able to lie to you. They've been putting propaganda on your TV, in your newspapers, in your fucking internet articles, and yet they want to do that to your internet.
The vast majority of these people that are coming across the border, migrants, do not want to engage with cartels. They want to follow a legal process. And they do follow a legal process when we provide workable ways for people to seek entry and refuge. As I have said all Congress, the best way to help secure the border is to expand lawful pathways and adequately fund the immigration system.
Expand lawful pathways by codifying into law illegal immigration. We pay for everything. We pay for them to get here. We pay for the years that they spend to have an asylum claim rejected. 90% of them, that's a low number actually, 90% of them are rejected. And then you get to pay for them to be ejected. That's a legal pathway that she wants to talk about expanding. All the while, ladies and gentlemen, all the while they tell you, while they sit there and gaslight you and say that the Great Replacement theory it's a conspiracy theory. It's a racist, white supremacist conspiracy theory. March 21st, 2000. From the United Nations Secretariat. Replacement migration. Is it a solution to declining and aging populations? They've been planning this since fucking 2000, ladies and gentlemen. They told you not to have kids. They told you to abort your kids. Now they're telling you to sterilize your kids. And now we have a birth rate that is not replenishing the population. So what do? Well, let's just flood the country with illegal immigrants. Make them citizens. Make them the workforce so we can have low earning population to work. Because here in America, we don't have a birth rate that's replacing everything. And we have a lazy society because the government wants to give you money to sit at home and do absolutely nothing.
We have not updated the legal immigration system in this country in over 30 years. The more broken the legal immigration system is, the more people will try to come to the border as the only means of entry. We should be having hearings on this committee about how we can expand lawful immigration to the United States and how it benefits
I forget
the
that
United
character's
States.
name, but I know
Just
who you're
last
talking
month,
about.
The Congressional Budget Office said that because of the recent increase in immigration, over the next 10 years, the economy is going to grow by $7 trillion, and revenues will increase by $1 trillion.
Maybe he would have done that anyway. Had they not told you not to have kids until you have a stable career, had they not told you to abort your kids for any reason whatsoever, whatever you feel like you don't want to have a child, you lay down and let a man come inside you, well, you can abort the child just because. And now they're telling you to sterilize your children for transgender affirming care. And you wonder why we have a population crisis. Are you kidding me? You sat there and brainwashed the American people into believing all this shit by doing whatever you want them to do. And then you say it's everybody else's fault except for ours because we told you to do it.
This was further backed up by another new government study by the Department of Health and Human Services, which shows that refugees and asylees have a net positive impact of $124 billion over 10 years. I ask for unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, to enter those studies into the record.
Without objection.
Unfortunately, the Republicans have time and time again blocked additional funding and seem to oppose more legal immigration. They are not interested in real solutions, and that is extremely unfortunate for the American people, for all of us across the country who want to get to a real solution. I look forward to hearing from all of our witnesses and the perspectives they bring on this issue, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. I'll next recognize the ranking member of the House Judiciary Committee, Mr. Nadler, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman,
What's
no
up?
president has ever had the ability to fully stop unlawful crossings. The notion that the president has all the authority, not to mention the resources, that he needs to solve all the issues at the border with a stroke of his pen is a fantasy.
By the way, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to bring this up one more time. Treason refers to the betrayal of one's own country by attempting to overthrow the government through waging war against the state or materially aiding its enemies. According to the United States Constitution, Article 3, Section 3, treason against the United States shall consist only in levying war against them, or the word "or," ladies and gentlemen, means giving an alternative to. So, levying war against them? By the way, ladies and gentlemen, is our own government not levying war against us when they take everything from us, economically, physically, financially, everything? When they take everything from us, are they not waging war against us, but waging war against the people, not the government, the people? That's why it says them and not the government. Levying war against them, or in adhering to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort. I'm sorry, overwhelmingly, our global enemies are the ones that are flooding our borders. Chinese nationals are coming through at an alarming rate, and they're sitting there beating the war drums with them. We have Russian nationals that have come through our borders, and they're beating the war drums with them. Let me ask you a question. Why in the hell would I send a single weapon of war your way if you let my army into your country with open arms and you make your people fund them? Why should I send a single bullet to take you out when you're going to let my army come into your borders and you're going to give them everything that they need to supply themselves to take you out from within? Why would I waste a single bit of any weaponry if you allow me to do it?
It has been dreamed up by a Republican Party desperate to justify their rejection of a bipartisan Senate deal to address border security. They are embarrassed to admit that the real reason they abandoned the deal was because Donald Trump told them to. At the behest of Donald Trump, Republicans cannot take yes for an answer. They are tying themselves in knots, not willing to do anything to actually address the border or to fix our immigration system because they want to keep immigration alive as a campaign issue.
I told you I wasn't going to stop that much on this. I may only be able to just hit this one before we start having people come into the conversation and we get off into the presidential or the State of the Union address. Nadler, it wasn't but what, 4 or 5 months ago? As a matter of fact, through this committee right here, House Committee of the Judiciary, there's a video that they have called Terrorist Entry to the Southwest Border, where Nadler and his own witness sits there and says, the border isn't a problem. It's never been a problem. What you are seeing about this is a complete lie. But hey, if you want to solve the problem, let them all in unabated. Oh, you're worried about terrorists coming through this? Well, guess what, ladies and gentlemen? Not a single act of terrorism has ever happened from anybody illegally crossing the southwest border, so therefore it'll never happen. Just let them all in unvetted. It happened. All you have to do is go to that House Committee on the Judiciary. Look for the video called Terrorist Entry to the Southwest Border. Watch it. That wasn't but a couple months ago. The same couple of months ago when they were screaming that all this is a right-wing conspiracy theory. It's not happening.
So now they have changed course. Despite spending the last year claiming that the only solution to the border crisis was their absurd and workable messaging bill H.R. 2, a bill that got only 32 votes in the Senate last week, House Republicans now tell us that the president's had the authority to fix the border all along. He just won't use it. What a joke. What pure hogwash. Let's take a trip down memory lane. We have not meaningfully updated our immigration system in 30 years. Congress has tried multiple times to enact comprehensive immigration reform. The Senate last tried in 2013. House Republicans have stood in the way of progress at every turn. House Republicans have also refused to provide additional resources and personnel for the border.
What they're not telling you about that is it's always the same thing with their bills. Just like the border security bill, $118 billion, only 20 of it was supposed to go to the border. The rest of it went to other countries. And if you don't vote to give other countries the money, well, you don't want to close the border. That's in every single bill. All this pork, all this BS that they throw into there, all this bullshit in every bill. And they title it something that everybody's going to be like, oh, well, they said it's this title, so it's got to be great, right? And then somebody says, well, I don't like this in here. Would you remove it? No, we're not going to remove that. Well, then I'm not going to vote for it. You hate whatever the hell the title is. Just like the Tommy Tuberville situation. Oh, he doesn't want... He's putting the military at risk because we can't promote people without passing this bill. What was he actually objecting to? What was his objection? The American taxpayer should not have to foot the bill for any person any woman who's in the service that wants to have an abortion. Okay. 12 weeks. We pay for 12 weeks. Their lodging, their food, everything for them, including the operation. 12 weeks, they're down. I'm sorry, if you were tasked with saving my life, protecting me from enemies, foreign and domestic, and you can't stop yourself from getting an unwanted pregnancy, it doesn't make me feel comfortable. So why the hell should I pay for it when you can't protect yourself from an unwanted pregnancy while you're in the military? How the hell do you expect me to pay for that? That was the objection. That was the whole thing. And they wouldn't take it out. Everything about that bill, that was his only objection to it, is the American taxpayers should not have to foot the bill for people to get an abortion in the military. If they want to have an abortion, they do it on their own dime. That was his argument. And what did they do? Well, he's putting the military at risk because we can't promote people. The very top echelon of the military is at risk because there's nobody there to fill these seats, ladies and gentlemen. It's not like the military doesn't fucking work as one single unit. It's not like if you're in war and your commanding officer dies, there ain't somebody to step up immediately and take control. That's how it functions. But you're putting everybody at risk because there's somebody not at the very tippy fucking top of everything? Shut up. You're lying. You are straight lying. But because they didn't want to tell you about all that bullshit abortion shit in that bill that you would have to pay for because somebody wants to be a cum dumpster, because they didn't want to tell you about that. Oh, he's putting the military at risk because he opposes this bill. He opposes appointing these people to higher levels. Same shit that's going on right here, right now.
In 2021, all but 6 current House Republicans voted against the bipartisan.
By the way, ladies and gentlemen, this motherfucker shit his pants live on camera.
Funding to ports of entry to combat smuggling of people and drugs. And by the way, we know that most fentanyl, almost all the fentanyl, comes in hidden in trucks that pass through ports of entry. And the way to stop...
No. Almost all the fentanyl comes through the ports of entry. Let me ask you a goddamn question, ladies and gentlemen. Would you risk, if you were smuggling drugs, would you risk going through a port of entry and maybe getting caught? Or would you flood the point of entry with illegal immigrants so you can take your drugs to an unguarded part of the border with pack mules that just carry it on in? This shit has been debunked multiple times and has proven to be wrong multiple times, but this fucker sits there and lies to your face every single time this is brought up. Anytime he wants to mention fentanyl in any way, he says it all comes through the ports of entry and we catch 90% of it. Fucking lie. And all it takes is a little bit of common sense to sit there and say, hey, if they're watching the ports of entry, if they're all at the ports of entry because they're flooded with illegal immigrants and they cannot move from that because they have to deal with that, maybe I take this illegal substance that I'm trying to bring into your country and go that way 10, 15, 20 miles where nobody is and just walk across and smuggle it into your country that way. Jesus Christ, it doesn't take a rocket science to even conceive that this would happen. And the fact that he wants to sit there and say they're coming through the ports of entry, all of it's coming through the ports of entry. Are you sitting there telling me that somebody like me is smarter than 99% of the fucking world? I refuse to believe that dumb shit.
Stop the importation of fentanyl and the poisoning of our people is not to worry about individual migrants, it's to increase the inspection facilities at the points of entry. But Republicans don't want to do that. All but 2 current House Republicans voted against providing robust funding for border security operations in the FY 2023.
Well, go
appropriations
fucking watch
legislation.
fishing or golf.
That bill
Get
provides
your
more than
fucking
$17
stupid ass
billion
out of here. Nobody
plus
gives a
into border
fuck about
protection,
you.
including funding for an additional 300
Faggot.
Border Patrol agents. The omnibus also included $60 million to hire 125 CPB officers and $70 million for non-intrusive inspection technology to detect narcotics like fentanyl and firearms at ports of entry. Then in October 2023, President Biden asked Congress for additional funding to support CBP in securing our ports of entry from drugs, to create a more orderly process at our border, and to hire more asylum officers and judges so cases could be heard in weeks.
Yeah, because throwing money at the problem has always worked, right? We got a crisis with people not learning shit in our schools. Throw more money at it. That seemed to work, right? Oh, wait. Isn't it Jabal Bowman's district? As a matter of fact, the middle school he was the principal of, 25% of them are proficient at reading, and 37% of them are proficient at math. They're above functionally retarded, and just throw money at it. It'll work. Just throw money at it. When has that ever worked? But yet that's always their plan. Throw more money, your money, at the problem, and it'll go away.
Not years. He also proposed providing the support that Ukraine and other allies around the world desperately need. Support, I might add, that does not just go abroad, but that runs through manufacturing towns all across America. But again, in Donald Trump's direction, Republicans said no. Instead, they made what they thought would be an impossible demand, that they would not provide aid to Ukraine or fund the president's border request unless policy measures to secure the border were attached. And then, to their surprise and horror, Democrats actually reached across the aisle to work with them towards a bipartisan solution, throwing a wrench into their plans. Republicans want to believe that Democrats are the caricatures they paint.
The problem was your border security. The problem was codifying illegal immigration into law. The problem was not the funding for other countries. The problem was you saying, hey, 5,000 illegal immigrants before we even think about closing the border. By the way, unless they're Mexican or Canadian, they don't count towards that 5,000. 8,500 before the president has to do it, and 10,000 before it's mandatory and it's done automatically. And that's a day. The highest we have seen crossing the border at one time, a day, has been over 30,000. The lowest we have seen has just been a couple thousand. On average, that 5,000 a day actually happens. And that's just enough for them to sit there and think, should we close the border? Now let's talk about this for a second. But yet, for them to talk about it, they have to be Mexican or Canadian. Everybody else don't count. That was the problem. That was the objection to it. But yet he doesn't want to talk about that.
This as on Fox and Newsmax. But what they fail to understand is that all we want is a government that works for the people. That's why we fight for a humane immigration system, an expanded social safety net, and protections for women, people of color, and LGBTQIA plus people. But most importantly, they fail to understand that we govern responsibly. We don't allow ourselves to fall into chaos that does nothing but weaken us on the world stage.
Then how do you explain this entire presidency, Nadler? You think Biden's been doing a good job? Oh, wait, he's got a D beside his name, so yeah, he's got to be doing a good job, right? That's why you spend on average $11,000 more a year for daily living expenses under Biden than you did under Obama, than you did under Trump, than you did under Bush, than you did under Clinton. Yeah, he's doing a great job. Oh, that problem? Well, that's Trump's fault too.
The House Republicans were caught flat-footed when Senate Democrats worked with Republicans to craft a bill to meet their border demands. A bill that Minority Leader Mitch McConnell called the strongest border bill in 30 years. That Senators Thune and Graham said contained.
That motherfucker strokes out every time he's on camera, and you expect anybody to believe him. God damn, you're retarded. You really are if you want us to believe that Mitch McConnell has any semblance of a brain left. He strokes out every time he's on camera.
Contained measures that could never be passed in a Republican-led Senate. But even this bill, which contained provisions that I and many of my colleagues on this side of the aisle found deeply troubling, was not enough for House Republicans. They bowed to the demands of Donald Trump that they preserve the immigration issue for his campaign, and they killed the bill before it even got off the ground. As ever, they could not bring themselves to take yes for an answer. And so now, in a desperate attempt to save face, they're switching tactics. Despite the months they spent saying that H.R. 2 was the silver bullet and that legislation was absolutely necessary to fix the border, now they say that the system had a magic silver bullet in it all along. Speaker Johnson and the Chaos Caucus are insisting that the president can simply use Section 212F of the Immigration and Nationality Act to prevent immigrants from crossing the border. If this sounds like a familiar argument to you, it should. That's because President Trump tried to do exactly that in 2018, and he was immediately shot down by the courts. The president does not have the authority to unilaterally shut down the border. Neither our laws nor our democracy allow such a power.
Oh, does it not? My Attorney USA. Section 212F of the Immigration and Nationality Act gives the President of the United States broad authority to implement immigration restrictions by proclamation. The President can suspend the entry of any aliens or of a class of aliens or temporarily place restrictions on the entry of a class of aliens if he or she determines that the entry of such aliens would be detrimental to the U.S. interests. Huh. Congress itself. Same fucking thing is in there. So you're going to sit there and tell me that the presidential authority to suspend entry of aliens under 8 U.S.C. 182F does not fucking exist? That it can't be done?
To pretend otherwise is absurd. Congress must work together to provide the legal tools and the resources necessary to address the border crisis.
Right.
I know that there are Democrats willing to put in the hard work, but so far House Republicans have proven that Democrats have no partner in this effort. And so, while I look forward to hearing from our witnesses, we already know the answer to the question that the majority is posing today, and more importantly, we know exactly why they are posing it. MAGA Republicans want to talk about the border, but they don't want to do anything about it for the most partisan, cynical reasons. I yield back.
Gentleman is back. Chair is now pleased to recognize the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jordan.
I thank the chairman. I won't make a statement. I want to get on with the testimony here from these fine witnesses, but I want to mostly thank the chairman for putting this hearing together on this critical subject that the American people care deeply about. With that, I would yield back.
Thank you. Well, then we'll now go to our panel of witnesses, and I want to again thank them for their patience for the delay. The witnesses we have today are Mr. Art Arthur. He's the resident fellow in law and policy for the Center for Immigration Studies. Prior to that, Mr. Arthur served in the Immigration and Naturalization Service General Counsel's Office as a counsel in the House Judiciary Committee, as an immigration judge, and as staff director for the National Security Subcommittee for the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. He earned a J.D. from George Washington School of Law and a bachelor's at the University of Virginia. Mr. Tom Homan is the former acting director of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement during the Trump administration, serving in senior roles at ICE during several administrations. He has 34 years of experience in federal immigration enforcement, and he currently serves as a visiting fellow at the Heritage Foundation. Next is Mr. Aaron Reichlin-Melnick. Mr. Reichlin-Melnick is currently the policy director at the American Immigration Council, where he's also served as a policy counsel and a staff attorney. Prior to that, he was a Justice Fellow on the Immigrant Justice Corps and the Legal Aid Society in New York. He earned a JD at Georgetown University Law Center and a bachelor's at Brandeis University. He's here at the invitation of the minority. And finally, we have Mr. Gene Hamilton. Mr. Hamilton serves as a Vice President and General Counsel of American First Legal. Prior to that, Mr. Hamilton served as counselor to the Attorney General at the Department of Justice during the Trump administration. He previously served as senior counselor to the Secretary of Homeland Security and as general counsel to the senator on the Senate Judiciary Committee. Mr. Hamilton earned his JD from the Washington and Lee School of Law and his bachelor's from the University of Georgia. I'd like to welcome these witnesses today, thank them again for appearing.
Yep.
We'll begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand?
Now, before we go any further, let's play a little game, ladies and gentlemen, while they're going through their opening speeches. Let's play a game called Spot the Shill. Let's play this game. Here are the rules. You listen to their opening speeches, and then you decide and tell me, who do you think the clown is that's supposed to be in here to basically give Democratic talking points, to basically say all this is a lie, even though the other three on this panel are going to tell you the truth that can be backed up by fact. Let's play this game.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? Let the record show the witnesses have answered in the affirmative, and please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we'd ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes, and we'll begin with Mr. Arthur.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to don't want to correct the chairman, I never actually served in the Trump administration. I served from the George H.W. Bush administration through President Barack Obama. Chairman McClintock, Ranking Member Jayapal, and members of the subcommittee, thank you for inviting me here today. The topic is timely.
Give me a second.
As we are in the midst of an unprecedented border crisis. Every month, tens of thousands are apprehended at the southwest border, even while more than 43,000 others without visas schedule appointments at the border ports. The vast majority are released, which, as a federal judge found last March, is driving the border crisis. And that doesn't count tens of thousands who evade agents monthly, so-called gotaways. Their entries are imposing billions in fiscal costs on states and localities for housing, healthcare, education, and other expenses. And as the 2024 DHS Homeland Security Threat Assessment has explained, this crisis has created a vulnerability, quote, terrorists and criminal actors may exploit, close quote. The Constitution and the Immigration and Nationality Act provide the president with numerous and sufficient authorities to bring security to the border, which I discussed at length in my written testimony. Key, however, is detention, which has been mandated for aliens at the ports since 1903 and for unlawful entrants since 1996. Unlike preceding administrations, the current one has largely failed to comply with those statutory mandates, instead ending family detention entirely while asking Congress for fewer detention beds in succeeding budgets and claiming they'll be sufficient to comply with DHS's statutory mandates. They're not. The DHS Secretary, under 8 United States Code Section 1368B, is supposed to tell this committee every 6 months how many beds the department needs to meet those requirements. If it has sent you those semi-annual reports, it's news to me. But Congress must fund that detention and the resources needed to adjudicate those aliens' cases and removals. That will be costly at first, but those costs will quickly drop as entries drop. As long as illegal entrants know they'll be released to live and work here indefinitely, pending the adjudication of their asylum claims, they'll continue to come. Detention also allows DHS to screen out those with valid asylum claims and remove the rest. As importantly, it would shift the costs of caring for those migrants from the cities and states to the federal government where it belongs. Such detention must be humane and provide those housed sustenance, medical care, and education. As a judge, I had jurisdiction over a family center that exceeded all of those standards. A 2015 district court order in Flores versus Lynch, however, prevents DHS from housing families for more than 20 days. I respectfully disagree with the conclusions therein. In 2019, a federal bipartisan panel concluded that the children in those families are traumatized by the illegal journey here, and that parents and children alike are particularly vulnerable to criminal predation. The panel found that Flores had exacerbated the pull factors drawing those migrants to this country and called on Congress to reverse it by legislation. Failing that, it asked DHS to issue regulations replacing that order and allowing for family migrant detention. The last administration did so, only to have those regulations enjoined. The incoming Biden administration failed to seek Supreme Court review and has also failed to issue regulations of its own. More than 1.8 million family aliens have been apprehended at the southwest border since February 2021. The administration can also use diplomacy to encourage its regional partners to secure their own borders, which would deter new arrivals from abroad. The U.S. accounts for 25% of global GDP and is Mexico's most important trading partner. Reports suggest that the Biden administration has used its diplomatic power to encourage greater enforcement in that country, but more can be done. Last May, the administration did attempt to restrict asylum for aliens entering illegally, and until recently was fighting court challenges against it. Last month, however, DOJ asked the courts to pause those cases pending settlement negotiations. I commend to you the February 21 order in one of those cases, East Bay Sanctuary Covenant versus Biden, and in particular the dissent by Judge Lawrence Van Dyke. I take no position on the claims that Judge Van Dyke makes, but in any event, it's incumbent on DOJ and DHS to coordinate any administrative action securing the border to ensure challenges will be litigated forcefully into a conclusion. In September 1994, Barbara Jordan, former member of this committee and chairman of the U.S. Committee on Immigration Reform, appeared before this subcommittee and warned that, quote, if we cannot control illegal immigration, we cannot sustain our national interest in legal immigration. Look at the polling, talk to your constituents, and you'll see that's what's happening today. That's bad because America needs immigration, albeit on the terms Congress has established. The administration and this Congress can and must do more to secure the border. The stakes are too high not to. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Great, thank you very much for your testimony. I'm next pleased to welcome Mr. Tom Homan back before this committee.
All right, you have my written statement. I'm not going to read an oral statement. I'm just going to talk. I started as a Border Patrol agent in 1984. And I became a special agent, climbed the ranks, become the first ICE director that actually came up through the ranks. I worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. I've seen a lot of policies come and go. I see policies that worked, policies that didn't. Every president I ever worked for took border security serious. Clinton, Obama took it serious. They took steps to secure the border because they understood, like every other president, you can't have strong national security if you don't have strong border security. But understand this, President Biden is the first president in history of this nation who came in office and unsecured a border on purpose by signing over 90 executive orders, abolishing everything we did that were successful policies. And the result of that is over 1,700 aliens have died entering this country. Historic record. 340 no-inspected terrorists off the terrorist watch list have been arrested. Southern border, almost twice as many in northern border. Historic record. 114,000 people have died from fentanyl overdoses. That's coming across an open border. An historic record. Sex trafficking of women and children, 600% increase. Historic record. Over 450,000 children have crossed this border with the use of cartels. This administration has lost track of almost 100,000 of them. We know where they are. We found some in forced labor. We found some in sex trafficking. We found some in death bondage. On top of that, we got 1.9 million known gotaways. Not a guess. Known gotaways, 1.9. Border Patrol's arrested people from 181 different countries. Some of these countries are sponsors of terror. They've arrested 340 on the southern border. How many of that 1.9 came from countries sponsoring terror? If you think it's zero, you're wrong. At the same time he destroyed the border, he abolished ICE. I said for a long time, they're never going to abolish ICE. They'll never abolish a federal agency. Well, they didn't abolish the agency. They abolished their mission. And the latest victim of that, her name is Laken Riley. A young woman who was murdered by an illegal alien in Georgia. A young lady who tried to call 911 because she was about to enter hell because she'd being attacked by somebody. She was living in terror the last few minutes. You got to think of the way this young lady died. Horrific murder, death. She tried to get help. She fought for her life, and she died. And she's one out of so many. I've met hundreds of angel moms and dads through my career, hundreds. And how did this administration fail Laken Riley? First of all, the perpetrator should never have been in the country. He shouldn't have been in New York. He shouldn't have been in Georgia. He should have been in Mexico in the Remain in Mexico program that this administration abolished. Even if they didn't have the Remain in Mexico program, he should have been detained when he entered the country illegally without proper documentation. The law says you shall be detained, not maybe, shall. He was released. And then New York City, he was arrested for a crime. And you read the newspaper say, well, New York City's at fault because they're a sanctuary city. Well, that's part of the story. But the other part of the story, let's say they didn't release him. Based on this memorandum by Secretary Mayorkas on ICE priorities, ICE wouldn't have dropped a detainer on him anyways, because he wasn't bad enough criminal for ICE to drop a detainer on him. Even though the law says there's no prerequisite to commit a crime after you commit the crime of illegal entry to be a target for enforcement. But Secretary Mayorkas has taken a lot of criminal aliens off the table for ICE. And how do I know that? By sheer numbers. 57% decrease in arrested criminal aliens under this administration. 68% decrease in at-large arrest of criminal aliens. 44% decrease in detainer requests for criminal aliens. 67% decrease in deportations of criminal aliens. 55% decrease in immigration-related criminal convictions. Laken Riley was just released, was just the latest victim. There'll be another one next week. Matter of fact, there's been 2 since her.
Yep.
And when we leave here today, nothing's going to change. This administration wants to secure the border. They've had 3 years to take action. Why do they wait now? Well, there must be an election coming up. Then they come up with a bill in Senate that they know will never pass the House, so they can say, well, now it's the Republicans' fault. And they want to blame President Trump for his actions. People say President Trump's inhumane. Tom Homan's inhumane. We're racist. When Trump had illegal immigration at a 40, 45-year low, how many women didn't get raped? How many children weren't lost? How many women and children weren't sex trafficked? How many pounds of fentanyl didn't get in the country to kill Americans? President Trump's policy saved lives. Bottom line, the data shows it. And this administration has destroyed the most secure border I've seen in my lifetime in 34 years doing this job. And that's just a stone cold fact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll next hear from Mr. Reichland Melnick.
Chairman Jordan, Chairman McClintock, Ranking Member Jayapal, and distinguished members of the subcommittee. My name is Aaron Reichland Melnick. I'm the Policy Director of the American Immigration Council, a nonprofit organization dedicated to the belief that immigrants are part of our national fabric and to ensuring that the United States provides a fair process for all immigrants, including those seeking protection. There should be no doubt that we need new laws and more resources to respond to the current situation at the border. The last time Congress made any major changes to the asylum process was 1996, when the Macarena was still a hit dance craze and the main concern at the border was Mexican laborers seeking work. Our asylum system was designed in a largely pre-digital age before the rise of social media, smartphones, translation apps, and a world that has become smaller than ever. Over the last decade, presidential authority to address the border has been stretched as far as it can go and often taken beyond what the law allows. Every president over the last 20 years, from Bush through Biden, has called for changes in the law and for more resources. Even President Trump previously said in 2018 that, quote, the only long-term solution, end quote, was for Congress to act. But despite decades of bipartisan agreement that Congress needs to legislate, with of course stark disagreements as to how, in recent months an unusual theory has taken hold, that the president can shut the US-Mexico border to migrants with the stroke of a pen and no help from Congress. This theory is fundamentally wrong. No such authority exists, not even Section 212F of the Immigration and Nationality Act, which in 2018 President Trump tried and failed to use to shut the border. But even if there were some overlooked law on the books which authorized the president to turn away everyone, operational and diplomatic limitations prevent any president from simply shutting the border overnight. First, US and international law still require a screening for anyone who expresses a fear of persecution before deportation, even if asylum itself is banned. And without enough asylum officers to carry out those screenings, even a policy which bars asylum to all migrants can only be applied at the border to a limited number of people. This is not theoretical. In May, the Biden administration restricted asylum for nearly all migrants crossing the border outside ports of entry. But even though DHS is currently setting new records for credible fear interviews, nearly double the number of credible fear interviews done under the Trump administration, lack of asylum officers means that most people crossing can't have this restriction applied until years later in court in front of an immigration judge. And other issues exist too. Many migrants arriving at the border today cannot be deported at all because there is no country that is willing to take them. For example, Venezuela, a country which we have subject to intense sanctions, has for years retaliated by barring direct US deportation flights. Fewer than 3,000 Venezuelans have been deported via commercial airlines in the last decade. And when the Biden administration briefly got Venezuela to restart deportation flights, they ended in a matter of months because once again the Maduro regime cracked down on elections and stopped the planes. So how do we fix this? Well, hiring more immigration judges and asylum officers is an easy first step. A robust infusion of resources over time will eliminate bottlenecks and allow us to carry out basic screenings and decide asylum cases in months, not years. But we also need innovative thinking about restructuring the system for modern challenges that we face today. For example, migrants must wait years for their cases to be heard in the system that is backlogged as it is. But back in 1996, we made it illegal for asylum seekers to work and support themselves in the months after they arrive. If asylum seekers could work, they wouldn't have to sit around in shelters all day, and they could support themselves. And if the federal government played a leading role in coordinating arrivals, cities could work together and tap federal resources to get people on their feet as they go through the process with limited impact on local budget and an improvement of the process for everyone. Beyond providing sufficient resources to reestablish a functioning asylum system, Congress must also pay attention to our legal immigration system, which is plagued with backlogs and rising costs. Not only are we driving away the world's best and brightest, but our broken legal immigration system helps unscrupulous actors sell migrants on the idea that the asylum system is their only way to seek the American dream.
Yes.
Over the last decade, we've seen presidents try more and more aggressive crackdowns and ramped up enforcement. It has not worked. So today, Congress has a choice. Do we kick the can down the road yet again, or do we do the one thing that we haven't tried and rebuild our broken asylum system, hiring more asylum officers, cutting backlogs, and giving people a fair shot? I urge legislators to address this issue with the seriousness it deserves and not to fall for a myth that can be solved overnight. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
And finally, we'll hear from Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you. Chairman McClintock, Ranking Member Jayapal, other members of the committee, I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today about this important issue. Laken Riley, Kayla Hamilton, Kate Steinle, Elizabeth Medina, Melissa Powell, and her son Riordan. These are just a few of the Americans who have been killed by illegal aliens who should not have been in the United States. And these are tragically just a few victims, not to mention the countless victims of assault, sexual assault,
You're right, Bowler.
human trafficking, smuggling, and other crimes affecting American communities across the United States.
The only
My
thing he was
colleague, Mr.
right about
Mahoney.
that whole thing is they're using asylum as the
Congress
only
has
means to
provided
get into the
president
country.
and the executive branch with significant, powerful tools that can secure the border. Unfortunately, the situation we see today, the chaos, the crime, the overwhelmed cities and states, and the tearing apart of the very fabric of our nation, is the result of deliberate, intentional policy decisions made throughout the Biden administration since January 20th of 2021. President Biden himself bears responsibility for the situation today. The Biden administration has abandoned reason, common sense, and fidelity to the law when it comes to our immigration system. They have opted to end effective immigration immigration enforcement policies employed by prior administrations of both political parties, and knowingly adopted policies that facilitate the entry of millions of illegal aliens into the United States. No society can thrive, much less sustain itself, under the pressures and damage caused by these decisions. As a country defined by our commitment to the rule of law, and given our exceptional position in recorded human history, we must acknowledge some fundamental principles when it comes to border security and our immigration system. Every country has a sovereign right and responsibility to control its borders, and the United States is no different. The United States is the greatest country in the world, and hundreds of millions, if not billions, of people worldwide would come here if they could. But we cannot accommodate even a fraction of those people. Most illegal aliens are not asylum seekers. Deporting illegal aliens from the United States advances our national sovereignty and is an essential component of our immigration system. Further, doing so accords due respect for the individuals who obey our laws and come through the legal established visa programs. For those individuals who do not intend to use our visa system but want to come to the United States anyways, only one thing matters: getting released into the interior of the United States. And of course then, releasing illegal aliens into the interior of the United States fundamentally results in more illegal aliens trying to come to the United States. The Biden administration's publicly available data demonstrate that southwest border encounters are at record highs. The overwhelming majority of illegal aliens encountered at the southwest border are released into the interior of the United States.
Yes.
The Biden administration is adding millions of illegal aliens into the population who are already here. They know that using tools like migrant protection protocols, asylum cooperative agreements, expedited removal, visa sanctions on countries that refuse to take back their nationals, detention of aliens who are apprehended at the border pending the outcome of their immigration court proceedings, and other effective uses of law would end the crisis at the border relatively quickly. But they don't actually want an end to this crisis. I'm happy to answer your questions, and thank you for your attention to this matter.
Great, thank you very much for your testimony. We'll now move to questions by the committee's members, and we'll begin with Mr. Tiffany.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Hamilton, I'd like to add a story from northern Wisconsin in my district. Stephen Nashholm is dead. He is dead today. Just died a month ago when a second-time DWI offendant who was here illegally in America, got his first DWI a little over a year ago, allowed to skate, not detained, and now a father of 3 daughters in northern Wisconsin is dead as a result of what is going on down at the southern border. So I think I'll start with you, Mr. Arthur. We heard from Mr. Reichlin-Melnick that we could be employing all these people that are here illegally in America. It seems like the most robust wage growth that happened for those people in the lower socioeconomic scale 4 years ago happened during the previous administration in like 20 or 30 years. Is that accurate?
It is, Mr. Tiffany. Wages amongst Hispanic Americans, African Americans increased during that period of time.
And we heard about these backlogs of people that want to come into our country legally. Does all of this, 10 million people at this point, does that help alleviate the backlogs that we have here?
Respectfully, I would disagree with Mr. Reichlin-Melnick. The pull factors that it creates encourage people to, even greater numbers of people to come here illegally. And in addition, and this is a problem that we're going to be facing for years to come right now, It creates smuggling networks that other nationals from countries far away from the United States, not traditional sending countries, can then use to come to this country.
Mr. Holman, we heard that enforcement has not worked. Administration after administration, enforcement has not worked. Is that your experience?
Absolutely not. There has to be a consequence. Look, you can't demand to have the right to claim asylum. I got a right to see a judge. You can get order removed, then we don't execute the order. If that's the case, shut down the immigration courts, take the Border Patrol off the border. There has to be a consequence. Entering this country illegally is a crime. It is not okay. So we have to execute final orders removal. And that's why lately there's been a lot of hate on, oh, Trump said he's going to run the biggest deportation operation in history. Well, he's going to have to. Because we just went through the largest historic illegal immigration crisis we've ever seen, and 90% of these people lose their case and get order removal. They need to be removed.
Mr. Hamilton, I was recently down on the southern border and stopped at Casa Elitas, one of the links in the chain for illegal immigration here in America, the NGOs that are doing their work. Just first, I'd throw it to you generally. Is it correct, my observation, that NGOs, along with the cartels, the United Nations, and our United States government are a critical link in this chain at this point of bringing people into our country illegally?
Absolutely. That's fundamentally true. There's absolutely no doubt about that based on my personal experience, observations in the past, and what's happening today.
Are you familiar with the story of the Red Cross passing out maps to illegal immigrants as they go through Central America and Mexico to show them their way here?
I've heard of such things, yes.
I'm familiar with it. I'm actually familiar with, what was it? Who else was down there? UNICEF, the United Nations, a whole bunch of different organizations, the Red Cross, of course. But ladies and gentlemen, again, he was talking about how we can employ these people and we can just give them a path to citizenship. Again, I want to go back to this document right here. This is the whole replacement migration thing from the United Nations. We're between scenario 4 and scenario 5. Scenario 4, in order to keep the working age population consistent at that level, it would be necessary to have 18 million migrants between 2015 and 2050, which is an average of 513,000 migrants per year. By 2050, out of the total population of 316 million, 25 million, or 7.9%, would be post-1995 immigrants or their descendants. Scenario 5 keeps the potential support ratio at its 1995 value of 5.2 persons aged 15 to 64 for each person aged 65 or older. Again, it's not about race. It's not about replacing the white population. It's about them telling you to not have kids until you have a steady career, abort your children for any reason that you want to, just because you got pregnant, you let some dude just blow off into you. And go ahead and sterilize your kids through this trans-affirming care thing, just because they're pushed into believing that there's some other kind of gender. Just go ahead and sterilize them. Now you have a declining population because the childbirth doesn't replace the older populations that are aging out, which is why they're actually talking about raising the retirement age from 65 to 70. In order to keep the potential support ratio constant at that level, it would be necessary to have 593 million immigrants from 1995 to 2050, at an average of 10.8 million per year. By 2050, out of the United States total population of 1.1 billion people, 775 million, or 73%, would be post-1995 immigrants or their descendants. Because they told you to don't have kids, because they told you to abort their kids, and now they're telling you to sterilize your kids, the working population is on a huge decline and has been since they've been telling you to do this. And now because we don't have enough people being born to replace the people that are dying from old age and retiring from the working force. They want to bring in these illegal immigrants, make them citizens, and put them to work for a cheaper wage than what they would pay American citizens. Meanwhile, the cost of living still continues to go up. Inflation still continues to go up. Y'all remember when a double cheeseburger from McDonald's was $1? Now it's what? $3.50, almost $4? And it's all because of this. It's all because of this. Everything that we are seeing is because the United Nations wants to fuck around with the population of this country and let's see, who else? Scroll correctly. France, Germany, Italy, Japan, Republic of Korea. Like, what are we doing messing with them? Russian Federation, and you wonder why they hate us. United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, United States of America, Europe, and all the European Union countries together. That's why you're seeing this globally. When you talk about this online to people, well, this is happening to every other country, so what are you bitching about? Yeah, it's because the United Nations thinks that redistributing the population all over the world to these different countries to replace the workforce is a good idea.
Is that I would defer to the two gentlemen on the left. Isn't that accurate that that has happened?
Yes.
And the isn't it also accurate that organizations like the International Organization for Migration, which I think we fund 25% of the United Nations, don't we? Something like that. Isn't it also accurate that they are passing out prepaid debit cards?
In the tune of $5,000 plus per person?
So the NGOs are a critical chain in this part of this whole chain for illegal immigration. What should we do in regards to those NGOs that are facilitating illegal immigration, that are a link in the chain? Go ahead.
Well, I think you need to stop funding them, first of all, because, while there's thousands of empty ICE beds at about $117 a night, sitting empty, we'll pay an NGO to put them in a hotel room in New York City for $500 a night, 3 meals a day, free medical care, work authorization. I mean, you're rewarding illegal behavior. So I think, and when they're in ICE detention, the average length of stays is 35 to 40 days. When they get out, it'll be years.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to yield back. It seems like the NGOs are profiting off from this.
Gentleman's time has expired. Ms.
Common sense.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by noting that one of our witnesses was one of the leading architects of the Trump administration's cruel and horrific family separation policy.
Now, again, like I said, Democrats only talk to their stooge that they bring into these hearings. If they talk to any other person that's in there, they go to try to attack that person, to belittle him or her, to go after their character, to insult them, to put them down. And if you say anything, well, I guess you're held in contempt of Congress. We've seen it before. It has happened to people. Here's a perfect example of that. Horrific. They separate children from their families. What she's not telling you is we had rapid DNA testing under the Trump administration to make sure that these children are the actual children of the people that are coming into this country with the children in tow. If they were not a DNA match to that child, they would take the child from the person that is smuggling a child into this country. And just like the Dr. Phil interview with the chief border patrol officer said, they're shipping them into sex rings. They are trafficking children through sex rings. They know it's happening. They're doing it. We took away the DNA, the rapid testing DNA tests. We took that away under Biden. So these people could traffic children. And here we go. She's not going to tell you that. She's not going to mention that. She's just going to attack this man.
I was the first member of Congress to go and meet with separated moms detained in federal prison. I heard firsthand how the Trump administration imposed a zero humanity policy to prosecute parents in mass court proceedings, resulting in the United States government under Donald Trump tearing thousands of children from their moms and dads.
They were not their moms and dads. They were traffickers. They did rapid DNA testing, but she's not going to mention that.
None of the mothers that I met with even got to say goodbye to their children.
It wasn't their
Some
children.
were put in rooms right next to their children, and they could
It
hear
wasn't their
children
children.
sobbing for them, and they never got to say goodbye.
It wasn't their
I am
children.
still to this day haunted by the testimonials that I heard from parents and from children. The Department of Justice Inspector General came out with a detailed report that says that Attorney General Sessions and his top aides, like our witness, Mr. Hamilton, were the key drivers of that policy. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter that report into the record.
Without objection.
We have memos that were leaked, filled with edits and comments from Mr. Hamilton, where he clearly approves of a plan to, quote, begin separating family units, end quote, and is even looking for ways to ensure that children who are separated from their families are removed as quickly as possible.
Again, Beavis Knows is not saying anything about the rapid DNA testing that actually proves that these children are not to the supposed parents that are trying to traffic these children into the United States of America. She just wants to go after his character. And yet not a single fucking spineless Republican in this hearing says anything about it. Nor does Mr. Hamilton or Mr. Homan, which both of you should have said something. You should have stood up and said you're a complete fucking liar. We were doing rapid DNA testing, and those children that you're talking about ripped away from their families weren't their actual blood children. They were no more related to it than I am to every single one of you out there.
I ask unanimous consent that that be placed into the record as well.
Without objection.
And thanks to Democratic oversight efforts, we know the tragic results of Donald Trump's cruel family separation policy. Today, as many as 2,000 children still remain separated from their parents.
As many as 2,000 children, yet 87,000 children under the Biden administration have gone missing. But again, ladies and gentlemen, the problem that we are having is the border crisis that the president of the United States is Joseph Robinette Biden. So what does Orange Man have to do with any of this? Oh, wait. Yeah, that's right. Deflection. Look at the right hand because the left hand is going up your ass.
And we have testimony from child welfare experts that the best available evidence shows that Donald Trump's policy of tearing children from their parents, quote, entails very significant and potentially lifelong risks of psychological and physical harm. So, Mr. Hamilton.
Again, why does it look like somebody smashed her in the face when she was a child with a damn shovel? Why does she have such a Beavis nose to her? It is fucking disturbing. Like her chin sticks out further than her nose does. Her forehead sticks out further than her nose does. The entire middle of her face looks like it has been smashed in. What is wrong with you? Serious question.
And my question for you is simple. Do you regret the role that you played in the family separation policy? Yes or no?
I would refer you to the statement that I provided.
I asked for a yes or no answer.
I'm giving
Do
you an answer. I'm not going to give you a yes or no. I would refer you to the statement that I provided to the Inspector General about my assessment of their report and the accuracy thereof.
A 2021 DOJ Inspector General report determined that your office, after investigation, after talking to you, the Office of the Attorney General was the, quote, driving force behind the family separation policy. The Deputy Attorney General, Rod Rosenstein, actually issued a statement of regret for his role. I assume that you have no such statement of regret to offer us today?
I think if you read my statement and not just the hatchet job that the Inspector General's office issued, you would see my feelings about the matter.
The evidence clearly indicates that your zero humanity policy was intended to permanently separate children from their parents. It is a fact that DOJ did not coordinate with HHS or even give HHS a heads up on the policy before rolling out the family separation policy. And as you know very well, children deemed or rendered unaccompanied are in HHS custody, and the DOJ Inspector General noted your own experience coordinating across multiple agencies to implement policy. You knew very well, Mr. Hamilton, exactly what you were doing. Your former colleague, Attorney General Sessions' Chief of Staff, Matt Whitaker, admitted to me under oath in this room that DOJ did not have a system in place at the outset of the family separation on the prosecution side to track separated parents and children. No less than 5 of your own prosecutors raised concerns with you about what was to happen to separated kids in the days after you released the policy. And your boss's response was, we need to take away children. And I am deeply troubled that you can't even do what Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein did. And
I'm sorry, I'm just going to interject right there. The exact quote is, we need to take away children from the people that are trying to traffic them into the United States because they are not the children's parents. That was the exact quote. But again, ladies and gentlemen, what does this have to do with Donald Trump or anybody that worked under his administration when the problem lies at the hands, well, I'm sorry, at the feet of this president right here, Joe Biden? What does anything have to do with this? And if she bugs her eyes out even further, I'm pretty sure they're going to pop out of her head.
actually say that you regret your role in that absolute catastrophe. Mr. Reichlin-Melnick, very quickly, because I only have 18 seconds left, my colleagues claim that Section 212F of the Immigration and Nationality Act gives the president the ability to shut down the border. Can you please explain why that's inaccurate and what happened when former President Trump tried to rely on that so-called authority to shut down the border?
Well, let's just bring it up again. Section 212F of the Immigration and Nationality Act gives the President of the United States broad authority to implement immigration restrictions by proclamation. The President can suspend the entry of any aliens or a class of aliens or temporarily place restrictions on the entry of a class of aliens if he or she determines that the entry of such aliens would be detrimental to the U.S. interests. It's like it can be used, right?
Override the Immigration and Nationality Act. As
your
the
microphone.
Supreme Court itself said, both in 2018 and
Microphone.
just really quickly, but the Supreme Court said in both 1993 and in 2018 that 212F cannot override the core provisions of the Immigration and Nationality Act. One of those is the right to seek asylum regardless of how a person enters the country. Therefore, you just cannot use it for this authority.
Hold on now. Isn't everybody coming across the border trying to say they're seeking asylum? Every single damn one. If they don't cross the border illegally through non-ports of entry, every single one of them are trying to claim asylum. Now, why is that? It's like Mr. Tiffany says. They're using that as an excuse for everything when overwhelmingly 90% of all of these cases are rejected. You pay for them to stay here. You pay for their claim. And you pay for their rejection. Again, Biden is shipping these people over the border into this country now to lessen the amount of interactions, the encounters, as they call them, at the border. He's flying them into the country now to spread them all across the United States so that Border Patrol doesn't recognize the fact that they had an encounter with an illegal immigrant at the border claiming asylum. So you're trying to use the asylum claims as a loophole, saying the president can't use Section 212F of the Immigration and Nationality Act because every single person is claiming asylum. It's a retarded fucking statement. Once you get down to the whole fact that 90% of these cases are rejected, actually more than 90%. 90% of these cases are actually rejected and they are deported back. Which, by the way, Joe Biden's deporting more people than Donald Trump did. Why are they here in the first place? Good question, isn't it? They're coming here seeking asylum, and 90% of them are being rejected. More than 90%, but 90% of them are being rejected and sent back on your dime. Interesting, isn't it?
Can be used to interdict people at sea, but that's different because they haven't arrived on U.S. soil. Migrants who've already crossed the border and are on U.S. soil cannot be turned away without
Ladies,
authority.
time has
You, I yield
expired.
back.
Chairman Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hamilton, did Joe Biden cause this problem?
Yes.
He not only caused the problem, he told us he was going to cause the problem, didn't he?
He absolutely did.
In the Democrat debate in 2020, here's what then candidate Joe Biden said: migrants should, quote, immediately surge to the border. They took him up on his offer.
Correct.
The idea that the Democrats say, oh, no, it was Trump who caused the problem, it's Republicans who caused the problem, it's climate change that caused the problem, is BS. Joe Biden caused it, and he told us he was going to do it.
Yes.
What has that resulted in? 8 million migrants coming into the country in 3 years and 47 days. 8 million. And we're on pace to get to 12 million. That is the magnitude of the problem. Mr. Hamilton, has that magnitude of that volume of individuals coming to our country, has that put a strain on the United States, on communities and everything else?
Absolutely. Anyone can look and talk to mayors, talk to local communities, talk to governors.
As a matter of fact, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it himself.
I would, in fact, make sure that we immediately surge to the border. All those people are seeking asylum. They deserve to be heard. That's who we are. We're a nation that says if you want to flee and you're fleeing oppression, you should come. I would, in fact, make sure that we immediately surge to the border. All those people are seeking asylum. They deserve to be heard. That's who we are. We're a nation that says if you want to flee and you're fleeing oppression, you should come.
Immediately surge the board and claim asylum.
And see the results themselves for
Does it
themselves.
put a strain on schools?
Yes.
Remember in New York when they told parents, your kids can't come to school today because we have to put migrants in the schools. They're going to have to learn remotely.
Correct.
Did it put a strain on hospitals?
Yes.
How about law enforcement?
Yes.
All kinds of law enforcement concerns, not just the attacks on law enforcement, all kinds of other concerns, right?
Correct.
Concern on safety in communities around our country, not just on the border. Did it put a concern on safety? How about municipal budgets? Is there a concern there?
Yes.
Because of this problem that Joe Biden told us he was going to cause and actually caused? Have migrants died in this journey coming here because Joe Biden told them to surge to our border and come into our country?
Yes.
Kids,
Yes.
women, all kinds of terrible things happen to them?
Absolutely.
And then back to your opening statement. Have Americans died?
Yes.
Laken Riley, Kate Steinle, and others, right?
Correct.
That is the magnitude of this problem, and we're on pace. We're on pace to get to 12 million in the 4 years of Joe Biden being president. I tell people often that is equivalent to the entire population of our state. And we're a big state. We're the 7th largest state in this great country. 12 million people. So here's where I think we're at. We know the cause of the problem. We know the magnitude of the problem. What's the solution? Seems to me we call time out. Seems to me we say no more. Let's just stop. Let's not exacerbate the problem. Let's just say time out. And I've advocated for a simple sentence that I want you guys to comment on. I've advocated for a sentence in an appropriation bill that says no money can be used to process any more or release into the country any new migrants. What do you think about that, Mr. Hamilton?
I think that would be a wonderful idea.
And don't you think the American, I've never seen, in my time, I've been in politics a few years now. I don't know if I've ever seen an issue with this intensity. We got a time with record inflation. We take your family out to dinner in the Biden American economy. Right now, you take your family out to dinner, it's $300 just to take your family out for a nice meal in this Biden inflation world. But what's the number one issue in polling across the board? It's the border. That's how intense this issue is with the American people. And maybe we should just say time out. Let's stop now. What do you think, Mr. Holman? Should we do that?
Before he answers that question, ladies and gentlemen, the governor of New York City, Kathy Hochul, activated the 1,000 National Guard, New York National Guard, to quell the crime that was happening in the subways. Good Samaritans slashed at New York City subway station hours after Hochul sends in National Guard. Now, they say there's 750. Reports have been 750 to 1,000 throughout everything. No matter what you see, it's either 750 or it's 1,000. The information is really, really unclear, but they're telling you migrant crime is not a thing. They're telling you that these are all the citizens that are creating these crimes, that are committing these crimes. They're telling you that, even though it's universally known that those illegal immigrants beat those cops in New York City and they released them, and then they went on to create more crime elsewhere. Yeah, migrant crime isn't a thing. Ladies and gentlemen, it's you. They're peaceful. They're not breaking our laws. You're breaking our laws. Huh. So if that were the case, Mayor Adams said this illegal immigration is going to destroy this city. Then he gets raided by the FBI because somehow the country of Turkey, I think it is. No, yeah. The country of Turkey got him elected. Something like that. The FBI raids him, and then he stops screaming so much about how the immigration is destroying his city, and gives a pilot program or something like, what was it, 500 people are getting $1,000 a month, and somehow that equals up to $53 million. Now do the math on that. How does that equal up to $53 million? It doesn't. But the rest of the money is going into administrative fees and credit card, or the debit card fees and everything like that. It sounds like a lot of money laundering, does it not? Yeah. They're blaming you for what they're causing. It's all your fault, ladies and gentlemen.
I think we need to secure the border and save lives. And bottom line is, I understand one of the congresswomen met with separated families' parents. Did she meet with Lake and Riley's parents? How many of them met with, we got angel moms and dads by the thousands who separated from their families, but they buried their children because of the open border.
I'm all for securing the border. We passed good legislation a year ago that would do that. What I'm saying is, when the problem is this, when the magnitude of the problem is where it is now, the old line, when you're in a hole, quit digging, right? Like, let's quit making it worse by allowing more and more people to come into the country. Maybe we should say time out and then focus in on securing the border, of course, but just stop the influx that we see. And that's what I'm asking you. Do you think that makes sense now?
We have to stop the influx.
Yep. Mr. Arthur?
Mr. Chairman, it's clear that we have to stop the influx. This is unsustainable. In fact, former President Obama did an interview on ABC, Good Morning America, back in September 2021. And he talked about the humanitarian concerns. We're humanitarian people, that we have instincts for that. But he noted the fact that open borders are unsustainable. Mr. Chairman, right now we're seeing the unsustainability of open borders. Cities and towns across the United States. I live in North Carolina. We don't really have a whole lot of illegal immigrant problems. But the people in North Carolina, when they're polled, say it's a huge issue. My neighbors, they tell me that it's a huge issue because they're feeling it everywhere.
Joe Biden caused the problem. He told us he was going to do it. The magnitude of the problem is so egregious. It's the number one issue on the minds of the American people. And the solution to the problem could be with Congress. If we would just say, we're not going to fund the processing and releasing of any more migrants into the country. That's what we could do. Short of that, we're going to have to wait for an election, hopefully have President Trump win so we can get back to a chief executive who actually will enforce the border. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Nadler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hamilton, you authored Chairman Jordan's August 2023 amicus brief before the Fifth Circuit in Missouri versus Biden, correct?
That's correct.
And that brief cites heavily to transcripts from interviews taken by this committee, correct?
That's correct.
Were you provided access to those transcripts?
I was provided access to transcripts, yes.
How were they made available to you?
Well, I'm not going to get into anything further, anything that was...
On this point right here, I will say, the rare occasion, I am going to agree with Nadler. All these hidden transcripts, everything that they've been keeping, it all needs to come out. Every single one, whether it's good or bad, it doesn't matter. Every single one of them needs to come out. As a matter of fact, we still have yet to have James Biden's transcript. We still have yet to have Dr. Fauci's transcript, but we have Hunter Biden's transcript because they pushed for it 24 hours after. Huh. Fauci was back in January. Damn near 2 months later, we still have yet to have that transcript. I want to know what was fucking said. Oh, and by the way, they sit there and say, well, they want to do these behind closed doors and everything because they can have all day with them. They can have hours with these people. They can just sit down. They don't have to go by the 5-minute rule for everybody. No. You can have these live and still do the same thing. You want to hide it. You want to hide everything. That's for Republicans and Democrats. They both do it. As a matter of fact, it wasn't that long ago that Democrats were saying everything has to be done behind closed doors before it can be brought to the public. And now they're screaming and crying about how everything is behind closed doors. It's amazing how that's done.
Protected by a privilege, so no, I'm not
Wait a
going to
minute.
answer that question.
How you got access to transcripts is not protected by privilege.
Well, sure it is. In my communications, in the way that I talk with my client, in the method in which I receive things from them is protected.
Okay, but you got the transcripts. Are you aware that these transcripts have not
Oh, he
been
just
released to the
spanked your
public?
ass on that, though.
I have no awareness of anything. I have awareness of what my client
That's an
tells
interesting
me.
admission. Are you aware that I sent Mr. Jordan a letter this past August explaining that the brief you wrote repeatedly misrepresented what witnesses actually said in those interviews?
I have heard about a letter that was sent by you.
Are you aware that it is sanctionable violation of Rule 11 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure to knowingly misrepresent facts before a tribunal?
I am certainly aware of the rule. I'm certainly aware that we did not violate the rule.
If you believe that you correctly and honestly represented the facts brought out in those witness interviews, will you join me in calling on Mr. Jordan to make all of the transcripts public?
Hold on. He's talking about a rule where everybody that talks about these things behind closed door sessions is supposed to correctly and honestly represent the facts. Not too long ago on the Voice of the People channel, we went through the entire Hunter Biden transcript, and every single Democrat misrepresented single thing that was said behind closed doors. So where's the accountability for that, Nadler? Even James Comer did the same thing. He misrepresented a few things he actually said to the media purposely. Everybody did it. So where is the accountability for that? Oh, yeah, that's right. It's D for different, and you get to do anything you want, including commit insider trading, because you have firsthand knowledge of the companies and everything you regulate. You have firsthand knowledge of what the actual the stock market's going to do, so you get to trade before anybody else does. As a matter of fact, during the pandemic, they knew the lockdowns were coming, and 76 of our representatives, 76 of the people that knew it was coming down, started shifting their stocks into companies that were actually doing good, into companies that they knew would prosper from the lockdowns. Didn't Martha Stewart go to jail for insider trading? But apparently, if you're a member of the government, those rules don't apply to you.
Public without delay?
I will do no such thing at this point in time.
Why
no.
not?
I'm not going to engage in a debate with you in something that I have with one of my clients in open hearing.
Okay, so let me summarize. There is testimony before a closed hearing of this committee. Transcribed interview before a closed hearing of this committee. Those transcriptions or transcriptions of those interviews are made available to you. You use them in a letter. You use them in a brief that you write. Those transcripts have not been released to the public, and allegations have been made, including by me, in a long letter to Mr. Jordan, that there were misrepresentations of those transcripts, and you won't join me in asking that they be made public so we can see whether, in fact, I am correct in saying that your letter, or your brief rather, misrepresents those transcripts. Mr. Chairman.
Hold on now, Mr. Nadler. Hold the fuck up. While you were while you were chairman of the Judiciary Committee, and the Democrats held the House in the 117th Congress, 138 transcripts have still yet to be released. So while you're screaming and crying about all this shit being there, while you're screaming and crying about these transcripts not being released, you did the exact same thing. We've been waiting years for some of the hidden transcripts from your committee when you were chair. It's amazing how that works, right? You get to do it, but nobody else can.
Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to place my August 2023 letter to Mr. Jordan into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Reichen-Melnick, my colleagues on the other side of the dais seem fixated on the idea that the President and the executive branch have the ability to exert total control over the border, even going so far as to force an impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas because he could not adhere to the impossible, quote, operational control, close quote, standards of the Secure Fence Act. Has any president of any party ever been able to exert total operational control over the border in accordance with the standards for the Secure Fence Act?
No, not at all.
Has any country in modern history been able to exert such control over their borders?
No, no country in human history has been able to shut the border to 100% of crossers. And in fact, every presidential administration, the last 3, have all released many people crossing the border.
Thank you. When was the last time that Congress reformed the immigration system to expand lawful pathways, and have encounters at the border increased or decreased since that time?
The last time Congress expanded lawful pathways was November 1990, 1 month before the first website went online. At the time, crossings were a little bit higher than they are today, but at the time, only about 1 in 3 people crossing was even detected. Today,
That's actually true. 1990 was when the internet was born. The internet isn't even that old, and look how far we've come with it. Jesus.
70 to 80% of people crossing are detected, given all the border security apparatus.
Well, let's put it this
built
way.
up since
The
then.
internet
Numbers are about the same.
was
About the
publicly
same.
available
It's
for
hard to say
everybody.
because we don't have data on unique encounters, but
DARPA was a thing.
not that different.
In May of 2023, last year, the American Immigration Council published a report entitled Beyond the Border Solution, outlining recommendations for long-term fixes to the problems in our immigration system, rather than focusing on short-term patches. In the time we have left, can you please discuss some of the solutions you propose in that report and how they would be more effective than trying to unilaterally shut down the border?
The first and most important thing Congress can do is just put resources in the system. You cannot adjudicate asylum claims at the border rapidly if you don't have the asylum officers to do it. You cannot have immigration cases heard rapidly if you don't have the immigration judges to do it. You need to get the system functioning again, and the only way to do that is if Congress steps in. Unfortunately, earlier this week, I think today, Congress voted to actually cut the budget of the Immigration Court, cutting it by $16 million. This is not the way forward. We need to increase that budget.
Oh, it's amazing, ladies and gentlemen. Just throw money at it. That's always the answer. Just throw money at it and the problem goes away. However, here's the difference. We actually had the ability to do all the asylum claims under the previous presidents. That was never a problem under any other previous president. It was never a problem, but it is under this one. What's the difference? Well, we had anywhere between 500,000 to 500,000 per president beforehand. And this one, we've got millions a year. Millions a year coming through. So throwing money at the problem does what? Money that we don't have because we are $34 fucking trillion in debt and steadily skyrocketing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
Mr. Roy.
Thank the chairman. Thank the witnesses for being here and providing your testimony. Mr. Homan, a quick question. Would you characterize my engagement with the Trump administration with respect to border security as strong, as supportive of what the Trump administration was doing and working with you, maybe Mr. Morgan and others to try to accomplish the objectives of securing the border of the United States?
Yes, sir.
Would you characterize, based on your knowledge, that in some way, shape, or form, I, though, bow down to the former president? Would you think that would be the common knowledge of people out in the world, that somehow that is my position?
Not you.
Is it true that I endorsed an opponent of the former president in the primary?
Yes, sir.
Is it true that the former president called on a primary challenger for me in December?
Sir.
That the former president called on a primary challenger for me in December?
Yes, sir.
So the reason I bring that up is, are you also aware that I opposed fairly vigorously and loudly the Senate bill prior to the former president's commentary on the bill?
You and every expert I know that wore the uniform and did the job.
And numerous Republicans that you know and work with that were concerned and seeking guidance on what we were hearing in terms of what the Senate bill was going to be and how it was produced, expressed opposition to the bill prior to the former president commenting on the bill.
Yes, because we believe H.R. 2 is the fix.
That is actually true. Every single House Republican, well, not every single one, but damn near every single House Republican expressed opposition of the bill before it even reached the public. Why? Because they were talking to each other. They were telling each other from the Senate to the House what was in this bill, what was going to happen, and they started saying, this is not a good thing. It's a lot of bullshit in this bill. We're going to oppose it. And then Donald Trump came out after the bill was released to the public and said, I don't like this. And now every single Democrat is saying they're trying to block the bill because Donald Trump told them to. It's a lie.
So this, or the Senate bill was a fix.
No, we believe H.R. 2.
You believe H.R. 2 is the bill that would fix the problem. The Senate bill is a bill that was a fake bill by our Democratic colleagues to have something to hide behind.
The Senate bill would not have solved the problem. H.R. 2 would have solved the problem because it's based on policies that we prove were effective.
So this notion that our Democratic colleagues are putting forth for people to believe, as we head into the State of the Union tonight, that the Senate bill would actually solve the problem is false. And the idea that somehow it is Republicans who are the problem because they put up a fake bill that wouldn't secure the bill, that would codify the mass releases, that is somehow the actual reality, correct?
I think the Senate bill was an attempt to switch gears and put it on the Republicans because they knew it would never pass the House.
So to that point,
exactly what I was saying before with it. They were screaming the border's not a problem. This open border shit is a right-wing conspiracy theory. And then all of a sudden the bill comes out and they scream, invasion! The Republicans won't help us close the border. Look at them. They were telling you for 3 fucking years that this isn't a problem. They were telling you for 3 years that this is a conspiracy theory. And then all of a sudden that bill comes out and they immediately flip. Go back and look at all that shit. If you don't believe me, look at the reporting before the Senate bill was released to the public. Look at how they were reporting it. And then look at news stations about our news articles and you know, little video clips from news stations about what they were saying before the bill. And then the very next day, look at what they were reporting after. It's all a lie. They continue to lie to you. They continue to feed you bullshit.
I think it is critically important for Mr. Hamilton.
So we need rulers. Why? Tell me again why this group of men have a higher right over my life and property than I have. I can't tell you why. I can't tell you why. As a matter of fact, Bad Barney, No Bullet, I stay on Rumble most of the time with the Voice of the People channel because I'm the one screaming, we need to Kazakhstan this motherfucker. And we are on YouTube, so I won't go any further than that. Just look up what happened in Kazakhstan just a few years ago. Now, when you're looking that up, remember, Hunter Biden, let me take that off screen. Remember, Hunter Biden got to roughly around $214,000 from Kazakhstan for a Porsche. Remember that as you read what happened in Kazakhstan. I think it was like 2017, 2018, something like that. No, it was actually earlier than that. That wasn't that long ago. But why you look that up? Remember that little shit about Hunter Biden.
And you'd have the opportunity to maybe respond to some of the accusations made about the Trump administration, about the policies. Do you have some thoughts on those?
Well, I certainly do, and thank you for the time. Look, our policies that we adopted across the Trump administration and throughout the Trump administration were about securing the border, about protecting the integrity of our immigration system, and reducing human suffering. It's undoubted. No one can deny the fact that there are countless people who are harmed on the journey up to the United States, who are trafficked, who are enslaved here in the United States. And if we want to talk about family separations, I'd like to point out that this administration's policies have led to 500,000 children being separated by their parents coming to the United States by themselves and subjected to who knows what and lost by this Department of Health and Human Services. No one cares. No one cares where those kids are in this administration. No one's going out and looking for them. So for all these crocodile tears that are shed about what happened in a prosecution policy during the Trump administration, nobody cares about the 85,000 plus kids that this administration has lost and the 500,000 kids who have been trafficked here during this administration.
And the children that have been lost by this administration, they don't even know where they are, right, through ORR.
They're gone.
And another issue here that I think merits...
The same ones that say you don't care about the kids because you don't want to give up your money for some bullshit funding and everything that doesn't fucking work. The same ones that say you don't care about the kids because you won't let them chop off body parts because you pressured them into thinking that they're trans. The same people that say this are the same people that are completely silent and 100% ignorant about the fact that this administration has lost track of 87,000 plus children that have come across the border. And the known people that have been shoved into sex traffic rings. Those same people are the ones screaming, you don't care about kids.
Consideration is the extent to which the allegation that you've got members of the Republican conference who have expressed a belief that this administration could actually reverse a lot of the damage that it has done, compared to our simultaneous belief that we need legislation to fix problems.
Shovel face.
Those
That's
two
better
things
than
can be
Beavis
true,
knows.
correct? The idea that we're talking about 212F, which by the way has not been fully explored, but also the notion that parole has been being abused for mass releases, which is precisely how the individual got into the United States that killed Laken Riley, by mass releases. Is that true, Mr. Hamilton?
That's true.
Is that true, Mr. Homan?
Yes.
And so the idea that you don't also need legislation to deal with
Never mind.
Flores,
I'm not going to make that joke.
the issues that you had previous rulings
We're
by
on
courts
YouTube.
that caused the family separation type issues is false. Of course we need legislation, but we need legislation that works. HR 2 would work. the legislation would actually solve problems. It would create an environment where it could enforce the law. It would hold the administration accountable, and it would give power for states to be able to hold it accountable. And the idea that you can't have that at the same time is saying that this president is responsible through mass parole to endangering the American people is a fiction by our Democratic colleagues trying to obfuscate and cover up for the open border policies killing Americans. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Correa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, let me say that no Democrat, and I imagine no Republican, is for any kind of criminal activity. None of us condemn any kind of criminal activity. And I believe any criminal that preys on our tax.
Hold on. Say that again.
He's killing Americans. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Correa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, let me say that no Democrat, and I imagine no Republican, is for any kind of criminal activity. None of us condemn any kind of criminal activity.
You don't condemn criminal activity? No Democrat condemns criminal activity. And you're going to put yourself out there and say Republicans don't condemn criminal act? Sir, what the fuck are you smoking?
And I believe any criminal that preys
Let's
on our
be honest, he meant
taxpayers
condone, but
should
still.
be prosecuted. And the United States is no place for a criminal. You know, a few years ago, I came home.
You're right. The United States is no place for a criminal. So why the hell do every single one of our government officials, why the hell are they still in this country? Every single one of them have committed fucking crimes. Every one of them have. So why are they here? Rules for thee, but not for me.
From work to police sirens, police activity, many police cars in my neighborhood. Later on, I found out that a man had been caught in the middle of an act of raping a woman in a local laundry room, apartment laundry room. Later on, the local police chief had told me that they had determined through investigation that this man was responsible for at least 20 rapes that had been reported. All the victims were undocumented, and the perpetrator was an American citizen. The perpetrator was an American citizen. No place in our society for these animals. Mr. Melnick, I'm going to ask you.
Okay, so Americans create heinous crime too. That's always been a thing. That will always be a thing. However, these people, through even allegation, American citizens, through even allegation, are arrested and detained. And if you can post bond, you're released. If not, you have to wait in jail until you are released. Ladies and gentlemen, on the Voice of the People channel, we can go through it again if you want to. Democrats are saying that unless you convict these illegal immigrants, unless you convict them of a crime, you should not and cannot detain them. You can't put them in immigration detention, which is literally jail, except for the fact that if you are found guilty, you are deported. I think I'm kidding. Let me find it while he continues.
What's a secure border?
I mean, that's a hard question to answer, but because the definition depends on everybody. The border has had, is it a border?
I'm going to
that
ask you
100%
again.
of people-
Have
yeah.
we ever had a secure border on any administration?
No administration has ever 100% shut the border.
Mr. Melnick, that President Trump or President Biden caused the COVID epidemic.
No.
Is the border challenge right now that we have essentially a refugee crisis at our border? Is that unique to the United States?
No, every country in the Western Hemisphere is.
Colombia has about 3 to 4 million refugees that they're dealing with. Costa Rica's ambassador was screaming at us the other day. He's got a refugee challenge. Mexico, and this morning I found out even Jordan has a major challenge with refugees. And of course, Germany.
All right, I think it's I think it's this one right here, Miss Escobar. This is markup of HR 7343, the Detain and Deport Illegal Aliens Who Assault Cops Act.
To once again stress for anyone watching at home, what is happening in this Judiciary Committee is becoming a pattern and practice week after week after week, which is really the majority's effort to demonize immigrants as often as possible, to try to get Americans to come to be suspicious of immigrants, to loathe immigrants, to see immigrants as criminals. And I want to object to that repeated practice that we're seeing on judiciary. No doubt that we have a challenge and an opportunity in our country. The challenge is we have not created enough legal pathways, and so a large number of migrants are using the asylum system. But the opportunity that lies before us is that we should be reforming our outdated immigration laws, creating more legal pathways, because immigrants make America better and immigrants help grow our economy. Having said that, I do think it's always important to make sure that we have rule of law in our country. And I have to say, this bill is, as the ranking member said, overly broad. So my amendment seeks to try to address that. Under the current language of this legislation, any individual who entered without inspection, even if they later received deferred action for childhood arrivals or have DACA protections or temporary protected status, TPS, any individual who has those legal protections, who is merely arrested for or charged with any robbery offense, will be subjected to mandatory immigration detention.
You mean like jail and possible deportation if you were found guilty? You mean like the same thing that America goes through? Any American citizen accused of a crime is arrested and detained unless they can post bond or they are released by the judge himself when they show up. Every single American, whether they are guilty or not, is arrested and detained for even an allegation. But go on.
The bill does not have an exemption for someone who is arrested and then exonerated of a robbery offense. As such, even a longtime TPS or DACA recipient who is erroneously arrested for robbery and then released without charges could nevertheless be subjected to mandatory detention under this bill.
Mandatory detention. Huh. So you as an American citizen who gets accused of a crime and you are arrested and detained and held for crime until you are found not guilty of that crime. Well, that's what you go through. But they don't have to. They shouldn't have to. Because they are immigrants. I'm sorry, say what?
This amendment would allow those folks some grace to ensure that longtime residents who have otherwise obeyed the laws, but for their manner of entering the United States, are not subject to mandatory detention under this.
So they don't go to jail for anything that they ever could do or anything that they are accused of doing, even though that you would, simply because of the way they came in here. Anything that they do, it's all fine. As long as they're not, as long as they don't break rules. But for the rule that they broke to come into this country, which is a federal fucking violation in the first place, that's fine. So if they don't break rules, they shouldn't be detained. Right? Well, that's cool. Everybody agrees with that. Except for the fact that if I called the cops on you and I said you did, let's put it this way. I accuse you of wanting to mass pew something. Would you or would you not be arrested and detained until you are found to be, it's found that my claim is completely 100% false? Would you not be held? If I accused you of even shoplifting, are you not arrested and detained until it is found out that you did not shoplift? But no, illegal immigrants cannot be held for their crimes unless they are convicted.
Law. Sadly, people are arrested for crimes they did not commit far more often than we would like to admit.
I'm one of
Too
those
often,
people.
Those arrests are because someone has the same name as the alleged perpetrator, or they are misidentified, either by eyewitnesses or artificial intelligence. We see examples of this all the time. When discussing
Oh, yeah, that's right. Because artificial intelligence is racist. I mean, that's how you get black Nazis, and that's how you get facial recognition that can't tell black people apart from each other. Yet, ladies and gentlemen, it is those same people that tell you you are racist for saying that black people commit most of the over 50% of all violent crime in this country. 6% of the 13% of the black community creates 52% plus of the violent crime in this country. You bring that up and you are racist. The same people that say that are the same people that program this facial recognition, that program this AI. Those are the same people. So who's really the racists?
H.R. 6284, which we passed unanimously out of committee 2 weeks ago, Mr. Massey discussed the problems that communities of color in particular have with being punished for someone else's crime. He also discussed the need to ensure that there are no racial disparities in AI. Unfortunately, we've seen these problems come into play in the criminal justice space. The ranking member discussed some examples of people falsely arrested for robbery, but there are countless others. A man was arrested in New Jersey when a facial recognition system falsely identified him as someone who committed a robbery and tried to hit a police officer with his car when he made his escape.
Hold up. Say that again, Miss Escobar.
Justice space. The ranking member discussed some examples of people falsely arrested for robbery, but there are countless others. A man was arrested in New Jersey when a facial recognition system falsely identified him as someone who committed a robbery and tried to hit a police officer with his car when he made his escape.
Wait. So he was falsely identified for a robbery and then tried to hit a police officer when he made his escape? Are you trying to tell me? Never mind, you already know.
He spent 10 days in jail and $5,000 to defend himself, but it took 10 months for the case to be dismissed for lack of evidence.
As it would you.
Now, if this individual was a DACA or TPS recipient, he would be subject to mandatory detention under this bill, even though he was wrongfully arrested and never committed a crime.
As would you. So they're arguing that since these immigrants come into this country, they shouldn't be held in immigration detention, which is the same thing as prison, with the added effect that you may be deported if found guilty, that they shouldn't be held in immigration detention simply because they are accused of a crime. You must convict them first, but you can't arrest them. You can't hold them. You have to convict them of a crime before you can detain them. But yet, if I call the cops on you, ladies and gentlemen, you are detained, you are arrested, you are put in prison, you are held, well, not prison, but jail, you are held, depending on the crime, whatever, you are held until you are found innocent. If you can't postpone, if the judge doesn't release you, you are held until you are found innocent. But because they are immigrants, most of them illegal, they shouldn't be detained before you convict them. How the hell are you supposed to convict them if you can't even arrest them, number one? What, are you supposed to give them a citation and hope they show up to fucking prison? Or hope they show up to court to face prison time and possible deportation? No, ladies and gentlemen, you must convict them of a crime first, and they argue you still can't deport these motherfuckers. They have to sit in our prisons on your tax dime. That's their argument.
And the rest
I'll be right
of
back.
Europe.
I gotta pee.
So my question to you is, why are people coming? You know, I found out that by the time women from Central America reach our border, about 80% of them are either raped or sexually abused. And they prepare their bodies for that eventuality. So my question would be, from me to you, is why in God's name would a woman undertake that dangerous trip north? Is it because they're looking for a place to enjoy a vacation? Or why would they come north?
No one wants to leave home. They leave because they have no other options, or they feel that they have no other options. And because our legal immigration systems just don't allow people to come here in a way that we would want them to. Again, because we have 7.6 million people waiting in green card backlogs. It is taking people 20 years to get visas to come here, and that has allowed unscrupulous actors to sell this idea that coming to the southern border is the only way. And of course, it's a mixed flow. We have people arriving at our border today who have slam dunk asylum claims. And we have people who are just coming because the United States is the safest and most secure nation in the region. And we don't have a process.
Is that something new? Or
Wait. Okay, I will agree that it's taking decades to get the visas and everything. That is a problem. I will agree with that. But you're going to sit there and tell me, yes, some of them do come here and they do have slam dunk asylum claims. That is true. But some of them are coming here just because America is better. Then do it fucking legally. Granted, it does take a long ass time, and we do need to reform that. We do need to have the ability to bring in people that want to come here legally and do it faster. That is a thing. You are correct. But just because they say, fuck it, I don't want to wait for the opportunity of a lifetime to come into one of the greatest countries in the world and have a better life, I'm just going to illegally flood into the country, that they should just be allowed to do it regardless? Like, we can't vet these people. We can't go through. We can't even make sure that these people can actually acclimate to our laws, our rules, our cultures. And I do say cultures because we do definitely have different cultures here in the United States. We can't make sure that these people are able to acclimate to them, that they should just be able to come across the border and kill people like Laken Riley, and you cannot hold them in fucking jail until they are convicted of that crime. And even if they are convicted, they still cannot be deported. You must pay for them to sit in your fucking prisons.
is that something that's been going on here for a couple of 100 years?
No, it's not new. What is new is, I think, how far abroad people are coming from, but certainly this idea of coming to the United States this way is not new. People have been crossing our border for over a century.
So would you say right now the debate here in this country are confusing the refugee asylum challenge with immigration reform? Sounds like we're talking the same issue, but we really have two different issues. Today, my guest at the State of the Union is a dreamer who's been here almost all her life. She's studying medicine in my district. Can't find that line to that door we keep talking about. Her family can't either, yet they've been productive members of this society for 20, 30 years. Are those two issues being kind of convoluted right now politically?
Yeah, for most people, there's no line that they can get into. There's no...
Absolutely not. Absolutely not, Correa. Like I said, there is a problem with it, with the immigration. We do need to actually streamline that. It could be a lot better, but it is not being conflated because they are not breaking our laws. They are not robbing our citizens. They are not killing our people. They are not doing all this. But yet you're trying to say that anybody who's not a fucking cultist leftist is putting them in the same box with the people that are. And that's never been an argument. As a matter of fact, the people that rail against this shit are saying the illegal immigration is the problem, not the ones who come here legally. The illegal immigration is the problem. You know, the ones that break the laws to get here in the first fucking place. The ones that actually break a federal fucking law a federal felony to come into this country should be held to the same standards. And if they're not, they should be deported from this fucking country because they're here illegally in the first place. But the ones that actually do respect our laws, the ones that are actually real productive members of society, they should have the ability to come into this country and live the life of an American citizen. Not once in every single voice that I have ever fucking heard, not once, that is not a leftist, cultist, Democrat following hail fucking Hillary Clinton kind of person. Not once is any one of those people said that legal immigration is a problem.
Because there's no door.
Get there. There's no door. And if we just have a myopic focus on just the U.S.-Mexico border and we ignore everything else that's
Is
happening in the
Mexico
hemisphere,
helping us at the border? Are they being a partner with us, or are they not?
our relationship with Mexico is incredibly entangled on migration. They have been
Because
providing more and more assistance.
Our guards in blue and green uniforms have told me they've never had better cooperation with Mexico at the border.
It has been since Programa Frontera Sur under President Obama in 2014, we have had increasing cooperation with the Mexican government, but of course, that has not been enough given the scale of migration and displacement in the Western Hemisphere over the last few years.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Once time has expired, Mr. Biggs.
Thank you.
You know why Title 42 was incredibly effective? Because people had to remain in Mexico. Mexico had to front the bill of every damn bit of that. Now, is that wrong for us to put that on the country? I would say yes. Is it wrong for us to put that kind of shit on another country? Yes, 100%. So why was it so effective? Because Mexico got rid of these people. They wouldn't allow them to come into their borders unless they actually had a legal claim. Because Mexico had to front the bill for these motherfuckers, not us. They had to. So they made sure that these people didn't come across their borders to make that trip until Joe Biden said, rush the border, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. Homan, who controls the U.S. southern border?
Criminal cartels in Mexico.
Who directs who's going to enter between the ports of entry?
The criminal cartels in Mexico control our southern border. They decide who goes where, when, and how.
Yeah. When was the last time you were at the border, Mr. Homan?
10 weeks ago.
Yeah. Mr. Arthur, my question for you is, you were the Supreme Court's ruling in Trump v. Hawaii?
I am, sir.
That dealt with presidential authority on regarding entry of non-U.S. citizens, non-U.S. persons into the country. Can you explain to us what the holding was in that court? Not dicta, but the holding.
The holding in that case was that the travel restrictions that the Trump administration had implemented, which were implemented under Section 212F of the Immigration and Nationality Act, were valid. And the Supreme Court looked at 212F and they stated that it exudes deference to the executive in every clause.
It exudes deference to the executive branch. So Mr. Hamilton, does that mean that Congress needs to pass a new law immediately for this administration to try to grapple with the massive invasion from the people coming across the border?
I think that there are a number of tools that this administration has abandoned, and there are a number of tools that are available that have yet to be further explored and expanded upon that Congress has already provided that could secure the border and begin securing the border tomorrow.
Give me an example of one of those tools.
MPP.
Don't you need Mexico to cooperate in order to implement MPP?
You need to overcome their will. It is a battle of wills, and Mexico is never going to want to accept it.
And Mexico indeed did not want to accept it, right, Mr. Holman, when the previous administration under Donald Trump was trying to implement MPP?
Yeah, I was kind of taken back over some of the last conversations that relationships with Mexico have never been better. They were excellent under President Trump. They put military on the southern border and northern border. They entered the Remain in Mexico program. They entered the third escape country agreements. I've never seen cooperation
Gentlemen, yield.
better than it was under
No.
President Trump.
Yeah, so I find it really interesting. I mean, on the many times that I've been down at the border, I remember seeing Mexican National Guard in Juarez. I remember seeing them in various other locations along the southern border, including in Agua Prieta and Naco. I mean, that's
As a matter of fact, it was the Mexican National Guard who was actually waving at and screaming Trump when they saw him at the border in Eagle Pass while Joe Biden was in Brownsville. A place that wasn't a hotbed for illegal migration in the first place, Joe Biden went to. And Trump went to Eagle Pass, which was a hotbed, until Greg Abbott said, fuck you, I'm sending the National Guard down there to take control. Wow. Okay.
I saw him. We actually had mild discourse with him. So I find it very interesting. Let's talk now about what else is happening. What other authorities are necessary? I mean, what does this president say? He's never really said what authority he thinks he lacks. Mr. Arthur, have you ever heard him say or identify any authority that he thinks he needs?
The president usually references a comprehensive immigration bill that he introduced on his first day in office back in 2021 that is really just kind of a major amnesty. It doesn't have any enforcement power.
Right. And so if we're going to bring this under control, I guess, Mr. Holman, what would you say the first step is to bring the border under control with the current authorities? You agree that with Mr. Hamilton's MPP is a great option, but what else?
MPP was a game changer for the Trump administration. It moved illegal immigration to 40-year low. We got to stop catch and release. As my colleague Mr. Hamilton said before, the more you release, the more that come. People around the world right now, you can cross the border legally. You'll be released in 24 hours. You'll be flown to the city of your choice. You begin work authorization. You get a free hotel room, 3 squares a day, and medical attention. The most vulnerable people in the world can put themselves in the hands of criminal cartels to take advantage of that. We got to end catch and release. And that's why the Remain in Mexico program worked, because after it got going in a few months, they stopped coming.
Yeah,
they realized they weren't being released in the United States.
So I want to point out that the Yuma sector in 2021, anybody know how many encounters were at the Yuma sector for the entire year? The last year that Donald Trump was president, 2020. 8,600. 142 miles along that. 8,600. You know how many Yuma gets, about how long it takes him to get to 8,600? It's about 9 days now. And when I was recently down on the TO reservation, San Miguel, there is nothing on the Mexican side for 45 miles. Caborca's the nearest village. They're seeing 600 to 1,000 people a day. Yeah, this administration has plenty of authority to bring this under control. Yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Ms. Escobar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's always fascinating to me to hear folks talk about how often they've been to the border or they parachute in to observe the border. I live on the U.S.-Mexico border. I represent a wonderful community on the border, raised my kids on the border, proud third-generation border resident. There's so much to fact check in the conversation that's gone on to this point. It's hard to pick. But let me start with number one, this idea that the president alone can essentially change the status quo on immigration. If that were true, why would my Republican colleagues have put so much time and energy into filing their immigration bill, H.R. 2, which, by the way, relies almost completely on Mexico to accept nearly every migrant arriving at the southern border, something that's never happened, something that will never happen. Not only is it an interesting irony that they say the president can do it, but here's our great bill that will solve it? Again, kind of incongruous. But I'd like to introduce a couple of articles into the record.
Okay. This retard here doesn't fucking understand exactly the problem. Actually, she does understand the problem. She's just trying to obfuscate the problem as a way to say Republicans bad. Number one, illegal immigration. Really, it is a problem. It will always be a problem, and you are correct. We will never stop every single bit. We will never catch every single person that tries to come through or borders illegally. We will never do that. However, you retarded piece of shit, the problem is it's being done en masse. Millions upon millions are coming across this border illegally every year under this administration, when in past administrations, it was barely there. Stop with the bullshit. Stop with the lies. Stop with the gaslighting and do your fucking job for once in your pathetic ass life.
Ask unanimous consent. The first from June 20th, 2018, Washington Post, and the headline, Trump urges House GOP to fix immigration system. Second article from January 1st, 2019, Politico, the article where the president says current authorities are woefully inaccurate to meet the scope of the problem, said President Trump, complaining about illegal or gaps in U.S. law.
Without objection.
Thank you so much. Also, there's a letter that President Trump sent us January 4th, 2019, a letter to Congress asking Congress to take action. So the whole premise of this hearing is that the president alone can do it. Donald Trump, throughout his tenure, was asking Congress to act. The second falsehood that I would like to debunk, one of our witnesses said, quote, Dems don't want an end to this crisis. I'd like to refresh everyone's memory that there have been multiple efforts to address our broken immigration system where Democrats actually were willing to vote in a bipartisan manner. 2006, 2014, 2018. Every single one of those bills included strong border security components along with legal pathways. Who sabotaged the bills?
Look at Nadler's fat ass walking across the troll. That motherfucker's. First of all, he stands 4'11". Understand that. He is wider than he is tall. Number one. Number two. Every single one of those 2010 or 2006, 2010, 2008, whatever. Every single one of those. You tried to say illegal immigration should happen in one way, form, or another. So when you're talking about reaching across the border, you're reaching across the border or the aisle. You're reaching across the aisle was to say it's our way or the highway. Go fuck yourself. That's it. That's all you got. That's all the Democratic Party has ever done. And again, Republicans do it too. But not to that extent. It's our way or the highway, go fuck yourself. And if you say no to us, we make sure that the American people know that you oppose some bullshit that has nothing to do with the problem at all. That's why you won't go for single issue bills. Because it takes away the ability for saying, hey, I don't want to send $60 billion to Ukraine, but the rest I'm okay with. Well, you just want illegal immigration to happen. You don't want to solve the border crisis because you won't send $60 billion to Ukraine. I'm sorry, you suck what? That's why you don't want it all to happen.
All of those years, it was Republicans. And then this year,
Democrat.
2024.
And it was never solved
no longer
then?
were Democrats demanding legal pathways.
As a matter of fact, it was a right-wing conspiracy theory.
On the Senate side, Republicans got everything they wanted in what was called the toughest border bill ever.
You're sitting there telling me Republicans want to codify illegal immigration. Republicans want 5,000 illegal immigrants to come into this country a day. Only if they're Mexican and Canadian. Everybody else is okay. They don't count towards that total. 5,000 before the president starts to think about closing the border, 8,500 before he has to, and 10,000 a day before it's mandatory above his fucking head. You're telling me Republicans want that. You're telling me Republicans want to spend $20 billion for the fucking border but can't buy a single fucking camera? You're telling me that's what they want? I have never heard anybody make that fucking argument. But that's what's offered in your little border bill, bitch. That's what you say is a bipartisan, strongest border bill ever. We codify illegal immigration.
By Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell. Before
Who strikes out every time he's in front of a
anything
camera.
on paper, Republicans decided to abandon that effort because, as a member of this committee, Mr. Nils said very transparently, why would we fix the problem going into an election? And former President Trump himself said, I don't want them to fix it. They can blame me. So much more.
And they have been. Why? Well, they're not trying to fix it. They're telling you it's a right-wing conspiracy theory. And then all of a sudden their bill comes out and it's an invasion and Republicans don't want to solve the problem. So if Joe Biden lets it happen, and for years it's been a right-wing conspiracy theory until it's advantageous for you to say, hey, it's all the Republicans' fault. If Joe Biden lets it fucking happen, puts it in the law, tells these people to come over here and do all this shit, and he doesn't want to fix the problem, fuck it. We don't have that much more to go. It's not going to be fixed in time for the election any damn way. So just wait for me. That makes fucking sense, right? Wait for the person that actually fucking did something about the border to get back into fucking office versus the person who told you it was a right-wing, white supremacist, fucking QAnon conspiracy theory that all this shit at the border is happening. Until it was advantageous to say, Republicans don't want to help us.
To debunk, but I'd like to actually close by asking one of our experts, Mr. Reichland Melnick, thanks to the work that you do. You know, the Republican colleagues frequently complain that Democrats are open borders, which couldn't be further from the truth. But the only people going on TV consistently talking about open borders are Republicans. Can you tell us what impact that makes? What message that sends to migrants, to have Republicans constantly talking about open borders in America?
Well, I think as we've seen over the last decade, you know, migrant misinformation shared with migrants as a very heavy driver of people coming to the border. And to the extent...
You mean like Joe Biden say rush the border and claim asylum because we'll let you into the country? And then you deport 90% of all asylum claims? You mean that kind of misinformation, sir? No, that's not it. Or you mean the misinformation where people are telling you that they're flooding the border, they're coming across here legally, flooding our ports of entry to keep them busy at the ports of entry so people can walk across unabated? That's misinformation because that is fucking true.
That people say things like the U.S. border is open, I think it does send a message. But of course, in 2018, when I was down talking to separated families, I saw people tell me, I had one person tell me, President Trump opened the border to families. That's why I'm here. So this misinformation is not new. It's not something that's just happening now in the last 3 years.
And unfortunately,
Wait, President Trump opened the border to what? Hold the fuck up. What?
Talking to separated families, I saw people tell me, I had one person tell me, President Trump opened the border to families. That's why I'm here. So this misinformation is not new. It's not something that's just happening now in the last 3 years.
President Trump opened the borders to families? What? No. What? Oh my. Sir? Were you there recently and somebody just misplaced Trump for Biden because they don't understand how our elections work every 4 years for the presidency? Is that what the fuck you're talking about? When did this happen? Oh, you obfuscate when this happened. You don't want to say. Because the truth is, Biden did it, not Trump.
and unfortunately, there's plenty of misinformation coming from the other side of the dais and from some of our panelists. Thank you.
Some of the panelists, yes, like you, every single bit of misinformation comes from you motherfuckers. Ladies and gentlemen, the Biden laptop was Russian disinformation. The jab for YouTube, the jab was safe and effective. Steele dossier was a smoking gun. Human trafficking, child trafficking, is a white supremacist QAnon conspiracy theory. Because the Sound of Freedom movie made it fucking big, somehow it's a white supremacist QAnon conspiracy theory. I can go on for days about this. So when you talk about misinformation, who the fuck was it that wanted to make a disinformation governance board and put Nina Jankowicz, who was in charge of Ukrainian propaganda? Who was that? Because it damn sure wasn't Republicans and it damn sure wasn't that fat orange fuck named Trump.
I yield back.
I gotta piss.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Mr. Van Drew.
Thank you, Chairman. You know, I guess the other side's trying to say here we never had a secure border. Never had it. But we know better. The American people know better. They feel it. They see it. They hear it. They see it in their neighborhoods. They're watching Americans get killed, cities decay, budgets explode in towns, cities, and counties, and in states. The president, this president, President Biden, changed that. Let's just tell the real story of what happened. He ran on it. He spoke about it. He bragged about it. He let Title 42 lapse. He didn't stop catch and release. And he didn't continue with the Remain in Mexico policy. He didn't do his job. I'm not saying he can do every single thing, but what I am saying is what people know, what you all know, which everybody watching this knows, it's gotten much, much worse with this president on purpose. Every hearing we have, and you know, let me say another thing. We're all debating here with our nice suits and dresses in a comfortable building, but meanwhile, people are getting hurt, people are dying, including because we're out of control on the border and the cartels control the border, including the illegal immigrants themselves. And we didn't even talk about the drugs today. By the actions of this president, we have increased, and it's true. I'm not exaggerating, drug addiction in this country with fentanyl. Every hearing we have, every report we read, every statistic we see paints the same picture. Our southern border is in crisis now, and it wasn't before. Under the Biden administration, more than 8 million illegal entries have changed and come into our country, and our global world looks at us as a laughingstock. And every day the administration refuses to act in a real way. In this fiscal year, we've already seen a higher number of illegal entries than any year of President Trump's term.
That is 100% true. In this year, this fiscal year, which is goes back to October, November of last year. We have seen more illegal immigrants come into this country than any part of Joe Biden's history. As a matter of fact, the record breaking, what was it, 32,344, I think, in a single day happened in this fiscal year. In this fiscal year. In a single day. And that's just the ones we know about.
That's a fact. Let's tell the truth. I'm fact checking too. That's a fact. It's gotten so bad, it makes you question exactly how an administration could even look Americans in the face like he will tonight and say this. But when they ignore every law they can and dismantle every effective policy they can, there can be only one conclusion, and it's to change the country. And it's to change it in a way that you all can't deal with and you're not here tonight, but it's to change the Electoral College and to change congressional redistricting. That's the real world. This administration's policies not only failed the law, they failed Americans. And how many innocent Americans are they going to allow to be harmed or even murdered? And
I will say I love his fucking pin. Remember when they were saying, say his name, George Floyd, say his name, George Floyd. It has been hijacked. Say her name, Laken Riley. Using your own shit against you. Every motherfucker should be wearing that pin.
we can't fix it with half-hearted attempts. The Senate bill, a bill that doesn't build the wall, a bill that doesn't completely end catch and release, a bill that would pay hundreds of millions of dollars to NGOs that help illegals subvert our laws. It's a bad bill. The only thing worse than where we are now is to pretend that you do something, and I don't give a damn if you're a Republican or a Democrat. Don't pretend to do something and do nothing. That's what that bill was. It was a political tool. Tom Homan. Mr. Homan, in your view, why have the numbers of illegal entries exploded since President Biden took office?
Because he abolished every policy that we proved effective under the Trump administration.
We know the answer to these questions. Mr. Hamilton, the Biden administration claims it needs new laws to provide any help, any sources to fix the border. Is that true? Is it just resources?
No, and you cannot out-resource your way out of this crisis. You have to have policy changes.
Wait, are you telling me throwing money at it will not make the problem go away, sir? Say it again.
Just resources?
No, and you cannot out-resource your way out of this crisis. You have to have policy changes.
100%
Can you
correct.
tell us, Mr. Hamilton, the most successful, real quickly, Trump-era policies and what the impact of the Biden administration ending them? I don't know what we're arguing about. He ended policies that were working. We were better then than we are now, and you can shape it any way you want. Never has it been a 100% secure border, but it was a hell of a lot better. And when you try to say that it wasn't, people know you're not being truthful with them because they just feel it all around them. But anyhow, can you tell us just real quickly a few of the most successful?
Look, some of the most successful policies worked as a patchwork. They worked with each other, tongue in groove, to ensure that we would dry up the number of people who were coming to the United States illegally, and that we would be able to adjudicate cases as quickly as we can in the United States and get people back home who don't qualify for anything. So that includes MPP, that includes asylum cooperative agreements, that includes other asylum reforms. The list goes on and on.
Quick last question, yes or no? Is the border worse off now than it was 4 years ago under President Trump? Mr. Arthur, I'll start with you, right down the line. Is it better off now or was it better off then? Period. Yes or no?
It was better off then, sir.
It's
Mr. Holman.
historically worse now.
Not that much better.
Not that much better than, okay. Still, you admit it's better, and that's hard, because you're the witness on the other
Hamilton,
side. Yes, Mr. Hamilton.
And then
We're done.
the gentleman,
Better in some ways, worse in others.
Better in some ways, worse than others. Expand on that a little bit. What the fuck do you mean, better in some ways? What, you mean we're not actually taking people who have no blood ties to children and taking those children away from human trafficking and then letting those children go into human trafficking rings? Is that better? Kohler was right. He's the fucking shill.
It was far better under President Trump.
I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Ms. Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, God, this
I'd
bitch.
like to enter into the record an article by Han DeHaas entitled "Border Crackdowns Won't Solve America's Immigration Crisis" that was published in the Wall Street Journal last week.
Without objection.
In this
You're telling me you want to put something into the record that told us the Hunter Biden laptop was a lie, that the jab was safe and effective, that all these other things are right-wing conspiracy theories that wound up being true. You want to go ahead and add an article from the same fucking publication that lied to you time and time and time and time and time again? Okay.
This article, which I commend to everyone who's here and anyone who's watching, DeHaas highlights the economic drivers of immigration on our side of the border that are often are ignored in these policy discussions. The reality is that our economy needs more workers. And in this intense labor market...
Hold on. Again. Our economy needs more workers. I wonder why. Weren't they telling you to stop having children until you had a career? Which puts every woman mid-30s to early 40s, about that time when menopause starts becoming a thing and it becomes dangerous for a woman to have kids. Didn't they tell you to abort your children for any reason? Doesn't matter. Just go ahead and kill the unborn. Aren't they now telling you to sterilize your children with trans-affirming care? Because it's a thing. And then you wonder why the population is not replacing itself. It's almost like this was planned for decades, because ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and that technicolor rainbow in between, March 21st of 2000 from the United Nations. Replacement migration. Is it a solution to declining and aging populations? Wow. But okay.
That drives
What's up?
immigration. I hear this from employers in my own district in the Research Triangle of North Carolina.
Hold on first. Can you hear me? Apparently he's frozen. Kelly, you there? Hello? We'll keep him in just in case.
Carolina. They are begging for legal
Oh,
pathways.
device is
to
not
hire
connected. He
more
disconnected.
workers.
Okay.
And we've heard
We'll have him
this
back in a
for
second.
the last 2 days in Washington, D.C. from the Business Roundtable. Migrants accept the cost and risk of journeying to the United States because they understand that their labor is in demand here and that employment will be easy to come by. In fact, DeHaas makes the point that immigration restrictions actually lead workers who might move to the U.S. temporarily for seasonal work to stay, since their opportunities to come and go are severely limited. Because of the militarization of the border, we no longer have the labor flow that we used to have.
Whoa! Hold on! Because we are stopping illegal immigration, because we are actually trying to make sure that these people come illegally, all because that is our laws. We no longer have the working class that we had. because they told you. She just straight up admitted it. They told you not to have kids. Oh, he's back. You there? I can't hear you. You might have to edit your mics and the settings there to make sure that it's coming through. But because they told you not to have kids, they told you to kill your children for any reason whatsoever, and now they're telling you to sterilize your children. We do not have the working class that we had before because we are militarizing our border and making sure people don't come here legally, albeit the legal pathways that we have right now do need to be changed. Our working population is at a decline. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls and children of all ages, again. The great replacement theory is true. And it has nothing to do with skin color.
Instead, we have a population of migrant workers living in the United States year-round. And we have perverse policies like deporting kids who have come here legally with their parents, who age out of our immigration system because they simply cannot get a visa to stay because the lines are so long. More than 200,000 documented dreamers. I have a bipartisan bill that has passed this House twice to give them at least the ability to stay here, contribute their talents, and be with their families.
All right, let's see. Go ahead and see if you can talk, Telly. Let's see if we can hear you. Still don't hear you. You may have to actually, if you go into settings, hit the audio and make sure your mic is set to the one that you were using and your speakers are set to the one you actually want to hear from, whatever your settings are. That might solve that issue.
Not be deported to a place that they didn't know. And they, Mr. Chairman, came here legally. If Republicans were serious about solving the border crisis, they would crack down on the economic drivers of migration in this country. Mr. Reichlin-Melnick, do we need to expand employment and family-based immigration?
Absolutely. We haven't touched those laws in 33 years.
And can you discuss how the creation of additional legal pathways can impact the numbers we're seeing at the border?
There are a lot of people who are coming today who would like to come here legally, but no pathways exist. And I think the best example to demonstrate this is what the Biden admin has done with Haitian migrants. About no Haitian migrants, virtually none, are crossing the border illegally now. And that's because the Biden admin has expanded legal pathways through them for parole. But those pathways are narrow, not applicable to everybody, and fragile. And without Congress stepping in, that success could be reversed overnight.
Especially with what's going on in Haiti as we speak.
What's going on in Haiti, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, yeah, you remember that 2011 earthquake that rocked the fuck out of Haiti? And then the Clinton administration raised over a couple $100 million to help rebuild. They built like 6 fucking houses and then took off with the money, saying that everything else was administrative fees. We left their country in destitute, claiming that we were going to help for humanitarian aid, left that country in fucking destitute. And now they have roaming gangs trying to take control of that country. So what's going on in Haiti? Oh, wait. We fucked that country, didn't we?
What additional legal pathways should Congress think about creating?
Not just temporary guest worker programs that would let people come, but also ways for people to come here more permanently.
Yeah, foundation, not the administration. My bad.
People should not have to wait 80 years to get a visa, but there are people today, Indian nationals in particular, who are. And you see this, people who would normally have come here on visas who say, the legal immigration system just is not available to me. The only thing I think I can do, people will sell me on, is coming to the border. And that is not how the system should function.
And would the expansion of legal pathways lead to a more orderly and safe process at the border? And if so, why?
Yes, by addressing this issue in a comprehensive way, we have to look beyond just the lens of what is happening exactly at the border. We have to look at what's happening in our legal immigration system, and we have to look at what's happening globally. If all we do is pay attention to the border and don't think about all these other broken parts of our system, we're just going to find ourselves here again 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now.
So in other words, ladies and gentlemen, this crisis at the border was caused by our own president, because I will go back to it. The replacement theory is true, and it has nothing to do with white supremacy. It is true. It is manufactured, and all because they want to expand legal pathways, which we actually should look at. I'm not gonna lie, we should look at, because it takes way too fucking long for somebody who actually really wants to be here, who should be here, to get into this country and become a citizen of the United States. This is manufactured to push workers into this country because they told you not to have kids, they told you to abort your children, and now they are telling you to sterilize your children. Wake the fuck up.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I just want to share with people, before I came back to Washington,
Mama J,
I went to the annual farm.
what's up? How you doing?
Well, headphones are off, so hold on a second.
Scott's coming in.
Okay. Hi, everybody.
What's up?
So we finishing this up real quick here. This is the presidential power to secure the border. I've been railing on this since I got home today. This is
What
fucking
happened?
stupid. No, all right. But, so they're sitting here trying to say that the legal immigration needs to fucking happen because, of course, we need the workers and everything. And for everybody out there, once again, yes, replacement theory is true.
Right.
But it needs to happen because our population isn't here, and we need to expand our legal pathways into the whole point that, like we heard in that little hearing that I showed earlier, we cannot detain people that break our laws because they're immigrants into immigration detention until you convict them of a crime because reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Because reason.
Now, because for both of you out there, if I were to call the cops on you and say you committed a crime, would you not be held in detention until it is found out that you were innocent of that crime?
Yeah, as far as I know.
But they are saying because they're illegal, they're immigrants, not illegals. Legals, illegal, it doesn't matter. But because they are immigrants, you can't hold them into detention. You cannot even arrest them until you convict them of the crime. How the fuck can you convict them of a crime unless you arrest them and hold them into detention to make sure that they are fucking there?
Right, that doesn't make any sense.
Mhm. Well, I also hate how people are throwing out like, oh, well, statistically, illegal immigrants are like not committing as much crime as citizens or whatever. And I'm like, yes, all of them are committing a crime. They're coming over the border illegally. Like,
Yeah.
The
they
first
all committed a
action
crime.
is to commit a crime. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And then of course, look, I brought it up yesterday. You know, they were saying, you know, places like New York, Chicago, they're seeing a reduction in their crime and everything like that because of these immigrants and everything like that. Yet Kathy Hochul took 750 to 1,000, depending on where you get the sources from, of her National Guard to protect the fucking subways. How do you get that? Chicago through that document that I saw yesterday, has seen an increase in a lot of their different crimes. Some of them have decreased, but Chicago has seen an increase in a lot of their fucking crimes since even last year. So how do you square that up with your thinking? I just can't anymore, guys. I can't. But Deli, I know you can hear us. Go ahead and say something. You got your mic fixed yet?
I don't know. Let's see.
Oh, there
Yes,
we go.
you do.
Hey.
All
Oh,
right.
that's good. Hey, here down at the border, no, the illegals don't know the laws.
Well, of course they don't know the laws. They're just
That's,
coming
that's
over here to
never
get
that's
jobs.
never an excuse. No, if you broke a law and you're like, well, I didn't know that was against the law, they'd still arrest your ass.
I know. I
Right.
want to start pulling the Dave
Good
Chappelle.
luck getting that through to Brazilians. That's for
Right.
sure.
I'll start pulling the Dave Chappelle all the time, where like the white dude, he's like, I didn't know I couldn't do that.
But yeah, it's becoming a huge issue. And again, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and end it here. This is not that far. We're coming to the point where we're just going to start dragging people in, and we're going to start talking about things before we get to the State of the Union here that'll begin in roughly about 30 minutes or so. Wait a minute.
Mhm,
We
yeah.
got the 4 deplorables watching the State of the Union.
Yeah.
I mean, Pollard, dude, if you want involved, all you got to do, you don't even need a camera. All you need is a mic, man. Come on in.
This lady and her extremely close eyes is hard to take. I'm sorry. I can't take it. I just had to say something. Those eyes are way too close.
And her
I
mouth.
mean, they
is
are.
beautiful.
Right?
They are. It's like if you took a fish and smashed it like vertically.
Right, the eyes came forward.
Or then again, you also have, where is it? Let's go back a little bit here. Oh wait, that's too far. Then you got this bitch right here. Oh, come on. Look straight on.
She's disappointed.
Look straight on. Look straight. Yeah, this bitch right here. Who is she? Raised her eyebrows and gave that whole little look. Her eyes would pop out of her head. Her face looks like you smashed it with a fucking shovel. Her
Kinda
fucking her chin sticks out further than every other part of her face.
Yeah,
her
that's weird.
forehead sticks out further than her nose does. It's weird.
You got weird head, lady.
It's like somebody took a shovel and smacked her in the face when she was a little kid, like a baby, and her fucking skull is just like smashed in. It's weird.
I'm not sure up if that's thumbs up or thumbs down. Which one is it supposed to be?
No, that was at, hey, number 1, number 2, number 3. That's what she was doing at that point in time. But I'm going to go ahead and take that off the screen. How are y'all doing tonight?
Not too bad. I'm tired.
Yeah. My husband's out of town. I've been taking care of the kids, so I'm exhausted.
Yeah?
Right now. Yeah.
It's shovel face. Hey, by the way, guess what? I connected Rumble.
Oh yeah, nice.
Hey. Oh, I just sent you something in the private chat too.
I say we should do a drinking game every time Biden says MAGA Republicans. You got to drink. I mean, you're probably gonna be wasted, but
I made myself a nice little black
Dude,
and tan.
There you
I'm
go.
already starting to get to that
tonight.
point. I'm already starting to
look
get to
at
that
how-
point.
look at
I've been
how
drinking
nice
since I
that
got home.
is.
But
Might
yeah,
have to take
let's,
two.
let's take a look at this. What do we got? Breaking pro-Palestine protesters are blocking Joe Biden's motorcade to the State of the Union. What? Ow, that was loud.
pretty funny.
They're definitely going at it.
Hold on. Biden's
whole lot.
legacy is genocide.
As they line up.
Y'all created
Line up
this
and
monster.
kill everybody.
Oh, this
You
is
know
going to be a
though, but
shit
here's
show
the
tonight.
thing: like this had they had to get permits or something for this protest.
You would think
Especially
this
where
this
they're at.
size.
No,
This size,
no,
absolutely.
no.
So okay, They put
No,
a fence
hold on,
up.
hold on,
They
hold
put
on.
a new fence up around there. You don't think that they would have gotten like a Capitol Police and shit? They break that shit up.
Here's the thing. Did they need a permit? Okay, let me ask you a question. Did they need a permit in 2017 to
No,
riot in DC?
No,
no.
but this sizing, the gathering, it seems a little
The
weird
way
if
that
it.
it's set up is weird.
Yeah, it's just it seems real orchestrated with others is kind of what I think as well. In a way, maybe not permits, but it's more like the cops are like, we're gonna fucking help you. What we're not gonna do is kick you out of here. It seems really we're gonna let this fucking
Right.
happen.
Because you see the
I mean,
police
they also
presence in the
let that.
background,
They also let
right?
the riots of 2020 happen, where they firebombed the White House and attempt to kill
Yeah,
a sitting
yeah.
president because they were told he was racist.
Yeah.
So okay.
I mean, if they know what signs you're buying offline, I mean, they definitely know when you're doing an insurrection if you're trying to do one. That's for sure.
Yeah, but then again, they also, they did put fences around the Capitol and everything like that. So maybe they did.
Yeah,
But then again, this stuff is this
they
stuff
did
is
that
organized
earlier.
online anyway.
They did that earlier today, didn't they? Setting up for
Yes.
his State of the
No,
Union. Yeah.
that actually started last night.
Okay, last night, yeah. Which is funny. You don't do that for a speech.
But then again, yeah, I mean, you don't. But
You
then
shouldn't.
again, they also organize this kind of shit online anyway.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
Antifa was organizing all over Facebook for the Summer of Love.
Oh, absolutely. And
Yeah.
well, I mean, besides Facebook, everyone it did even though they're in on it, Signal and all them like to act like they're very encrypted. But I mean, didn't Tucker just say not too long ago that he got asked by NSA or some shit or somebody in the NSA or something like that? Like, when are you going to interview Putin when you go over there? Like, and he wasn't talking to anybody about that.
Right.
So it's like, look, they're in on the shit. So
Yeah,
no
they're
matter what,
reading
we
his
also
text
know
messages
that
and
even
shit.
if they're in there listening, even Antifa and all that shit is using stuff like Telegram and all that to be able to organize in the background. And so, I mean, no matter what, it's gonna happen.
Oh, hell,
Yeah, I was on
Telegram
the
ain't-
Telegram for the whole J6 thing. I mean, they were
Yeah.
doing the whole documentary for the whole thing. Like,
Mhm.
where is that at?
Telegram ain't safe. I mean, the Proud Boys fucking
No.
case, they actually proved 100% they can get into encrypted messages from Telegram.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't really matter. They're going to get it no matter what. But I'll be right back. Yeah, I'll go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta pee.
So how long do we think Biden is gonna stay clear-minded for, or clear-mouthed in a way, for this speech? Do you think he's gonna be? Do you think he's gonna be on that hunter juice? Be all fucking Peruvian marching
probably.
dust up, ready to go?
Somebody else is going to talk for sure. That's for sure.
It'd be funny if it was like lip synced, like they had like
Oh,
it
what if
You
was
can
like a
totally do it. You
pre-recorded.
got AI these
You could,
days. Come on.
Right?
it was
They
like a
should
pre-recorded speech, and
they
like
should do
he's
it
just
like
up there like,
right. They should do it like old karate movies.
oh
They'll
yeah.
talk and then the words start coming in partially through.
Oh, yeah, that's
Mhm.
100% going to happen. Definitely.
Or he's gonna make a gap within the first 5 minutes at
Mhm.
tops.
You know, he's gonna end up saying at least we need some shit more. Trying to think of all what exactly he's gonna talk about. He's gonna mention Ukraine. We got to give him more money. Probably he's gonna try to bring up his supposed jobs that he created, even though he didn't create shit.
Yeah, it's
Well,
always good
hold
talk.
on. Let's be fair here, okay? He just broke over not too long ago. He just broke over what they took away from the pandemic. About what was it? September, October of last year.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
So he is creating jobs by letting you go back to work.
Yeah.
No, he's creating jobs because by creating awful inflation, so people have 2 or 3 jobs. That's
Right.
how
Yeah.
Right?
he's
Exactly.
creating
Yeah.
jobs.
I've made that
Look,
argument. I don't know how many
yeah.
times.
He's
I
like,
don't.
look, I'm
Yes.
just giving you more opportunities, multiple jobs. Like you can have more
Plural.
shit to do.
I mean, you got Haley Kennington, who's I'm sorry, Haley, I'm gonna say it. She's working like 3-4 fucking jobs now. So
That's
not
normal.
only is she a reporter, she's actually doing like part-time fucking work in other places to make ends meet because she
Yeah,
has a
it's
huge
crazy.
family. So yeah,
Definitely not creating more jobs. I mean, if he is, It's all in the Uber sector. I don't know if you've seen the stock of Uber.
Oh
As long as
God.
Dow J, like, come on, like Uber's. Look at
Well, look,
Mexico.
that
Oh,
Uber and DoorDash, yeah, we've
Right.
got into that because we use that to bring in food sometimes because we don't want to go out in the public because people are retarded.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
hey, that's all the Venezuelans are doing, man. Like over here, we have a Venezuelan gas station, and they are like giving away free food and free TVs this Sunday. That's like
Wait,
the
what?
reinvention of a gas station. On top of the fact that they have an Instagram whole like page.
They're fucking.
No way.
They're remaking the game, son.
Man, I'm over here in the Woodlands, Texas. Like they are reinventing the whole thing.
Right?
Trust
They're
me.
like it's like a gas station and flea market. They're fucking putting together.
Oh yeah, no, for sure, 100%. If you've seen what it looked like when I went into the gas station, hey bro, how you doing, bro? Yeah, hey bro, yeah, doing great, yeah. Oh, you get our Instagram page. We get a free food on Sunday
That's
and free
funny.
TVs, but the ice is like $10 a bag. So you know. And if you want to get beer and ice go together. You can't
Well,
just grab a 6-pack of beer for only
Right.
$10. It's 15 with a bag of ice.
Well, and you
Have to
mentioned
do it.
you mentioned
Unless-
Uber and shit. I wonder if that's blowing up because of illegals taking them, using them to go around places, prepaid shit and everything else. And yeah, that makes sense.
For
Now I'm
sure.
thinking about
Oh
it,
no,
yeah.
I've got a fake Uber account, and it is 100% Mexican, Hispanic mixed, and it makes more money because I am Hispanic and Mexican. My
Mhm.
grandma's last name is Viramontes, so
Okay.
as white as I am, I can go ahead and go down that road. But I make double the money when I do
look.
that way.
I hear you.
My wife is white as a ghost, but she is a person of color because she's Polish.
Nice.
Hmm. Yeah, the stupidity of all that is
Yeah.
God damn, there's no way. Asians are white, but Polish people who are white as a fucking ghost
Yeah, it doesn't
are
make any
somehow
sense.
persons of color.
Yeah. All that shit's weird.
We're racist. America is racist. That's fine.
I have to say though, Eastern Europeans are completely different.
Well, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, I don't know what you mean.
They're not like the Western Europeans. They're a little bit
She's like, they're
You mean the-
retarded.
around the edges.
Oh, okay.
You mean the
yeah.
Western Europeans that wanted to
Are they
eliminate
good at
the
math?
Jews? I'm sorry, I put you on the spot, Mama J.
Oh, sorry. I'm looking through Twitter just to see if there's anything I need to bring up.
She just
My
straight up
neighbor's from
shut up
Eastern
on that one.
European, and Eastern Europe, and the first question he asked me, I think it was when my kid was like 9 years old. He was letting me know that he had no problem with rubbers, as long as like his kids didn't know that he knew. And I thought it was really weird, because it's a household of girls, and I'm a household of boys. And I was like, yeah, not at 13, right?
No.
Hold on,
No.
before we're not gonna get into any of this right now, but I just want y'all to see this. Look at all that shit on the side of the screen, right?
What the fuck? Do they have like the equivalent of an aimbot going on with the buttons? Like,
You
there's
have
no
to
way that's
click-
real people. What the fuck
You
is
have
that
to
on?
click or hold an emoji to share your reaction. You only get thumbs up.
What is
you
the
get heart,
sign?
and you get party.
Oh, but it doesn't show you how many people are watching. So this is like,
Oh yeah,
I'm telling you, that's a bot farm fucking clicking away.
Oh, that completely 100% is.
Mm-hmm.
This is fucking ridiculous.
Mhm.
Like it's been this way. I have kept this tab open this entire time, and I will while I was
That's,
doing the
That's
hearing
Harry.
thing.
That's Harry and his boyfriend, whatever the fuck his name is over there, clicking
Harry
away. They're like,
Sisson
they're
and Chris
paying us.
Mowry.
Yeah.
I really hope the red does not represent the red. Well, there are times where there's more red than yellow.
Or
Wouldn't that be a thing?
What are you talking about?
Yeah,
With the emotes?
just the internet knowing where you are politically affiliated. I really think that's got to be a thing already.
It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter, because here's the truth: if you're not behind their agenda, if you don't swallow their bullshit refuse 100%, you are far right, QAnon, conspiracy theory, violent extremists.
You might as well be Elon Musk, right?
Those extreme MAGA Republicans that are a threat to this country, the white supremacists that are a threat to this country. If you don't believe it, you are one of them.
Telling you, every time he says MAGA Republicans tonight, is take a drink.
Dude, I'm already starting to feel the alcohol. Let's calm the fuck down.
MAGA
Hey,
Republicans.
my wife is involved now. What's up, babies?
Hello.
What's up?
Hey.
What
I've come to talk trash and chew bubble gum.
Oh, it's gonna happen.
When does he start
All
talking?
out of
Like
bubble
15?
gum.
We got 13 minutes and
Okay.
38 seconds.
Which means we got another hour.
Oh. Guess what? We begin shortly, ladies and gentlemen.
Not shortly.
They've stopped the influx of this bullshit, though. I'm there it
So-
is. Goddamn.
Yeah, so right now, senators are kind of walking in right now, shaking hands and chewing some fat. with
Oh,
one another.
you got something for that? Give me what you got then. Let's get off this
Oh,
bullshit where all that
yeah,
shit's just
here.
gonna happen on screen.
I've got it on
And luckily,
MSNBC.
President Biden knows what he's about because
I
he's
hope we
always
at least get a
right?
good 2 or 3 fuck
middle
ups,
out.
good gaffes,
Hold
some real good
on.
laughs out of it.
Hold on.
rebuilding our
Speaking of Mitch McConnell, they were talking about how he
resisting
thought,
those impulses
how
on
he
staff
said
level.
the Senate border bill was the strongest bill that's ever been introduced for the border security. This motherfucker strokes out on the camera every time he's around.
Why are they all wearing white?
I don't know, but there's the
Is
demon
it
Debbie
for women
Wasserman
or
Schultz.
something? It's
Yeah, it is
there's all
Women's
kind of
History
fish
Month.
I hate.
Was that
Bernie Sanders. I mean, the back of the head is all you need to see for Bernie Sanders.
I haven't met Mitch McConnell in person like literally 8 years ago. The guy did not know two plus two. Like, give me a break.
Look, I'm going to be completely honest with you. Every single one of the people, okay, damn near every single one of the people in our government, elected, appointed, and hired on, every single one of them collectively have a lower IQ than we do right here.
The only
I'm not
one,
even playing.
like
dude.
the only ones that I say are anywhere near up there. Obviously, Thomas Massey. He's like the smartest one in the entire government. Motherfucker went to MIT. He's really one of the only ones that I think that's worth a goddamn in our government. Maybe
Yeah,
Chip
if you
Roy
want to talk
sometimes.
about like alternative energies and stuff like that, talk to that dude.
Yeah, Thomas
Forget all
Massey's
these
good.
this other, yeah.
I will say, yeah.
Definitely not Mitch McConnell, that's for sure.
I mean, the dude strokes out every time he's in front of a camera.
I mean, look at Illinois. They were raking in the money on the medical marijuana, and he was like in the perfect zone to do it. Sorry, I'm not an advocate for it, but I'm just saying that I lived in Kentucky when it was like, man, everybody that was making money was doing it in Kentucky. That was for sure. And they all
president-
moved to Illinois.
The president just came out and he gave a Cornholio kind of situation. He's just like,
Speaking of that, the weed deal, what was it? Pocahontas was putting some on X today talking about federally legalizing marijuana. I'm like, everybody's been talking about that for a while. It doesn't matter what you say. Like it,
It comes up every 4 years
Yeah,
when
it
like
does.
they're doing really shitty in the polls. Someone
Yeah.
comes out with like, let's legalize weed.
yeah, exactly.
I just want to repeat that sentence. Pocahontas put on X about weed. Like,
There you go.
sounds like
for everybody out there, Pocahontas is actually Elizabeth Warren because she
Mhm.
says she's Native American. While she popped
What
the
was it,
beer
like
and her
point-
husband smacked her ass.
You know what? I'll have a beer. Do you want a beer? I'll have a beer. That was so awkward.
As a matter of fact, I'll let you control the show today, Mama J, since you're already doing it.
Well, I was just looking at. I don't know where were you looking at from the White House website?
Yeah, the WhiteHouse.gov. I was just gonna do that, but if they're just gonna keep that shit popping on the side, fuck that, because
Yeah.
we all know that's bullshit. There
Yeah,
is
you know
no
how-
way in
You know how
hell-
you know I'm old? my closed captioning is already on it on the screen.
Well, you know what? Actually, I'd rather go with like CNN or especially MSNBC because they're the most insane. Like CNN used to be the most insane, but they got rid of people like you know, the Eggman or the black gay man and the dude that tried to cover up for his brothers sending 15,000 sick people back in nursing home and killing a whole bunch of people. I'm sorry, no, he sent
Oh, jeez.
people
Is that
back in
fucking
nursing
Nancy
homes
Pelosi
killing
there?
about
And
sick
Schumer.
15,000, but whatever. Yeah.
Like Nancy Pelosi. Fucking hate
I
her.
think they're in white for, was it Women's History Month or something? Or for women's rights?
Let's just be honest. None of it will turn red because they're all geriatric as fuck.
I didn't know there was a women's history.
I just got that.
I didn't either.
That must be a new thing.
Women's History Month coincides right after Black History Month. We got like 1 month that we don't have anything at all for any kind of history at all. It's
There's
like
Thomas
a thing.
Massey. He's got his
Is that
fucking
summer?
he wears a debt clock on his fucking jacket. It's awesome.
Yeah, I love that.
Those are actually for sale by a third party company.
Mhm. I would get one. It'd be fucking cool.
I need one. I want one.
Marjorie Taylor Greene is wearing a shirt that says "Say Her Name" with Laken Riley's name on it.
What is
The only reason
Drew
it's like
was
that,
wearing that pen.
That whole thing is not obviously not funny, but I giggle just because it's like they always got every politician, no matter what, has got to do some fucking virtue signaling stuff. Like that doesn't have anything to do
Exactly.
with it. Just get in there and do your fucking job.
Yeah.
Well,
Like
I mean-
Paulina Luna, she's not there tonight. She's like, I don't condone any of this shit, so I'm just not
Right.
gonna attend.
That fucking Father Time right there. Who the fuck was that guy?
Oh, we got him speaking.
Ooh, who's the lone survivor? Does anybody know?
The lone survivor.
What's it called? The
Members of the committee
what's it called?
on the part of the House to escort the President of the United States into the chamber.
Because he
Go ahead
can't
and
do it
turn it
himself.
Louisiana, Mr. Scalise.
Max out the volume
From
real quick.
Minnesota, Mr. Emmer. The gentlewoman
He
from
looks
New
a
York,
lot
Ms.
like a Canadian.
I said max it, not mute it. That's the
The
opposite.
gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer.
All right, that's
The
good.
gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain.
Oh, they're just calling a
This
roll.
list of
Fuck
names
it.
here
Mute
that
it.
you're getting,
I don't give a shit.
From the House Speaker, this is the escort committee, which is a long list of members of Congress and the Senate that will walk in along with the president to start his address. I want to bring Ryan Nobles into this conversation, mostly because Ryan is in the room. He can't join us on camera, but he can join us audio only.
You want to hear it or no?
Ryan, can
No,
you give
I'm
us
good.
any color, any?
Okay.
Hold on.
What?
You know, there was a story about a dude in Memphis who was saying that he was going to attack Trump supporters and everything.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why they actually put the fence up, because our entire government, most of our entire government is sitting right there right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What's it called? It's not designated survivor. Do you know who that is tonight?
Yeah. There's somebody that, goddamn, somebody was going to bring them up. I forget who it is.
Let's find out.
But it's a Democratic person.
You don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
You don't know what?
You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, dude, because it was just in a hearing that was going on. It was Jayapal, I think, that said they had their witness. I think it was Jayapal.
Oh, one thing I want to mention real quick while we're talking about any of this, Brandon Herrera, vote for that man. He just put himself into a runoff with Tony Gonzalez, so he still has a chance to be on the Congress
Oh,
out in
nice.
what's it, District 23 in Texas. So we need his ass in there. Go vote for him. I think it's in May.
Brandon Herrera?
Mm-hmm.
Oh fuck, let's go.
Yeah,
Man,
I was happy that
Texas is the battleground right now, man.
Mhm.
I'm telling you. Like
I was happy that he got it to go there.
I'm having trouble here, like where I am. Like it was red, and it is like over the last 3 years.
Oh man, they're
very blue.
California and you're Texas, Bill. They're trying to.
Dude, did you
North
see
Houston?
Hold on, did you see the primaries for California?
Mm-mm.
Oh my god. Hold on. California is much fucking redder than you think.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
It
I'm
is, it's
sure
just
they
those dense
are.
areas.
Well, of
After
course.
all of San Francisco, I'm sure they are like, let's get out of here.
It's
Well,
always been that way, though. It was just the blue pockets of the cities.
Mm-hmm.
I know my aunt, she lives over near Disneyland and she is living in like a 2-bedroom home, and I've seen
Alright.
the taxes. Like, no way. It's her whole
ladies and
salary.
gentlemen, y'all want to see some shit?
Hmm.
Hold on, I'm gonna bring this off.
All right.
Look at this.
Oh.
Nice. That's a landslide.
Oh,
Oh, is it?
Mm.
No. Oh, what the?
Look how the numbers flipped.
What?
1.744
What was that?
1,744,000 went to
What?
970,000.
Oh, it's because all the blue people don't have jobs. It's fine.
It's not officially enough.
How the fuck do you take away a vote from somebody though?
Wait, how does he have?
Because they ain't got time, I guess.
Oh, we already know what happens because apparently, ladies and gentlemen, that's not the only fucking time that happened.
Mm-hmm.
mm-mm.
Let's see. Nope, that's the wrong one. Where was the other one? Oh yeah, it is in this one right here. Yeah.
Keep in mind is that when you start looking at the Edison data real time,
This was in
you'll see something
2020
that's
for
gonna shock you. And
Philadelphia.
This video you've probably seen before if you've been following Jeff O'Donnell's work. But you need to understand this, is that Seidel is receiving the election data directly from the election officials in at least 9 states, meaning there's no projection. This is raw data. And when you look at raw data in an election, would we all agree that elections are supposed to be additive processes? So each interval report, you would expect to see more votes, not deletions. More votes, not deletions. Well, look at this real-time video of the Edison reports. You got total votes at the top. You got
The
in-person
Supreme
votes
Court
in the
is
middle, and you have
walking in
mail-in
right
votes.
now.
And look how
Right.
it pauses.
Yeah,
And there's
fuck 'em.
oscillation and deletions.
Mhm.
This
Look at
is
that.
the algorithm trying to figure
it
out the
shouldn't-
math problem that is you.
Right. There should be no going back down. It should just be
And
adding.
if I let this video play to its completion, you'll find out it wasn't just Pennsylvania. We've got 3 counties in North Carolina. We got 3 counties in Georgia. And guess what? In Georgia, we know for a fact that Seidel directly contracts with the state to get that data. So you should not see any deletions. You should see
Hey, how
no
does in person
oscillation.
keep going fucking 4
So
down
you
to
have
3 down to
absolute
up to 5?
manipulation, and this is all possible.
That's because the in-person is voting for Trump at that. This is just the 2020.
Right.
The in-person is voting for Trump, but the mail-in has to make up for that.
So it
that,
keeps flipping them back into
Right.
that other position. Yeah.
Right, which was actually something that they raised in the 2020 election, that the Supreme Court, that is, oh, Mama J took it off the screen, but the Supreme Court that's walking in right now said you have no fucking standing,
Right.
because before the election no harm is done, and then after the election, man, it's too late.
That's ridiculous, dude.
Do you want me to add it back up?
Yeah.
I mean,
Go
you're
ahead.
Or put it
controlling
back
the
up?
show tonight. Unless I just pop in with some bullshit. You're controlling the show
using
tonight.
his floor privileges to try to
There we
attend
go.
this evening.
Let's
He
see
has
what the
pled
tart
guilty
in
to
charge
multiple
has to
felony
say
charges.
in a
Had
little
he
while.
been convicted
Hold
of
on.
any of those felonies, he would
Now,
not be
I
allowed
will admit,
on the House floor.
go
but
ahead
as
and
a
mute
former
real quick.
member, even one who has been expelled.
Ketanji Brown Jackson surprised the fuck out of me.
I
And
don't
that
know what she
9
did.
to fucking 0. She
Mm.
surprised the fuck out of me because I did hear the whole the proceeding behind everything. Like
Mhm.
I expected Sotomayor and at least Ketanji Brown Jackson to say, "Yeah, fuck him," right? But Ketanji Brown Jackson came out hard. She was just like, "This don't say fucking president. Why are you bringing this in front of me?" Like she
It
was,
was
all
almost like
about
she was
it.
like, "Why are you playing games?"
Mm-hmm. Which
Yeah,
is
the only dissent that could have ever been a thing was Sotomayor. And I guarantee you, the only reason she did not dissent is because she did not want to be the only voice that did.
well, but some people have also made a pretty good point. I mean, I see what you're saying, but some others have made a good point that they went hard in the paint for the 9 to 0 to really try to see what they're gonna do or fuck with when it comes to the immunity deal now with Trump, which it's gonna be interesting to see what they say or blah blah blah.
Yeah.
We'll see what's up with that. But that's one theory that I've heard on why they went 9 and 0. Like maybe there was like some people were like, you know what, just fucking do it. Like
McDonald's?
let's get it 9 to 0 and then we'll worry about trying to fuck them later. Maybe we'll
Well,
see.
the thing is, though, the arguments people are making about like the whole immunity thing, and if the Supreme Court like goes with the side of Trump is stupid.
Mhm.
What they're saying is absolutely stupid.
It is, yeah.
Hold on.
Oh, there he is.
Where am I?
Oh,
hey, Jack.
The motherfucker said, "Hey, wasn't all the violence that happened on January 6th right there? He's recreating it."
I'm triggered.
But no, I mean, all right. As far as the immunity, let's just be completely 100% honest with each other. If you want to prosecute a sitting president for anything, you have to impeach him first.
Mm-hmm.
Because he is the end all be all. He is the leader of this country. Supposedly, from the executive branch, supposedly what he says goes. Yes, I understand there are checks and balances to what he says. So there isn't a whole 100% ruler kind of situation.
Right.
I get you. But executively, he is the end all be all, which
Right.
is why they have used military police action instead of. How the fuck
God,
is George
is that
Santos
George
there?
Santos?
What the?
That dude cracks me up.
What
He's
a
fucking crazy.
goofy.
Yeah.
But no. And that is the reason why they use military police action instead of actually having Congress vote for war, which we haven't done since what was it, World War II or Vietnam or something like that. But it's the reason why we use military police action, so the president has full control over who goes to war and everything like that. But if you want to actually prosecute a president for something that they've done, you have to impeach him and convict him. Impeach in the
you
House
don't.
and convict in the Senate. Yes,
No,
you actually.
according to some people, it's just if you feel he's guilty, he's guilty.
Yeah, that's
Well, if that's
I mean, the Blues laid it out, man.
Thanks for setting us straight.
If that's true, then Obama is guilty of killing a fucking American citizen.
Well, I mean, he is technically.
Yeah, but we can't go backwards. We can't go backwards. Like the Blues laid it out.
George Bush is 2,000 fucking citizens for 9/11 because he knew that shit was gonna fucking
That's
happen.
a lot of fucking.
It really is.
A lot of fucking. That's
Oh,
for
every
sure.
president's guilty then for fucking the whole country, just about. I mean,
You got a point.
You
have a drink with Mitch McConnell.
What are we doing? Oh,
look at this guy.
What, insurance?
who the fuck is that?
He's like, I don't even know where I am.
Hold on. Pause it for a second and go back
That was
a hair.
That was the grandpa from. That was the Griswold's grandpa.
Oh, wait.
Oh, fucking Lindsey Graham. What the fuck? No.
What?
Go back to Lurch in front
There
of the.
we go.
Who the fuck is that?
That guy.
Valiant Thor.
I've never seen that dude. He's like Lurch. Who?
No, He's Valiant
Where's
Thor.
They
his
dug
cat,
his ass
bro?
up.
Valiant, no,
Where's
that
the cat?
dude looks like fucking Lurch.
Oh, I got things to teach you about Valiant Thor then. He's the alien that's with the Global Council.
Mm-hmm.
They want you to say Grace. Grace, she died 50 years ago. The blessing.
An issue or two or three.
All right, I'm gonna
There
go
are
to the
members of
bathroom real
Congress who
quick.
are
I'll be
expected to
right
be
back.
informative and heckly. There's the expected, there's the speech being put on the
That
podium.
motherfucker looks like a
Look how long it
gravedigger.
is.
Is he there
I
for
wonder-
Biden?
Hold on.
Speaker of the House will be
How big do you
positioned over
think
the
the font
presidential.
is
All of this stuff is very
on
familiar, but
Oh.
there is a
the
big
binder?
Fucking
'Cause
1
that's
inch
a lot of
letters.
pages.
that looms over all of this. None of these is ever
Like
exactly
1
the
inch
same,
letters,
and
fucking
especially in an
5
election year
sentences
when
per
the stakes are
page.
so high, especially in this election year when the stakes
I
are
don't know
depends
why
on
I'm
the age,
nervous.
how big
I'm
the font
nervous.
is.
with a House of
I am
Representatives
too.
that is divided by
Is that the guy that got
two in terms of the
butt
partisan
stuff done
division
in the
between the
Capitol?
parties, with
Oh,
the
Yeah.
turmoil that the House
Really?
It
Republicans have been
is.
through
I don't
for the
know.
first time in U.S. history, turfing
Say, I
out
don't
their
think that they
own
would let him
speaker
be there. I
of
don't.
their
He got
own
fired,
party,
didn't he?
replacing him with another.
Oh, he would
who's
definitely be
riding
allowed
this
to be there.
majority like a
That'd be
bucking
fucked up.
bronco,
Well,
a
Santos
broken
is there and he's
hand on the
gone, so
reins.
maybe.
I mean, this
He's
guy
probably at the
apparently
door
voted on as speaker himself, and he's
taking
only
He's at the
tickets.
back door, actually.
Yeah.
Y'all know Santos is trying to get on Bravo to talk about the Real Housewives as one of the hosts.
Congress altogether. I mean,
Nuh-uh.
this is,
Yeah.
this is a
We gotta get
very,
him
I
on,
was gonna say, fluid
Davey,
situation.
on Sunday night.
And
Let's do it.
Talking about the
feeling,
housewives.
in the room, I think.
Would that not be some shit if y'all brought him in to talk about the Real Housewives?
Tonight,
I wouldn't
so
ask
far,
him one
the
fucking
manifest
question about anything else.
Nope.
I would like to be there for that one.
I don't give
Oh
a
my
shit that
God.
you use campaign funds to pay for OnlyFans. What about the Real Housewives?
What about
it?
Teresa? Do you think Joe
I
really
know.
did what he was guilty of? How do you think Teresa's new husband is?
Ordinary again.
Yeah. What is
Right.
your position on the Teresa Melissa fight? Whose side are you on?
You know, the decades of our lives that we've been nerding.
Would
Bring
you
him into the
hire little
curious
Joe?
case of Natalie Grace shit.
There's something
Oh
eerie
man,
about it.
is she
Could you
guilty,
return to this
or is
normalcy
she
when,
just
you know,
a
it was a
dwarf
space of
from
such
Ukraine?
violence and fear, and I think
She's
that
a
was
dwarf
the
from
reason
Ukraine that was
now,
fucked
fighting
over in life and became crazy as hell.
running out of there and figuring out. where
Listen,
to
why does
Well,
she
you
have to
didn't-
wear a leg? We know
where
she's from
where the
Hawaii. Do you think the
panic
guy
buttons
from
were,
Detroit
and, you know, it
brings a
returned
gun
to
with him and just starts
normalcy
shooting up
and
the
normal
place?
Maybe.
I mean,
Like, we get it. You're from Hawaii. Congratulations. Yay.
It's really
This shit
eerie.
is
What
definitely
is there?
coming off
What is
The
there?
guy
YouTube.
from
Biden
Detroit don't
board-
need no
Whoa,
gun,
whoa.
that's for sure.
What are
Very
the Biden
say,
border
because
pins, and who are wearing
that
them?
floor is
and
so
what is
By
that
the
one
way, let-
necklace?
I mean, it is
For all of you out there, for the ones involved, if you want to bring it into your channels and everything, you're welcome to.
January 6th.
Just
Oh,
know
yeah.
that it
Terrible.
could be taken down if we're on
Justice
YouTube.
Day.
The Justice Kennedy
That is
shot
the worst wig
reminding
I've ever
me
seen
of
on that
one of
lady.
the things that hangs over this election. It'd be interesting.
How do you get a wig to
Oh
match
my
your
God.
cankles?
That fucking size of that ear.
Justice is
All right.
God damn.
intervenes. They get to retire.
You can't
Hey,
you
Booz,
can't
did
see
you
past the
wanna-
collar.
Justice
You
Do
know
you
it's
wanna
4 foot long.
post this up on our channel too?
I thought that was Carl Benjamin for a second. Like,
can
they
I?
let him in there?
Specifically, so it would be Brett
Yeah,
Kavanaugh.
Rashida
up in
Oh
Tlaib.
yeah, I
right.
can.
There are two Republican.
The
Duh.
only pilot. Hey, Shovelface.
The age of 71 or 72.
Why the fuck is his nose bent? This motherfucker can lick his goddamn tip of
Marla
his nose.
Hooch, what a hitter!
I think their future
The best game you can play right
Yeah.
now.
Fuck
Is
YouTube.
who's
I'm gonna
Marla
actually
Hooch.
trans.
put this on Twitch and X. Or Twitter, really.
You know, it is a 6th Street Corp.
Who's trans?
Oh, God.
He's playing solitaire.
This motherfucking midget motherfucker right here is
Oh, he
literally.
looks awful too.
Oh, don't. Oh.
I
Don't.
listen,
Oh.
I don't
The
like
motherfucker
someone
shit
doesn't mean
his
I don't want them
pants.
to
There's
be
Kennedy.
hurt or harmed or sick.
Hell
That
yeah.
motherfucker
Like I'm excited
shit
that
his
Jamie Raskin's
pants.
doing
No,
better. I
don't.
can finally start making fun of him again.
I don't. No. We're not gonna all that, dude. I'm not gonna let that go, mama. He shit his pants in an attempt to fart before Nancy Pelosi got up on stage. I will give him credit. He was gonna fart and then walk away while Nancy Pelosi got up on stage there.
He tried to crop dust
The
her.
first man lady.
But he shit his pants.
Oh, it's the second man lady.
on site. He's in the Capitol. We've seen him there.
How?
We've had live images, both of him leaving the White House and of him
Who?
arriving at the
What
Capitol.
fucking
He's
book
like a-
club is that
he's
guy
like
from?
Like he's a white
but
white
we
dude.
are-
That dude looks like a fucking Wish version of Stephen Colbert.
I think that's
Kinda.
Oh my god! Like cut it out. Like we're
Is that,
not.
Nat-
I'd
is that
hate you.
Ashley Merchant behind him?
Oh,
Every time I see
no.
the second general, I'm like, that would be a good second
I
general.
would say, that seems like a joke.
Oh my god, this is the.
Yeah, Jesus.
I mean, it is MSNBC. What do you
I
want?
know. I want.
The only thing worse is the View.
If that would be the side
Mhm.
effect of us getting Kate in power, I would take it.
What was I saying that yesterday? Or yeah, yesterday we were on. I was like, I don't even think they make money. There's no way the View makes money being on there. They're just on the air they're getting paid whatever the fucking company is. But there's no way the show is getting enough views to make money. I don't think. They're
He's
just
looking more and more like Lex Luthor every day.
right.
Holy shit!
What the
Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson,
His
the newest
eyes.
case
Sorry, I
Yeah.
have to say, like,
chamber, there were loud
Mike
cheers from
Johnson
Democratic women
looks
members
like a
of
little
Congress near
kid.
the aisle.
He does.
Here's First
He's
Lady
wearing a
Jill Biden.
suit.
Mhm.
Hey, look! Patrick McHenry wears that bow tie. You know that's
That guy
just
owns
fucking
slaves.
Place of the,
Yeah, last old dude. Oh yeah.
the First Lady sits with her handpicked guests.
No, I just
many
realized
of whom have
I
been,
just
or all of whom
listen
have
to
been sort of
podcasts all day
advance
long, and I have
notice
no
to
clue
the
what
press and the
any of these
public in
people
terms of
look
who's
like.
going to be sitting with her. A lot of
Mhm.
them
So I'm gonna be
Wow,
completely
baby.
confused.
The signal here is that this is
Okay,
getting
he looks
close.
like Boss Baby.
Yeah, he does. Boss baby. He does. Fucking Mike Johnson is boss baby.
What?
What were you doing? Oh goddamn, Anthony Blinken.
What was that whole lip finger movement?
Hey, that dude.
Who let the Oompa Loompa in?
Hale and Hardy. This should be
Hmm.
noted.
Who? Wait. Okay, so that's Anthony Blinken, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's Anthony Blinken. Behind him, Janet Yellen. That is.
Janet Yellen looks
Oh,
like
yeah.
the fucking the Penguin's mom.
Jesus Christ, she is. Yeah, she has to be. She is shorter than fucking Jerry
Yeah.
Nadler.
She's 4 foot nothing.
Wait,
Before
is-
we get the president
Okay, there's
himself,
somebody that has to be there that I want to be there.
introduced.
That guy that always has to answer the press questions about the
Yeah, it is
military
it is a
and the press
boisterous and
conference
happy
things.
bunch.
And
Mm.
he had to
Mhm.
defend the
Am I
soldier
right
who
that
got
it's kind
bit
of
by a
having different
Polish
than other
stripper.
cities?
Sorry.
What?
What?
Yeah, that was a thing. Hold on, baby. You still have that, right?
That's hilarious.
Oh, I'm sure I do. I'll send it to Davey.
Sounds like a usual military story.
Yeah, I mean that was long ago. But this dude went over to Poland. He was bit by a Polish stripper, and he was asked about it.
Is he
Goddamn,
hanging
what's
out
that
with
dude's
Hunter
name?
Biden?
Right?
No. That was a different story. And the dude's just like the bug eyes came out, and he's like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
He had to take a moment to visually like rein himself back in.
Wait around and wait around.
That's
and wait
awesome.
around. Now, I will say
It
there's
was
some work being
amazing.
done here. I don't know if you noticed, but you saw Schumer and Pelosi, and Schumer was doing his gesturing like I'm going to win this point, and I'm going to.
I wonder if any of them, when they're shaking hands and stuff, if they talk shit to each other.
Right? He's like, hey, how you doing? Fuck you. Yeah, fuck off.
I
fuck
mean,
you.
wasn't it? It wasn't that long ago that somebody was actually talking shit to somebody else, and the dude came up behind him and put his hand over his mouth and put him
Oh,
back. Y'all remember
yeah.
that?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Wonder
that
if
was
any-
when they're trying to vote on who's going to be Speaker of the House.
Wonder if anybody
Yeah,
did
that-
like they did in Mallrats, where he wipes his ass and then he fucking and he gives him a handshake.
Smell my finger, motherfucker.
Normal. It's kind of an uplifting time to be in the.
I don't know any of these people.
Neither do I.
Although
Exactly. Like we sit, they were saying this, like,
there is a little.
Hey,
Which means-
Sawtooth.
which
Was that
means
Precious
our
back
government, our government's entirely too big. Is the point?
Yeah.
Way
That's
too
right.
big.
There's Merrick Garland
like you.
sitting next to Lloyd Austin.
We just saw the defense secretary.
Well, standing,
Ah.
whatever.
Transportation secretary. Pete
Glad he
Buttigieg,
can come out of his
Energy
colon
Secretary
fucking
Granholm,
reconstructive surgery.
um,
Join us.
the UN ambassador
Supposedly the dude had
there.
colon cancer. I think he was just he just had his butt beat in like a sheep.
Because
Mhm.
of the number
You can see who don't
Hey!
like each other based upon like
diversity
just
of
like
government
looking
leaders
past each
that
other.
is
I
in
mean,
this
come
room.
on, like
Yeah.
they're like,
The
hey,
That's
But
every
nah,
single
I'm not gonna
motherfucker
look
in
at
there,
you.
though.
Yeah, you can see some of them that are like that, but it's funny whenever you see like fucking Pelosi and McConnell and all them fucking assholes like holding hands and being all chummy when they try to talk shit. Like, you know that those are the real fucking uniparty cunts, you know, like
Right.
Oh yeah, you
The
see
ones
it at
who are
church all
actually
day
smiling.
long. Go to a Catholic church and you see somebody with a kid and they go to shake hands with the priest.
Fucking Mayorkas looks like a big
Same
toe.
thing.
Did you? Baby, did
I
you
have
find
to
that?
go
Look
check
at her.
on
Look at her
my
right now.
kids real quick. I'll be back.
Okay.
Davies TikTok.
Oh, Davey's TikTok. Davey,
What? What?
you got the TikTok of that dude.
Okay.
In this speech for a few reasons. One is
Bring it up on screen so everybody, while we're doing all this is going to be great. You're going to love this.
the least popular agenda item of the last president and his signature domestic policy accomplishment. They're also a live and pressing issue, and they.
This is the
Democrats
perfect
right now
clip
enjoy in
for
polling and
fake
drones on
I like
taxes, which
you.
I don't think I've ever seen in my life.
Absolutely.
And I think that's partly due to that, and I think we'll expect.
But if you listen to any committee hearing, these motherfuckers would literally slit each other's throats.
Amy, send it to the business party one.
Very good reasons.
Okay.
That those tax cuts and of course the social safety net are among their top concerns over anything else.
Not bad. She's all dressed up today. She's getting that. Hold on. She's getting that Kamala Harris neck going on, though.
Yeah, she is. I really don't like her, to be honest. I just don't.
I don't
Over-
either.
Okay, I sent it.
And these matters, including a man with blood cancer who has one of the drugs that Senator Klobuchar was telling you about, Chris.
She's like the girl at the party. Who's
Hold on.
like, I've hooked up with guys before. I've hooked up with a lot of guys. I've let a lot of guys diddle me.
Prescription drugs.
I thought that was Cory Bush sitting next to Joe Biden for a second. I was like, why?
In Washington for a generation, and Joe Biden finally got it done. He's been wanting to expand.
Maybe
the number of
we
drugs that
maybe
are,
we should really should
included
simplify
on the
politics that way.
negotiation list, and also to
Or what?
expand the
Slitting each
benefits
other's
he's been able
throat?
to achieve, the $35
No, just back to high school days. You know, like what would they do?
Right? Well, like
Who
I
would
said,
they fuck?
I
That-
said
that is basically.
well,
it.
I still keep saying we need a political fight club.
I mean, it is. I mean, all it is a popularity contest.
That's all it is. Yeah.
with an explanation.
Like our government is like.
Do you have it, Davey?
Yeah,
It's like a Class B professional wrestling,
And this is why
where
Bring
they
it
just
up.
try to act shit out and stuff, but it's just not that good.
Hold on. I'm gonna bring you down, Mama J. Y'all watch this. Full screen this shit. This is amazing.
Okay, one last question. An Army major was reportedly drugged and bitten by strippers in Poland. Will that affect the U.S. military's footprint in that country?
Look at him. He's trying not to smile. He's trying so
I
hard.
watched
Is
this
that
shit live. I was like,
Sorry.
excuse me?
You worried about a footprint? Is that going to affect the United States bite marks in the country?
Like I'm not gonna. I don't even
Joe
like
Biden's
this.
walking in right now.
I don't
Just
even
so
like
you
this
know.
guy,
We
but
gotta
that
go
is the
back.
funniest shit ever. Oh my god.
We gotta go back. We gotta go back.
Got it.
At the stage, damn it. All right, Davey's got it. Whatever.
That look on his face.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
What the fuck?
We got the important part out of it, but his response is golden.
Who are you again? I think I farted.
That'd be a great shirt with that look on his face that says "bit by a stripper" or something on it.
I see your mouth moving, but I don't understand what's happening. Where
I
am
get-
I?
Do I get pudding?
Chocolate chip. Where is it? I've
Okay.
been pumped with the methamphetamines.
Seeing him live, now I know why people are like, he's a clone.
Right.
What?
He doesn't look real.
No.
You can see his skull through his skin from how far back they pulled it to make him less wrinkly.
His ears look like a cat's ears when he gets mad.
Yeah, I mean that's totally fine. I got a granddad's his age, and all he wants to do is make everybody happy.
Dude, if his ears are that big, I wonder what his ball bag looks like.
Oh Jesus.
Why? Why are
I
you
know.
thinking about his ball bag?
Because he's got big ears. Usually bigger. never
That's
mind.
why his pants sag so low. Come on.
No, it's because of the shit in it.
That's the diaper.
I mean, he did shit his pants in
Bro,
front of
it's
the
going to take him 45 minutes to get to the front.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna wait for him to get up there and like turn around, like, where am I at? Where am I going?
All right, good night.
Inseams at the knee.
All right. Hold up.
He's gonna pull the Fetterman. He's gonna be like, "Hello, everybody. Good night."
Eagles are the Eagles. Good night, everybody.
Let's take a poll. How long do you think this motherfucker is gonna go before he says something like churn on a shot of blood pressure?
I'd say a good 25 minutes. I
That's
give him
what
a
I
good
say.
25
I give him
minutes.
like 25 to a half hour, something like that, till some of those drugs start wearing off. Jesus, dude, just shave the head already. Look at that hair.
That's fucking Cohen.
But I've got a question. Do you think this was
Yeah,
like
look
a
at him.
make
Look at the red hat.
Is that Arsenio Hall? What the fuck is that?
What's up, baby? Say it again.
Like, do you think this was like a Make-A-Wish thing? They're like, he's about to die, just let him.
Give him his last
I mean, it could be. I'm not gonna be honest. It actually could be.
So, but in all seriousness, do you think he's gonna be the candidate?
Oh,
He has to.
No.
There was a video
I
today.
kind of think no, maybe.
There was a video today. I forget where it was from. I don't know if it's 1,000% real because we have to,
Yeah.
But some lady went into vote for the primary, and they told her that there was no primary votes for Democrats because Joe Biden was already the front runner, was already the one who was for the
Right, which I
Democrats.
believe. Yeah.
I mean, some states have that rule.
No.
Oh, look who's right there.
For the authentic left.
Chuck
Oh,
Schumer.
MGT.
No, MGT with the hat.
I was gonna say, you're gonna have to tell me because I don't know what these people look like.
Oh God, it's the poster child for the 1940s right behind him.
What the fuck is that dude? Hold up.
Oh, that's Tom Green or whatever his name is.
What?
Yeah, I
I
think
don't
it's
think it's Tom Green. Hold
Al
on.
Green.
Al
Al
Green.
Green.
That's it. Al
Tom
Green.
Green.
Yes, it was
I
Tom
don't think
Green.
that's him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's exactly who he is.
Yep.
Who remembers the old Reverend Spirit and Poltergeist? I present to you, Biden. That is true. That motherfucker does look like him.
Yeah, I'm really surprised.
I was thinking
You
more
make
like
the Lord
Yeah,
very,
who the
very
fuck-
nervous.
Who the fuck is that dude? I've never seen him in my life.
You've never seen Al Green? Bro, he was front and center during the fucking Kavanaugh hearings. He was all in that.
Oh, wait, that was him?
Yeah.
Oh.
The rat tail
We
dude.
lost Scott.
why is she dressed like a NASCAR groupie?
Because she is. I swear when Joe Biden takes the left-hand turn, he's going to ride. He's going to be right now down that wall.
On the floor of the Senate. So I'm not sure.
I think she told Biden to
Fucking
fuck off
camera.
or something because everyone's like, "Good job, MTG. Good job."
Well, you know, she told a reporter to go fuck herself.
Yeah, they were asking about the Jewish space lasers.
Well, all she
Oh,
has
no,
to
they're
say is
Real.
that's fucking
I mean,
true.
yeah, they're real.
And multiple fucking
And that's
places
and they're
have
not
reported
really
about it.
technically from space, but well, I know the ones that are was it around the border of Israel? They're the first country to have lasers as anti-defense missile like shooter downers or whatever.
Right.
And they're talking about putting it in fucking space. So the Jewish space laser thing is actually fucking
Yeah.
true.
Because they could use satellites for that shit.
Sawtooth.
Easy.
It's got the
Salt-
I
same.
know we read it on our podcast that one time. I said it was like from Military Today or something.
It's got the same energy as that one guy that's like, I swear I hear Jewish people tunneling under my home.
Yeah.
And that turned out to be true.
Hey, what's this? Oh.
Have a minimal amount of dignity.
What the
in
fuck
their
was that?
position.
Hold on.
She
Serious?
has
Like, what
no
the
such aspiration.
And it's a Trump 2020 hat. I'm just saying.
This is our goddamn government, ladies and gentlemen.
He's now taking
Look at 'em.
pictures for them. We've moved from
Why are they all so fucking old?
It's sometimes.
I think it's
Why
because
did
once
he
upon a
just
time,
black
age meant wisdom.
Yeah. That's well past gone.
people's family members.
Yeah, but our brains hadn't caught up with the fact that that's true now.
Right.
What the fuck is that front and center?
A beetle.
I don't know. She looked like that little alien that's inside the dude's head in Men in Black.
Yeah, she does.
ZZ Top.
Yeah,
That guy's
right.
weird.
See the president interacting with a number of.
That dude's awesome as shit.
Yeah.
He's just like, I'm gonna get a photo and get the fuck out.
Right.
I'm
he's
gonna get
like,
ice
I'm
cream.
going to smoke some weed now.
You gotta do what you gotta do sometimes.
I got a picture of the president. I'm done for the night.
You see Biden's eyes, his pupils are like
Oh, he's zooted as fuck.
Yeah.
Dude's
They got him on that
moving.
fucking. Yeah, they got him on that hunter juice.
And then you got Skeletor behind him saying, "Hey, look, the motherfucker's high as fuck right now."
Is
Just
she
leave
wearing
him
an
alone."
LAPD badge on her chest? What the fuck is that thing?
You're thrilled by this because we're all here
I mean,
watching
maybe.
it and talking about it, and this shows him a person who's been caricatured.
I mean, Yogananda Pittman is the chief of police in the district right next to her, which is the same person who was involved, or who was sitting in the command center for January 6th that let people the fuck in, supposedly.
Wait, say that name again.
Yogananda Pittman.
Yeah, yeah.
That is fucking hilarious. It sounds like
God
a
bless
fucking
you.
Star Wars character.
Yeah, it does.
I
Right.
thought he was making fun of the Shuma Nana Shabbat pressure thing.
No, her name is Yogananda Pittman. She was the chief of police for Unit 1.
I think that's what he was talking
She
about.
was
He was
sitting
talking
in the
about her.
command center for
That's a
January
name.
6th.
That's a name you could say extremely drunk and get it right.
Yeah.
Right?
We're
Yogananda Pittman.
gonna cure Yogananda depression.
I mean, it
probably
feels like
what he
everybody
meant.
is Vladimir Putin. I mean, Vladimir Putin. Come on.
That could have been actually what he meant.
And while he was running,
His
I
dad.
will lead an
did-
effective campaign to make sure of Yogananda Pittman.
Yogananda Pittman.
Maybe she's the answer to all our problems.
Yeah.
I mean, the motherfucker tried to recognize a woman that was actually dead. All right.
I hear you.
What was that woman's name? I want to say Janet Yellen, but she's not dead. She's right there. There was that woman. He actually did. He's just like, hey, this
no.
woman died. Where is she?
I
She's
can't
not
remember.
around."
Because he said so, he was like, and she's gonna be. Oh wait, she can't be here. It was like, yeah.
Right.
Did he
Yeah.
did he give Johnson a copy of the speech yet?
Yeah, he gave both of them. Yeah.
All right, let's watch this. Let's settle in.
All right, let's go. Turn it up a bit.
All right, I'll be right. I'm grabbing a beer.
For 2024, as prescribed in our Constitution, we do this every year. It is never the same, and it is always important.
Why is
An
Elizabeth
apex moment
Warren
in
always
American
wearing the
democracy.
same outfit every time I see her?
Because she's Pocahontas and she's got to let you know. She's Indian.
I'm really nervous, like, for him. It's weird.
Good evening.
All right, max it out.
Yeah.
Max out the volume.
Good evening. If I were smart,
There you go.
I'd go home now.
Yeah.
You would.
No one ever claimed you were smart, except Joe Scarborough.
Like, why are they cheering?
Mr. Speaker, Madam Vice President, members of Congress, my fellow Americans. In January 1941, Franklin Roosevelt came to this chamber to speak to the nation. And he said, I address you at a moment unprecedented in the history of the Union. Hitler was on the march.
Who?
War was raging in Europe. President Roosevelt's purpose was to wake up Congress and alert the American people that this was no ordinary time.
Why the fuck
Freedom
are we
and
going back to
democracy
this?
We're under
No.
assault in the
That's
world.
worrying me.
Tonight, I come to this same chamber to address the nation. Now, it's we who face an unprecedented moment in the history of the Union. And
Please
yes,
open your eyes.
my purpose
Right?
tonight is to wake up the Congress
It's like
and
constant
alert the
pain.
American people that this is no
Stay awake.
ordinary moment either. Not since President Lincoln and the Civil War have freedom and democracy been under assault at home as they are today.
Oh, goddamn. Already?
What makes our moment rare is that freedom and democracy are under attack both at home and overseas at the very same time. Overseas, Putin of Russia is on the march, invading Ukraine and sowing chaos throughout Europe and beyond.
Who cares?
If anybody in this room thinks Putin will stop at
Not me.
Ukraine, I assure you he will not.
He already said he would, you fucking more.
But Ukraine can stop Putin.
I gotta go to bed. Shut up.
Ukraine can stop Putin if we stand with Ukraine
No.
and provide the weapons.
We've given over $200 billion to Ukraine and they're not moving an inch.
Right.
Dollar store Obama.
I'm not liking how Mike is looking there.
That is all. That is all Ukraine is asking. They're not asking for American soldiers.
Just
In
asking
fact,
for
there
all
are
your
no
money.
American soldiers in war in Ukraine, and I'm determined to keep it that way. But now,
You're determined to keep it that way, but yet their
assistance to
fucking
Ukraine is
soldiers are
being
like
blocked
average age of
by those who
46.
want to walk away
Right.
from our world leadership. Wasn't long ago when a Republican president named Ronald Reagan thundered, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall."
And how the fuck are you gonna add?
Right.
How is he quoting Ronald Reagan? How?
Now my predecessor, a former Republican president, tells Putin, quote, "Do whatever the hell you want."
Oh, geez.
No, hold on, pause.
Former president actually
Pause.
said that,
No.
bowing down to a
Yes.
Russian leader. I think it's outrageous.
Pause that
dangerous,
shit.
And it's
I want every single person out there to know that is not exactly
That's an
what
outright
he said.
lie, dude.
That is an outright lie. The motherfucker actually said people in the United Nations are not paying their ways, so why should we protect people who can't pay for their own defense? Why should we defend people who cannot pay their own way? I don't give a shit. Let them go. That was the thing.
Yep.
Go ahead.
unacceptable.
I'll be right back.
America is a founding member of NATO, the military alliance of democratic nations created after World War II to prevent
Amy, move the
war,
cursor.
keep the peace. And today, we've made NATO stronger than ever. We welcomed Finland to the alliance last year.
Thank you.
And just this morning, Sweden officially joined, and their minister is here tonight. We're going to stand up.
Oh, that's the douchebag sitting next to her. That's why he looks all cheesy and fucking
What the
stupid.
fuck? Ulf Kristersson?
Sure.
Sounds like a wet
that
fart.
close. Yeah. They're fucking.
Say
look at-
nay
Prime Minister, welcome to NATO, the
to
strongest military
the
alliance the world has
Swede.
ever seen. I say this to Congress. We have to stand up to Putin.
No, we don't.
Send me a bipartisan national security bill. History is literally watching. History is
Yeah,
watching.
let's say
the United States walks away.
The channel?
It will put Ukraine at risk. Europe is at risk. The free world will be at risk, emboldening others to do what they wish to do us harm.
So if they're
My
not
message
paying
to
their bill,
President
why do we
Putin
have
I've
to
known
defend
for
him?
a long time is simple.
Exactly.
We will not walk away.
We are not at war with them.
How about you just say we're at war with people that hated Hitler?
I mean, Ukraine. There was a lot of fucking articles right before Putin invaded that said Ukraine's
Oh,
got
God.
a problem with Nazis.
History is watching. History is watching. Just like history watched 3 years ago on January 6th.
Oh,
When
geez.
insurrection
I knew it.
stormed this very Capitol and placed a dagger to the throat of American democracy.
Watch
Many
it
of you
happen
were
again.
there on that darkest of days.
It's coming.
We all saw with our own eyes
I know it's coming.
the insurrectionists were not
Yeah.
patriots. They'd come to stop the peaceful transfer of power, to overturn the will of the people. January 6th lies about the 2020 election and the plots that steal the election posed a gravest threat
Ooh,
to
that
U.S.
almost
democracy
fucked them up.
since the Civil War. But they failed.
You gotta yell
And
at
we
them,
will
bro.
Failed to
succeed.
actually uphold democracy.
We will succeed. We will overthrow democracy when Trump wins.
America stood strong.
That is what's going to happen.
Democracy prevailed.
That was funny. Persovic
Let's
said
be
that, and what?
honest.
Who the fuck was going
The
off
threat
about
to
that?
democracy must be defended. My predecessor and some of you here seek to bury the
We
truth
are a
about
constitutional republic.
I will not do that. This is the moment to
I mean,
speak
you
the
did that
truth and
to
to
get
bury
elected.
the lies. Here's the simple truth. You can't
Please,
love your
51.
country only when you win.
Well, hold on. Didn't Michelle Obama say when her husband got elected, she felt like an American for the first time in her life?
Yep.
Yep.
ever since being elected to office, I ask all of you without regard to party to join together and defend democracy. Remember your oath of office of defending against all threats, foreign and domestic.
But yet you're letting foreign people invade our country.
Respect free and fair
And
elections.
you do nothing but
restore
call the right
trust in our
maggots.
institutions.
Well, I was
Make
waiting for him
clear
to say MAGA
political violence
Republicans.
has
It's coming.
absolutely no place.
Well,
no
that look on
place
Mike
in
Johnson's
America,
face when he
zero
said that, he was
place.
kind of like, bullshit.
Again, it's not hyperbole to suggest history is watching. We're watching. Your children and grandchildren will read about this day and what we do. History is watching another assault
And
on
then
freedom.
recall
Joanna
how
White is a
much of a
Victoria
failure
Beasley,
this was.
social worker from Birmingham, Alabama. 14 months ago, she and her husband welcomed a baby girl thanks to the miracle of IVF. She scheduled treatments to have that second child. The Alabama Supreme Court shut down IVF treatments across the state, unleashed by a Supreme Court decision overturning Roe v. Wade. She was told her dream would have to wait. What her family had got through should never have happened. Unless Congress acts, it could happen again. So tonight, let's stand up for families like hers. To my friends across the aisle, don't keep this waiting any longer.
So you can kill your children and sterilize them to trans-affirming care, and you wonder why there's a problem with birth rate?
Right. Yeah, you wonder why we're down to 1.7, I think it is now for the U.S.?
Yeah, ain't wondering. That's for sure.
Like most Americans, I believe Roe v. Wade got it right.
Well, who?
Roe v.
I thank
Wade.
Vice President Harris
Roe v.
for
Wade?
being an incredible leader defending reproductive freedom.
I mean, she fucking deep-throated Willie Brown. That's reproductive health care.
How about this?
she got the-
You legalize one race at a
My
time
predecessor
for
Freedom
abortion
determined
and
to see
watch
Roe v.
how
Wade
many people
overturned.
abort
He's the
white
reason it was
people.
overturned,
Mhm.
and he
Right.
brags about it. Look at the chaos that has resulted. Join us tonight is
more
Kate
babies
Cox,
are being born.
the wife and mother from Dallas. She's become pregnant again and had a fetus of a fatal condition. Her doctor told Kate that her own life and her ability to have children in the future were at risk.
We didn't make it
first
that
one.
far.
She didn't act. Because Texas law banned her ability to act, Kate and her husband had to leave the state to get what she needed. What her family got through should have never happened as well, but it's happening in too many others.
that lady's
Maria
face on the
Shriver?
Our
left.
state laws banning
think
women
it
to
is.
choose,
She
criminalizing
fucking-
doctors,
I'm
forcing
going to stop.
survivors of
'Cause
rape
I'm going
and
to say some bad
incest
stuff.
to leave their states to get the treatment they need. Many of you in this chamber and my predecessor are promising to pass a national ban on reproductive freedom.
I'm sorry. I feel
My
like that
God,
story
what
is like
freedom else would you take
the
away?
little girl that got
Yeah.
pregnant by
Yeah.
that illegal
Yeah.
immigrant.
It's a decision
all they're
to
doing
overturn
is
Roe v.
using
Wade.
Dude,
this-
she
Supreme
needs
Court
to
majority
abort
wrote
the baby
following.
anyways. Look at her hairline.
With all
Like,
due
They're
respect,
they're just using this to fucking.
women are not without
All this is
electoral-
pulling on
electoral power.
heartstrings. They're just bringing people for nothing. This
Excuse me,
shouldn't be a State of the
electoral or
Union.
political
Anything.
power.
Like,
You're about to
forget
realize
you
just
being
how much
addicted to
you've
drugs. Forget you having an eating disorder. Her
The
hairline.
judges are
is
just like,
reason
what
for
the
abortion.
fuck is wrong with you?
They can't
stand.
say anything or do anything or show any type of.
Yeah, because they're
Like,
not supposed
well,
to be
here's-
any sort of political anything.
I
to be honest.
understand, but the look on their face is like, what the fuck?
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Those bragging about overturning Roe v. Wade have no clue about the power of women. But they found
That
out
doesn't make any
They're
sense.
using-
when reproductive
No,
freedom was
here's
on
the
the
thing,
ballot. We
though.
won in 2022 and 2020, and we'll win
in
again in
2022.
2024.
The abortion issue is what put Democrats over the edge in the Senate.
Yeah.
So when Biden did his first campaign for 2024, it was all about women's rights and abortion. So
Right.
this is their
I mean,
their platform
Yeah.
for
Right to choose, I
2024.
promise you.
Don't mess with the
I'll
women of
restore
America
Roe v.
unless you
Wade
want to
as
get the
law of
benefit.
land again.
I'm sorry. Is there no women for against Roe v. Wade? Is that what he's trying to say? It's all men.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
100%.
America cannot go
I'll
back.
be right back.
Because women hate their
I'm here
kids,
tonight
right?
to show what I believe is the way forward. Because I know how
that was
far
bad
we've
As they
come.
take care of them.
4 years ago next week, before I came to office, the country was hit by the worst pandemic and the worst economic crisis in a century. Remember the fear, record losses, Remember the spikes in crime and the murder rate, raging virus that took more than 1 million
Summer of
American
love.
lives?
Remember, it was all you motherfuckers that did that shit.
A mental health crisis of isolation and loneliness. A president, my predecessor, failed the most basic presidential duty that he owes to American people, the duty to care.
Shaking his
It
head.
was the governors that shut the shit down, not the president, because he has no power to do so.
Yes.
Dude, it would be so tough for me to be in this government, just hearing him lie. Like, for me not to stand up and be like, you fucking lying bastard. Like,
The American people are writing the greatest
I mean,
comeback.
Unless you're too dumb.
If I was fucking Mike Johnson, I'd already be across that fucking table.
Right?
He's not tall enough for the table.
Boss baby.
Tell it here and now.
I'm telling you right now, dude. I'm
Comeback is
telling
building
you,
the future of
it's his
American
government behind
possibilities.
him.
Building
They're
an economy
just as
from the
dumb as
middle
he
out and the
is.
bottom up, not the top down.
Oh, yeah.
Investing in all Americans.
I mean, space
all
is a big
Americans.
place.
To make sure everyone has a fair shot. We leave no
If you
one,
believe in it,
no one
I'm
behind.
just saying. No, I'm joking.
The pandemic
And a
no
big
longer
country
controls our
attacked a little
lives.
country.
The vaccine that saved us from COVID.
When you look
right
at
now
40
being
days
used
for
to
life,
beat cancer.
sorry
Hold
to
on,
say it,
the
Setback
vaccine
into COVID.
protected
But
us from COVID.
That's
There
what
have been
America
more
does.
deaths
That's
for
what America
COVID
does.
under Biden than there were for Trump, and he had the vaccine.
Folks, my inherited economy is on the brink. Now our economy is literally the envy of the world. 15 million new jobs in
Really?
just 3 years. A record. A record.
A record 12.6 million were lost during the pandemic.
At 50-year lows.
so you're talking about 1% job increase.
Pretty
Dude,
much.
I will give it to Johnson.
For working class, you know, we're talking about 300 million.
I'll give it
50
to
million,
Johnson. He does
1%.
want to say some shit. He's just sitting back there with a smirk on his face like, this fucking lying asshole.
Hispanics and Asian Americans, 800,000 new manufacturing jobs in America and counting.
Okay, hold on. I will give him that. The Chips and Science Act did actually do that.
We are. We will.
We lost somebody. We lost Scott again.
Yeah.
More people have health insurance today. More people have health insurance today than ever before.
Oh.
That's
What?
because, motherfucker, it takes you 10 hours to even go through the emergency room.
Wages keep going up. Inflation keeps coming down. Inflation has dropped from 9%.
Every time I talk
to
shit, my
3%,
shit
the
freezes
lowest in
up.
the world and tending lower.
My
Mike
pen,
never stands up.
the top of my pen exploded and went right into my drink.
Now, instead of
great.
importing foreign products and exporting American jobs, we're exporting American products and creating American jobs. Right here in America, where they belong. And it takes time, but the American people are beginning to feel it. Consumer studies show consumer confidence is soaring.
No.
Buy America has been the law
By
of
the
the
way,
land since the 1930s.
Anybody hear what happened to YouTube
Past
Music?
administration,
They
including
trained
my
the people in
predecessor,
India to take their
including
jobs
some
over, and then
Democrats
they
as
were
well
all
in the
fired.
past,
Right.
failed to buy America.
Yeah.
Not anymore. On my watch,
All those
federal
American jobs
projects
staying
that
here.
you fund, like helping build
Hey, he's
American
not
roads,
wrong.
bridges, and highways, will be made with American
Consumers have
products and
consumed
built by
more.
American workers.
I don't know why. I mean,
Made by American
The
products
2
and built by
million
American
illegal
workers. And built by
immigrants.
American workers, yes, but made by American products, absolutely not, because we do not have that steel manufacturing.
I mean,
Thanks to our
2
Chips and
million
Science Act,
illegal
the
immigrants
United States is
definitely
investing
doesn't
more in research and
increase
development than ever
the
before.
demand for
During the
eggs,
pandemic, the
that's for
shortage of semiconductors, chips, that drove up the price of everything from cell phones to automobiles.
From Doritos
By
to
the way,
Frito
we
Lay.
invented those chips right here in America. Well, instead of having to import them, private companies are now
Well,
investing
thank you very
billions of
much.
dollars to build new chip factories here in
Trump.
America,
Trump.
creating tens of thousands of jobs.
Trump.
Many of those jobs paying $100,000 a year and don't require a college degree.
Hold the fuck on. Y'all were manufacturing that and then sent that shit to Taiwan. Nancy Pelosi said, hey, go fuck yourself when China invades, and now you want to bring it back here.
$150 billion in private sector investment in clean energy, advanced manufacturing, creating tens of thousands of jobs here in America.
How's that
Tens of
working?
thousands over
How's that working?
350 million.
VW scrapped their fucking electric cars. I think Ford's doing the
VW
same
did?
thing.
Ford's
Oh, yeah,
doing it too. Yes.
Ford's
Quite
doing
a
it
few
too.
companies did. A lot of them are getting rid of
46,000
it.
projects have been announced all across your
Does
community.
anyone else notice Biden
By the way, I
can't
know
stand?
that some of you strongly voted against it. Or
can't do a lot of
Dude can barely function. So standing is not an option.
I'm with you.
That was that booty juice.
I'm with you.
Yes.
Booty sweat. Booty sweat.
Secretary Booty Juice.
Money in your district, just let me know.
And we will steal from the American taxpayer to funnel back into us.
Removing point.
Because I can't stand.
If you don't know how to do it, just ask Fannie Willis.
Risk of brain damage. Providing affordable high-speed
Hold on,
internet
removing
for every
poisonous-
American, no matter where you live, urban,
So
suburban,
Flint,
or rural
Michigan is still a
communities,
thing.
in red states and blue states. Record investments in tribal communities. Because of my investment
Tribal.
in family farm,
I know. I shouldn't be like, you know all that money is
Record investments in
all that money is-
$173 million went to bringing
know about this than anybody I
electricity
know.
to Native
better able
American
to stay in the
reservations
family
that had
than those
electricity.
farms where their-
Right.
their
Well,
children
and yet
grandchildren
Flint,
want to
Michigan
leave.
still has the worst water
Leave
on the
home to
planet.
make a
But,
living.
yeah.
Right.
It's transformative. The great comeback story is Belvedere, Illinois, home to an auto plant for nearly 60 years. Before I came to office, the plant was on its way to shutting down. Thousands of workers feared for their livelihoods. Hope was fading. Then I was elected to office and we raised the Belvedere repeatedly with auto companies knowing unions would make all the difference. The UAW worked like hell to keep the plant open and get these jobs back, and together we succeeded. Instead of auto factories shutting down, auto factories reopening, a new state-of-the-art battery factories being built to power those cars there at the same.
Why don't you tell them
That
you
are
were
mined by children in cobalt fucking mines across the fucking country.
But why doesn't he say, oh, and by the way, we were working out a deal with them to fund them anyways if it didn't work out? Because that's a fact.
Belvedere, I say, instead of
Fucking-
your town being left behind, your community is moving forward again.
Like East
Because
Palestine?
instead of watching auto jobs
Oh
of
yeah,
the future,
they actually came out and
overseas,
say that that
4,000
controlled
union
burn didn't need to
jobs
fucking
with
happen.
higher wages are building the future in Belvedere right here in America.
But fuck Chicago, right?
Here tonight is UAW President Sean Fain, a great friend and a great labor leader. Sean, where are you? Stand up. And Dawn,
I see that motherfucker being fired here soon.
and Dawn Sim, a third generation worker, UAW worker at Belvedere. Sean, I was proud to be the first president to stand on the picket line. And today, Dawn has a good job in her hometown,
Dawn.
providing stability for her family and pride and dignity as well. Showing once again, Wall Street didn't build America. They're not bad guys. They didn't build it, though. The middle class built the country. And
The
unions
UAW
built the
told you to
middle
go
class.
fuck yourself.
Yes, they did.
The guy who was talking about the-
Overwhelmingly.
yeah. The guy who was talking to him about the Second Amendment, where he started yelling, "You're a liar!" That was a UAW worker.
Yep.
UAW told him to go fuck
Save the
himself.
American people. When America gets knocked down, we get back up.
And you have knocked
We
us
keep
down.
going. That's America. That's you, the American
Shovel face.
people.
Yeah.
It's because of you America's coming back. It's because of you our future is bright. It's because of you that tonight.
And you keep
we can
taking our
proudly
money.
say
You keep taking
the
our
state
money.
of our
You're giving
union
away
is
to other
strong
countries.
and getting
You old
stronger.
fuck.
Have you noticed that Mike Johnson has not stood once?
Nope.
He is not even clapped.
He
No.
might have stood. I don't think we all noticed though.
No, he hasn't stood. I've been watching the whole time.
At all.
I keep watching the smirks. Everyone
He's too
when he
short.
wants.
Nobody's
gonna I'm notice if he reading it stands the up. whole time.
Yeah. I mean,
I said
I want
he's
to talk
short.
about the
Yeah.
future of possibilities.
He is my
Goodness,
height.
does he remind me?
Mama
of
A future
Jay,
where the days of
he
trickle-down
is my
economics are
height.
over, and the wealthy and the biggest corporations no longer.
The dude in
Maybe someone
Canada that
said he
eats
wouldn't.
apples?
By the way, I understand
You know what I'm talking
corporations.
about?
I come from a state that has more corporations invested than every one of your states in the state of the United States combined.
Wow.
For 36 years. I'm not anti-corporation, but I grew up in a home where trickle-down economics didn't put
God,
much
here
in
we
my
go.
dad's kitchen
Yeah,
table.
bullshit.
That's why I
Yeah.
determined to turn
Anybody
things around
knows a
so
guy
middle
in
class
Canada
do well.
that
When they do
looks
well, the
just
poor will way up and
You
the
grew
wealthy
up
stay
with
do
a
very
silver
well.
spoon in your mouth.
We all do well.
Is he fighting
There's
with a
more to do
heckler
to
right
make
now?
sure you're feeling the benefits of all we're doing. Americans pay more for prescription drugs than anywhere in the world. It's
And
wrong.
we pay for more for
and
eggs
I'm
and milk.
ending it.
Eggs,
And
milk,
bread?
gas,
Yeah, it's wrong. And
electric.
you ain't got nothing to do with
Americans pay more for everything because of you, asshole.
it. Yeah.
But
Right
the
there.
law that I proposed and signed, not one of you Republican buddies voted for it. We finally beat
What?
Big Pharma. Instead of paying
What? We did?
$400
We
a month
did?
or thereathereabouts for insulin,
We did. We
for
paid them what?
diabetes, and it only
Four-
cost $10
40,
to make.
50 billion
Didn't
dollars.
didn't Trump do that
Still make healthy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, he did, and then he reversed it and then he put it back
reversed
into place and said, "Hey, he did it.
Yeah.
We
yeah.
beat Big
Doesn't
Pharma
matter,
by
we
paying
didn't
them
steal.
hundreds of fucking billions of dollars by shoving poison as the vaccine into your fucking veins."
Everyone.
That's many.
Who,
'Cause I
by the
remember-
way, the same woman that's standing up now said she wouldn't take the vaccine under fucking Trump, but immediately said, "I'm in office, take
Breaking
it."
news! Breaking news! Multiple U.S. government websites, including DHS, ICE, and the Secret Service, etc., are down.
You gotta quit, bro. You gotta
That's
quit.
not just saving seniors money.
We
We're
can't
having
say
a
that
fucking-
straight.
Taxpayers' money.
We're having a cyber attack right
It's
now.
happening.
Get your
You can't
fucking
say
mind.
that.
Why are you wearing a mask?
Fuck on. He did not wear a mask the whole fucking
Yeah.
time.
And now he is.
Oh,
yeah.
Because of the
no,
big
yeah.
pharma. This year, Medicare is negotiating lower prices for some of the costliest drugs on the market to treat everything from heart disease to arthritis. It's now
Like
time to go
diabetes.
further and give Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices for 500 different drugs over the next decade.
Motherfucker, that's
What
why I
eating?
spent 10 fucking hours in a goddamn hospital because I had a blood clot in my lung that cost me damn near $10,000. $1,000 an hour.
Extremely profitable. Will not only save lives, it will save taxpayers another $200 billion.
By how?
How much
Fucking us in
will
the
your
ass every
taxes
other
go
way?
up?
The same law caps total prescription drug costs for seniors on Medicare at $2,000 a year. Even for expensive cancer drugs that cost $10,000, $12,000, $15,000. I want to cap prescription drug costs at $2,000 a year for everyone.
Baby, how much do we owe now?
How?
I don't know.
Damn near 10,000.
That's
Fuck
fine.
this
I'm
motherfucker.
going to get in trouble for saying that, but if you want to get in Air Force One, you can
10,000.
fly to Toronto,
Chump change.
Berlin, Moscow. And even Moscow, probably.
What?
Yeah, sounds so
What?
good.
Bring your prescription with you, and I promise you I'll get it for you for 40% the cost you're paying now. Same company, same drug, same place. Folks,
What is happening?
Affordable Care Act
Yeah.
This motherfucker is delusional. That's what's happening.
is still a very big deal.
I think we
Fucking
need to
prescription
dissect
prices have
this guy.
increased. And he's talking about bring it to me. I'll get it 40% off. Fuck you.
I feel like I need to dissect what he just said just now. In that scenario, that was
Million
like,
of you can no longer be denied health insurance because of pre-existing condition.
Huh?
Well, my predecessor
What?
and many in this chamber
He's breaking
want to
down.
take this prescription drug away by repealing Affordable Care Act. I'm not going to let that happen.
Oh, geez.
You're not gonna let that happen. You're not gonna let the American people stop getting fucked in the ass.
In fact, I'm not only protecting it, I'm expanding it. They enacted tax credits of $800 per person per year, reduce healthcare costs for millions of working families. That tax credit expires next year. I want to make that savings permanent.
So you get a tax credit for being on.
To state the obvious, women are more than
State
half our
healthcare?
population.
I think so. Yeah.
Research on women's health has always been underfunded.
is that right?
And that's why we're launching the first ever White House initiative on women's health research, led by Jill. Doing an
Well, he's all coked up, I bet. So probably why it sounds all good.
He's already breaking the fuck down.
Yeah, it's starting to a little bit.
The meth ain't kicking in anymore.
will pass my plan for $12 billion to transfer women's health research and benefit millions of lives all across America. I know the cost of housing is so important to you. If inflation keeps coming down, mortgage rates will come down as well, and the Fed acknowledges that.
The
But I'm
more
not
you
waiting.
take away from
I want to provide an annual tax credit
the actual
that will give Americans $400 a month for the next 2 years as mortgage rates come down. To put toward their
Sorry,
mortgages when
that
they
ain't
buy
gonna
their
help
first
in
home,
Texas.
or trade up for
That
a
ain't
little
gonna
more
help in
space.
Texas. Sorry.
make it
ain't
worse.
gonna help.
Hold the fuck on. This motherfucker has increased mortgage
said
rates
$400
beyond the
a
fucking
month.
point of what we've ever had before. And now he's like, oh, they're coming down. You'll be all right.
How about this? Why don't
He
you
said
just
$400
get
a
rid of
month.
some of the
That's
taxes
There's also
bullshit.
eliminating
entirely
title
instead of giving
insurance on
people tax
federally
credits?
backed mortgages.
Exactly.
I mean,
When you refinance your home, you can save $1,000 or more as a consequence.
How?
For millions of renters, we're cracking down on
This
big
is such
landlords who
bullshit.
use antitrust laws.
Johnson's
The
like-
fucking mortgage rate is twice of what it was
price
2,
fixing and
3,
driving
fucking
up
4 years
rents.
ago.
$400 a
saving
month.
shit, you spending more.
$400 a month
Hold on, hold
is
on.
literally
which is already helping build
what
a
it
record
costs.
1.7 million new
It's
housing
talking
units
about
nationwide.
zero.
Hold on.
Now pass. Now pass and build and renovate 2 million affordable homes and bring those rents down.
so he's talking about landlords and how they're awful and that they're going to build more homes to bring rent prices down.
And give them what to fucking
Remain the
immigrants,
strongest
illegals?
economy in the world.
No, I
We
don't.
need
I
to have
don't
the
know
best
what that
education
means,
system in
but
the world.
like for renters, that's not the truth.
And I, like
He
I
can
suspect
say
all
whatever he
of you,
wants to. That's not the truth.
want to give
For
a child,
homeowners,
every
like
child, a good start
that's the
by
same
providing
thing.
access
It's
to
the same
preschool
deal.
for 3
It's
and 4 years old.
literally the same exact
You
deal.
know, I think I pointed out last year.
Didn't Trump do the preschool thing?
Yeah.
I pointed out
Last
last
year.
year that children coming from broken homes where there's no books, they're not read to, not
Right,
spoken
Paula.
to very often. Start
Yeah.
school,
I like
kindergarten,
Johnson's
first
look on
grade,
his face sometimes.
hearing,
He's like,
having
"Are
heard
you
a million
fucking
fewer words
retarded?"
spoken. Well, studies show
I mean, he
children who
knows
go to
he's
preschool
retarded.
are 50% more likely to finish high school, go on to earn a 2 and 4 year degree, no matter what their background is.
His face looks like me during small talk when it's something that I don't want to talk about. I'm just like,
I met a year and a half
I mean, he
ago
looks
the
like he's
leaders
about
of the
to take
Business
a shit.
Roundtable. They were mad that they were angry. I said, well, they were discussing why I wanted to spend money on education. I pointed out to them as vice president, I met with over I think it was 182.
Your
of those folks.
education
Don't hold me to the
secretary
exact
said
number.
Ronald Reagan said the United States government
And,
is here to help
I
you.
asked them what they need most.
Right.
CEOs.
We're the
You
United
guys
States
have
government.
experience
We're here to
with
help
guys,
you.
They say a better educated workforce.
That's
right?
That's a
who.
good quote.
So I looked at
It's a
them.
positive.
Yeah.
And I say, I come from Delaware.
Never mind, the
used to be
beginning of
the
that
8th
was
largest
the
corporation in the
worst
world.
7 words in American language.
The
And
worst
everything
9
we
words
do
an American
enterprise
can
today
hear is "Hi,
brought
we're from the
the
government and we're here to
educated
help you."
workforce to
yeah,
that
but the funny
enterprise.
thing is, like,
But none of you do that anymore.
we could go into Reagan, how much of a hypocrite
Why
he is,
are you
though.
angry with
Yeah.
me providing
sure.
you the opportunity for the best educated workforce in the world? And they all looked at me and said, I think you're right. I want to expand high quality tutoring and summer learning to see that every child learns to read by 3rd grade.
Motherfucker, Jabal Bowman's fucking district alone, 25% of the motherfuckers are proficient at reading.
Jamal
So I
Bowman couldn't
muted-
know what
I
it didn't know what
muted-
a
I
fucking.
muted everybody.
This is in high
I
school.
muted everybody while
So
you guys
students
were
get
talking,
hands-on
and it's
experience
like
and a path to
you
good
got
paying
it
job,
down,
whether
bro.
or not they go to
You
college.
got it down. Like he's
I
like
want to make
not
sure the
listening
college
to
is
you.
more affordable.
He's not listening to anybody.
No.
Let's continue increasing the Pell Grants to work.
Jamal Bowman didn't know a fire extinguisher wasn't a fucking door opener. And you're gonna tell me
fire alarm.
you're gonna tell me reading by 3rd grade was gonna help him?
I mean, anything red that says fire on it, every child knows not to
just
fuck
changed
with.
the way in which we did.
Apparently not a grown ass man though.
I fixed 2 student loan programs that already existed
Huh?
to reduce the burden of student debt. For
After
nearly
the Supreme
4
Court said you
million
couldn't do it, you
Americans,
fuck.
including Nurses, firefighters.
By
and others
making
in
every
public
single
service.
taxpayer pay for it.
like Keenan Jones, a public educator from Minnesota, who's here with us tonight. Keenan, where are you? Keenan, thank you. He's educated hundreds of students so they can go to college. Now he's able to help after debt forgiveness get his own daughter to college.
The only black, like, sorry, it's so racist. If you're gonna do it from a Democratic point of view, that's so racist. He's the only black man standing. Like,
that's the thing.
no,
though.
I'm not.
able to buy
I'm not
home,
Democratic. I'm
start
just
a
saying.
business, start a family.
He's the only black man standing. Come on.
While we're at it, I want to give public school teachers a raise.
Pretty much, yes.
Pocahontas.
Yeah, you know who's in charge of giving the school
Yeah.
teachers the raise? The fucking Board of Education. You know,
Yeah.
the people who make 6 digits a year for fucking nothing? Those are the people in
Now,
charge
let
of
me
giving
speak to the
teachers
question of
raises.
funding
Not
nothing.
you.
Absolutely.
No. Hold on a minute. They made 6
Absolutely
digits a
not.
year for
Results
putting
in
you in
fiscally
jail for
responsible
standing up for
ways.
your daughter getting
We've already
anally
cut the
raped in the
federal
bathroom.
deficit. We've already cut the federal deficit over $1 trillion.
What?
But also putting you in jail for
bipartisan
having
deal.
problems with public speaking.
Cut another $1 trillion
For sure.
in the next
All right.
decade. It's my goal to cut the federal deficit another $3 trillion by making big corporations and the very wealthy finally beginning to pay their fair share.
Oh my God.
Look,
I'll be right back.
I'm a capitalist. You want to make or can make $1 million or millions of bucks, that's great. Just pay your fair share in taxes.
Which means you're not a capitalist then, bitch.
A fair tax code is how we invest
They
in
pay
the country
50%
great. Healthcare,
almost.
education, defense, and so much more. But here's the deal. The last administration enacted a $2 trillion tax cut, overwhelmingly benefit the top 1%, the very wealthy and the biggest corporations, and exploded the federal deficit.
Hey, it's funny. The people who don't have private jobs are the people cheering.
Presidential term in
Yeah.
American history.
Yeah.
Check the numbers. Folks,
It
at
helped
home,
me,
does
bitch.
anybody really
I'm not
think the
rich,
tax
you
code is
fucking
fair?
cunt.
Yep. Me too.
Do you
You know
really
what's
think the
funny?
wealthy and big
You know what's
corporations
fucking
need another
funny?
$2 trillion tax break? I sure don't.
Yeah, tax break.
I'm going to keep fighting like hell to make it fair. Under my plan, nobody earning less than $400,000 a year will pay additional penny in federal taxes. Nobody, not one penny.
Didn't he originally say 200,000 or whatever?
The people that don't pay their taxes.
Look,
are the
she
people
even
that
knows
don't
he's
need to
fucking
pay taxes.
bullshitting.
The child tax credit I passed during the pandemic cut taxes for millions of working families and cut child poverty in half.
Mm.
Did?
Restore that
Yeah,
child
dude.
tax credit.
Yeah, dude. Because
To the
people
illegal
pay their
immigrants.
taxes.
Hold on, but
Yeah, because
Oh,
they paid
I
it.
can't.
Because they paid
The
it.
way to make the tax
But they
code
normally
fair
wouldn't pay it.
is to make big corporations and the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Remember in 2020,
and then they'll all leave.
55 of the biggest companies in America made $40 billion
yes.
and paid zero in federal income tax. Zero. Not
Zero.
anymore. Thanks to the law I wrote and we signed, big companies
Paid
have
zero
to pay
tax
minimum
to you.
50%. But that's
Motherfucker,
still
the whole
less
goddamn point of your
than
tax
working people
returns is to
paying federal
wind up with
taxes.
zero.
It's
If
time
they
to
owe
raise
you
corporate
money, you
minimum tax to at
overpaid.
least 21%.
If you owe them money, you underpaid.
Which
If you're a regular person, you owe taxes.
So
there's every time I don't remember the last time I've gotten paid taxes back ever, like in the past 10 years at least.
For big pharma, big
There
oil,
should be
private
no
jets,
worrying
massive
about a
executive
return.
pay.
Fuck
It's
you.
all
If you're
supposed to be
taking
$1
shit, just
million
take it. Get the
$1
fuck out of my
million
life.
to be deducted. They can pay them 20 million if they want, but deduct $1 million. End it now. You know, there are 1,000 billionaires in America. You know what the average federal tax is for those billionaires?
1,000.
No. They're making
Billionaires.
great sacrifices, 8.2%. That's
No,
far less than the
that
vast
cannot be
majority of
right.
Americans pay. No billionaire should pay a lower federal tax rate than a teacher, a sanitation worker, or a nurse.
Motherfucker, are you talking about a flat tax?
Right?
Bullshit.
Me and Empire on the same page.
Mm-hmm.
I propose
A flat
minimum
tax.
tax for
Maybe
billionaires at
I'm
25%,
on
just
the opposite end,
25%.
but I
You know
see
what
it
that
as
would raise? That would
people
raise
that create jobs
$500 billion
should
over
be
the next
taxed
10
less.
years. And imagine what that could
I
do
mean,
for
you're not on
America.
the opposite end, Ellie, but
Imagine
yes.
the future. with affordable child care. Millions of families can get they need to go to work to help grow the economy.
So what is
Imagine
he
the
for-
future with paid leave, because no one should have to choose between working and taking care of their sick family member.
Well, that wasn't a problem until you introduced women into the workforce.
FMLA. And people living with disabilities, so they can stay in their homes and family caregivers can finally get the pay they deserve. Tonight, let's all agree once again to stand up for seniors. Many of my friends.
Is he proposing? Is he proposing anything
that
or no?
No.
No.
What the fuck is he talking
Social
about?
Security, Medicare, or raise the retirement age, I will stop you.
Motherfucker, you're raising retirement age because we have a declining fucking population because you told people to kill their children.
The working people who built
Not
this
you,
country
but the government.
pay more into Social Security than millionaires and billionaires do.
Yeah.
It's not
Agreed.
fair. We have two ways to go.
I mean, 100%.
Republicans can cut Social Security and give more tax breaks to the wealthy. I will. That's the proposal. Oh no, you guys don't want another $2 trillion tax cut? I kind of thought that's what your plan was.
I hate to
Well,
say
that's
it,
good to
but
hear.
Biden sounds
not gonna
like
cut
he
another
is
$2 trillion
giving
for the
the
super wealth. That's
opposite
good to hear.
argument to what we
I'll
want.
protect and strengthen Social
Yes.
Security and make the wealthy pay their fair share.
Like planned.
You mean like Elon Musk and Donald Trump, who have paid more than their fair share, but you keep coming after them?
I'm right there with you. Like
Raise prices
that
to
guy
private
right
profits.
there, he
Charging
has
more and more
always
for
been
less and
white,
less.
white.
That's why we're cracking down on corporations.
He's
that
always been
embrace
white. I hope
gouging
he's
and
always been
deceptive
white.
pricing, from food to healthcare to
It'd be
housing.
weird if he wasn't.
In fact, the snack companies think you won't notice.
Yeah, good point.
Eventually,
If they
he's
change
not.
the size of the
Oh,
bag.
geez.
and
Now
put
he's
a hell
talking
of a
about
lot fewer-
shrinkflation.
Same size bag. Put fewer chips in it. No, I'm not joking. It's called shrinkflation. Pass Bobby Casey's bill and stop this.
Motherfucker. Hold the. It costs more money to produce shit under you
Yeah. They do it
because you wanted 15% or $15 fucking minimum wage.
Snickers bars.
Like, how is that not
You get-
authoritarian
you get
to tell a
charged the
company you
same
have to
amount,
fucking do
and You
this?
got about, I
Like,
don't know,
It is.
10% fewer Snickers in it. Look, I'm also getting rid of junk fees. Those hidden fees. At the end of your
Yeah,
bill,
because that's
they're
what we're
there
worried
without your
about
knowledge.
right now. Junk fees,
The
right?
administration announced we're cutting credit card late fees from $32 to $8.
No, that's because our economy's gone to crap and people are about to start living off their credit cards.
exactly. They are.
They have
quite a
already
bit,
done
yeah.
that. They've
Yep.
maxed out.
A lot of them have,
Charge
yeah.
what it costs them to instigate the collection. And that's more a hell of a
Belly
lot,
drop.
like $8.30-some. They don't like it. Credit card companies don't like it.
How about just give her an
But I'm
income tax,
saving American
fuckface?
families $20 billion a year with all the
That's
junk
where
fees
most
I'm
of the
eliminating.
money comes from, though.
Folks at home,
Most of the money that they send
That's what the
overseas
banks
to
are so mad.
Ukraine
It's
comes from our
$20 billion
taxes.
in profit.
We're no better than the serfs.
I'm not stopping there.
Which
My
is another
administration
thing that
proposed
people don't
rules to
seem to
make
think about.
cable,
All these people that
travel,
thinking, oh,
utilities,
we'll pay the
online
debt, we'll
ticket
pay the
sellers
debt.
tell you the
All the
total
money we're
price
sending
up
over there is what
front.
we should be spending
So there are no
for
surprises.
our debt, but yet it's going over there. We're going more and more into debt. So it's
Yes.
It
a never-ending fucking cycle.
And so does this. In November, my team began serious negotiation with a bipartisan group of senators. The result was a bipartisan bill with the toughest set of border security reforms we've ever seen.
Are you? No. No.
Oh, you don't think so? Oh, you don't like that bill, huh? That
Nobody
got
does.
Together and said it was a good bill. I'll be darned. That's amazing.
I'll be darned. That's amazing. The dude who strokes out says it's the biggest fucking strongest
100 more immigration judges help
security bill
tackle
ever.
the backload of 2 million cases, 4,300 more asylum officers, and new policies so they can resolve
20
cases
million out of
in 6
180
months
million was only
instead
going
of
to the
6
border.
years
The
now.
rest was going to other countries.
Exactly.
And then they took it out and said, "Fuck it, we're gonna send the rest of the money to other countries."
So what are we just going to be accepting? What 1.8 million or something now immigrants a year?
Yes.
drug detection machine.
Before they even
Significantly
consider
increased
closing the border.
screen
And by the
and
way,
stop
ladies and
vehicles
gentlemen, the
smuggling fentanyl
only
into
people that
America.
count towards
It's
that
killing
is
thousands of
Mexicans and
children.
Canadians. Everybody else doesn't count.
This bill would
Yep.
save lives. And the more
Good times.
It'll also give me and any new president new emergency authority to temporarily shut down the border when the number of migrants at the border is overwhelming.
I do love the fact that when he was talking about that fucking bill, nobody was
Federal
cheering.
Chamber of Commerce is yeah. You're saying low. Look at the facts.
Can someone just say you're full of shit? I just
Right.
want to hear someone say that real, like,
I know you know
loud.
how to read.
He's such a
No, we don't know
fucking
how to
dipshit.
read. 25% of this country can read at the
I
grade
believe if
level.
given the opportunity for a majority in the House and Senate, would endorse the bill as well. A majority right now, but unfortunately, politics has derailed this bill so far.
Somebody needs to take that
I'm
microphone
told
from
my
in front of his
predecessor
face.
called members of Congress in the Senate to demand. they
Somebody
block
needs
the
to
bill.
beat him with it.
He feels political win. He viewed it as would be a political win for me and a political loser for him. It's not about him. It's not about me. I'd be a winner.
Every bit of
Not
this is
really.
about you.
I
You be a winner? Wait, what?
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Lincoln Riley.
Lincoln
an innocent
Riley.
young woman who was killed by an illegal. That's right.
It shouldn't have been here.
But how many of thousands of people being killed by illegals? To her
Motherfucker,
parents, I
you're
say,
letting
my
them
heart
in.
goes out to you, having lost children myself. I
Oh, my
understand. But look,
Oh my God.
if you change the dynamic.
Here we go
of the
about Beau
border,
Biden.
People pay these smugglers $8,000 to get across the border because they know if they get by and let into the country, it's 6 to 8 years before they have a hearing.
Why do you
That's
think we
your
want the
fucking
border
policy.
shut? Yeah, why do you think we want the border shut down, you fucking retard?
If it's only 6 weeks, the idea is it's highly unlikely that people will pay that money and come all that way, knowing that they'll be able to be kicked out quickly. Folks,
Right.
Yes.
That's the whole point.
My Republican friends owe it to the American people. Get this bill done. We need to act now.
What the actual?
Wow.
And you wonder why we are the laughing stock of the entire fucking world.
And if my predecessor is watching, instead of paying politics and pressuring members of Congress to
least
block
just
the
keeps
bill,
dropping.
join me in telling the Congress to pass it. We can do it together. But that's what he apparently here's what he will not do. I will not demonize immigrants.
We
saying
can
they are
codify
poisoning the
illegal
blood of our
immigration if
country.
you just pass the fucking bill, ladies and gentlemen.
That's exactly what they want to do.
Separate families.
You are.
I will not.
87 fucking thousand
because
children
of
are
their
missing
faith.
in this country.
Unlike my predecessor on my first day in office, I introduced a comprehensive bill to fix our immigration system. Take a look at it. It has all these and more.
And it
Secure
didn't
the
work,
border.
fuckface.
Provide a pathway to citizenship for dreamers, and so much more. But unlike my predecessor, I know who we are as Americans. We're the only nation in the world with a heart and soul that draws from old and new. Home to Native Americans, whose ancestors have been here for thousands of years. Home to people of every place, from every place on earth. They came freely. Some came in chains. Some came when famine struck, like my ancestral family in Ireland. Some to flee persecution, to chase dreams that are impossible anywhere but here in America. That's America.
Yeah, because you get
And we all
$8,000
Corn
a month.
pop. Corn pop should have fucking done the job.
Oh boy.
Look, folks,
It's starting to wear off.
we have a simple choice.
That's why he's coughing.
We can fight about fixing the border, or we can fix it.
Throwing $20
By
billion.
codifying illegal immigration,
Yep.
let's fix it.
Send me the border bill now.
I'm sorry, they weren't cheering that when Trump was asking for $5 billion, were they?
No, but we were spending 451 billion a fucking year.
Happened 59
Just for
years
this
ago
reason.
Today in Selma, Alabama.
Oh, I'm
Hundreds
sorry.
of foot soldiers for justice marched across the Edmund Pettus Bridge. named after the Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan, to claim their fundamental right to vote. They were beaten, they were bloody, and left for dead.
You mean like that Klan member that you did the eulogy
was
for?
on that march. We miss
Who started the fucking KKK, motherfucker? I'm sure you were alive back then. Who started the KKK?
His uncle.
joining us tonight.
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he should have been fucking
Both
badder.
in the gallery and on the floor, including Betty Mae Fikes, known as the voice of Selma. The daughter of gospel singers and preachers, she sang songs of prayer and protest on that
Why the
bloody
fuck is
Sunday
one eye
that
higher
shaken
than the other?
nation.
How is that possible?
5 months later, the Voting Rights Act passed and was signed into law. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Hey, Mike Johnson fucking stood.
But 59 years later,
I'm sure he's showing respect for a
the
woman.
force has taken us back in time. Voter suppression, election subversion.
Okay, let's hear this.
Unlimited dark money, extreme gerrymandering. John Lewis was a great friend to many of us here. But if you truly want to honor him and all the heroes who marched with him, then it's time to do more than talk. Pass the Freedom to Vote Act.
The Freedom to
Who
Vote
isn't
Act?
free to vote right now?
That's what I'm. The Freedom to Vote Act is probably no voter ID, shit like that.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
No voter ID, illegals get to fucking vote.
Yeah.
Stop denying
What are you, a baby on the street? Here's a vote.
Our
Fucking vote.
diversity across American life. Banning books. It's wrong.
Oh God.
Instead of erasing history, that's
You
make
mean
history.
like
I want to protect fundamental rights.
To Kill a Mockingbird.
Equality Act.
yeah.
Huckleberry Finn.
Yeah.
Banned
happened
because
on
they say
Mulberry
the
Street.
N-word. But
They banned. They like.
Dr. Seuss is something we need to ban.
Yes. They got rid of Captain Underpants book.
Yeah,
because
which is
they had
ridiculous.
Asians in it.
Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, we can show depictions of people giving blowjobs to each other in fucking elementary.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm taking the most significant action ever on climate in the history of the world. I'm cutting our carbon emissions in half by 2030.
We have the
Creating
lowest
tens of
carbon
thousands of
emissions
clean
across the
energy
fucking world
jobs.
already.
The IBW work is building and installing 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations.
No, fuck you.
That is backed by fucking coal burning.
30% of America's lands and waters by 2030. And taking action on environmental justice fence line communities smothered by the legacy of pollution. And pattern after the Peace Corps and AmeriCorps, I launched the Climate Corps to put 20,000 young people to work in the forefront of our clean energy future. I'll
You mean
triple
children?
that number in a decade.
She's so fucking dumb, AOC.
She's a fucking actor.
Yeah, she's retarded.
To state the obvious, all Americans deserve the freedom to be safe. And America is safer today than when I took office.
Oh my God.
Year before I took
What?
office, murder
That's
went up
fucking
30%.
ridiculous.
30% they went up.
Hold on.
The biggest increase in history. It was then, through my American Rescue Plan, which every American voted against.
Praise
I
to
might
that
add.
motherfucker.
We made
Yeah.
the
Whoever the
largest
hell you
investment
are.
in public safety ever. Last year, the murder rate saw the sharpest decrease in history. Violent crime fell to one of its lowest levels in more than 50 years. But we have more to do. We have to help cities invest
are
in
you
more
fucking
community
stupid?
police officers, more mental health workers, more community violence intervention. Give communities the tool to crack down on gun crime, retail crime, and carjacking. Keep building trust as
What
they've been
tools
doing
would
by
those
taking
be?
executive
To me,
action
that would be
on police reform
guns. for those people to crack down on that. You
To me, it'd be a
Crack down on
local
retail
government
crime?
allowing $900 worth of merchandise to walk out the door and not doing anything about it.
Right.
Because no one should be jailed.
Crack down on
for simply
retail
using
crime?
Or have it on
I mean,
their record.
you fucking throw the people in jail who were doing that.
Take on crimes of domestic violence. I'm ramping up the federal enforcement of the Violence Against Women Act that I proudly wrote when I was a senator. So we can finally end the scourge against women in America.
What scourge?
What scourge?
Oh, the scourge of the immigrants that killed Lake and Riley.
Are you talking about the scourge of fucking men who get
With us
fucking
tonight
heckled
is
in the fucking
Jasmine.
gym?
His 9-year-old sister Jackie was murdered with 21 classmates and teachers in elementary school in Uvalde, Texas.
Why the fuck did
Very
you
soon
zoom
after
into
that
that
happened, Jill and I
fucking
went to
dual-haired
Uvalde for a
motherfucker?
couple days.
Who knows?
We spent hours and
Fucking
hours with each of
mutants.
the families. We heard their message, so everyone in this room, in this chamber, could hear the same message.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Constant refrain, and I was there for hours meeting with every family.
Catch and
They
release.
said, "Do something."
Yeah, catch and release. Here's a
Do
court date
something.
for 4 years from now.
Well, I
Hopefully
did
you
do
show
something
up.
by establishing the first ever Office of Gun Violence Prevention in the White House that the Vice President is leading the charge. Thank you for doing it.
Yet this entire fucking country is starting to move to constitutional fucking carry.
Yeah, exactly.
Because if you carry a fucking gun, there's not going to be a son of a bitch who's going to rob you with a fucking gun because they may get killed with a gun.
Well, I mean, that's
My
going to be the
predecessor
one main
told the
thing.
NRA
And like
he's proud
Fowler.
he did nothing on guns when he was president.
What about the illegal aliens killing Americans? Yeah, exactly. That's happening quite a bit.
After another shooting in Iowa,
And that's the
recently,
thing
he
that comes
said,
with people wanting
when asked what
open
to do about it, he
borders.
said, just get over it.
I hope you're going to be okay with violence and
There's his
murder because
quote,
it's going to happen.
Just get over it. I say, stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it.
Okay,
well, then
Grandpa.
cut off the illegal fucking aliens coming into this goddamn country, you son of a bitch.
Yeah.
I'm proud we beat the NRA when I signed the most significant gun safety law in nearly 30 years because of this Congress. We now must beat the NRA again. I'm demanding a ban on assault weapons and high-capacity magazines.
Ladies and gentlemen, it was Mr. Garcia from the fucking Congress that said if you want to solve the problem with the cartels, take away the American people's guns.
None of this. I talked to
Because they're
Second
buying
Amendment for 12
belt-fed
years.
machine guns
None of
and
this
rocket
violates
launchers
the
in
Second
your local
Amendment.
gun shops.
To be honest, well,
vilifies
if you
responsible
want to get
gun
rid of
owners.
most of the cartels' guns and whatever, like
as
our
we
problem
manage
with
challenges
them,
at home,
get
we're
rid of the
also managing
ATF.
crises abroad, including
Get
in
rid of
Middle
the
East.
American fucking government because
I know the last
Operation
5 months have
Paperclip.
been gut-wrenching
Well,
for
yeah,
so
I
many
mean,
people.
most of the fucking
Israeli
federal
people,
government, but
the
especially the
Palestinian
ATF and shit like that. They're
and
the
so many here
like
in
the
America.
CIA, all them. They feed
This
foreign
crisis
countries
began
all
on
those
October
weapons
7th
and shit.
with a
Oh, hell
massacre
yeah,
by
they
a
do.
terrorist group called Hamas, as you all know.
That's your funding.
1,200 innocent people, women and girls, men and boys, slaughtered after
Let me
enduring
hear this,
sexual
okay?
violence.
Okay.
The deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust, and 250 hostages taken. Here in this chamber tonight are families whose loved ones are still being held by Hamas. I pledge to all the families that we will not rest until we bring every one of your loved ones home. We also
Well, that was the second time Johnson stood, but I can understand why. It's kind of a fucked up situation for a lot of people, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
we will also work around the
Right,
clock
Fowler.
to bring home Evan and Paul, Americans being unjustly detained by the Russians and others around the world. Israel has the right to go after Hamas. Hamas ended this conflict by releasing hostages, laying down arms, could end it by releasing the hostages, laying down arms, and surrendering those responsible for October 7th. But Israel has Israel has a added burden because Hamas hides and operates among the civilian population like cowards under hospitals, daycare centers, and all the like. Israel also has a fundamental responsibility, though, to protect innocent civilians in Gaza.
Fowler
respect
wouldn't be
my wife.
surprised. Yeah, pull up that comment. I heard there are 10 to 12 cities targeted for riots when the moles that come across the border are given the go command. That's those sleeper cells, and I believe that
most of
personally.
whom are not Hamas. Thousands
Which I have a
and
theory
thousands of
on some
innocents,
of that.
women and
Hold
children,
on.
girls and boys, also orphaned. Nearly 2 million more Palestinians under bombardment or displacement. Homes destroyed, neighborhoods in rubble, cities in ruin. Families without food, water, medicine. It's heartbreaking. I've been working nonstop to establish an immediate ceasefire that would last for 6 weeks to get all the prisoners released, all the hostages released, to get the hostages
Motherfucker.
home and ease the intolerable and humanitarian crisis and build toward an enduring, something more enduring. The United States has been leading international efforts to get more humanitarian assistance to Gaza. Tonight, I'm directing the U.S. military to lead an emergency mission to establish a temporary pier in the Mediterranean on the coast of Gaza that can receive large shipments carrying food, water,
Did you
medicine,
see they were
and
holding up
temporary
those
shelter.
things like they were at a fucking auction?
No U.S. boots will be on the ground. A temporary pier will enable a massive increase in the amount of humanitarian assistance.
So we're putting boots in the ground in Gaza,
every
huh?
day.
Yes, we are putting boots in the ground in Gaza, and we funded both sides of this bullshit.
Right, I was gonna say, so we're putting boots on the ground in Gaza to fight who though?
Ourselves.
Yeah,
It's a
basically.
no. It's he said it's a humanitarian thing to give them medicine.
It's a humanitarian thing to give them food and water and everything since we fucking decimated both
I
sides.
say this. Humanitarian assistance cannot be a secondary consideration or a bargaining chip. Protecting and saving innocent lives.
It
has
can
to
be secondary
priority.
compared to what's going on
As
here,
we look to the
bitch.
future, the only real solution to the situation is a two-state solution over time. And I say this as a lifelong supporter of Israel, my entire career, no one has a stronger record with Israel than I do. I challenge any of you here.
Ladies
I'm the
and
only
gentlemen,
American president to visit
the
Israel
left
in
is
wartime.
just left of Joe Biden.
But there is no other path that guarantees Israel's security and democracy. There is no other path that guarantees Palestinians can live in peace with peace and dignity. And there's no other path that guarantees peace between Israel and all of its neighbors, including Saudi Arabia, with whom I'm talking. Creating stability in the Middle East also means containing the threat posed by Iran. That's why I built a coalition of more than a dozen countries to defend international shipping and freedom of navigation in the Red Sea. I've ordered strikes to degrade the Houthi capability and defend U.S. forces in the region. As Commander-in-Chief, I will not hesitate to direct further measures to protect our people and our military personnel.
You fucking caused this issue so you could fucking send missiles to everybody else. Good fucking job.
Right, a two-state solution is what Israel tried to do, setting up the Gaza zone exactly, and then it was they had a ceasefire
Say
up
that
until the
China is
7th.
on the rise
Yes.
and America's falling behind. They've got it backwards. I've been saying it for over 4 years, even when I wasn't president. America's rising. We have the best economy in the world. And since I've come to office, our GDP is up, our trade deficit with China is down to the lowest point in over a decade. And we're standing up against
And we're
China's
fucking hurting
unfair
for it
economic
because you
practices.
sent everything over to Ukraine.
We're standing up for
Ladies and
peace
gentlemen, the
stability across
Chinese
the Taiwan
fuckers right there.
Straits. I
Right.
revitalized our partnership and alliance in the Pacific. India, Australia, Japan, South Korea.
And every single one of
Pacific
those
Islands.
motherfuckers are looking at you
I
like,
made sure
you're about
the
to send
most
us to war
advanced
for
American
nothing.
technologies can't be used in China, not allowing to trade them there. Frankly, for all this tough talk on China, it never occurred to my predecessor to do any of that.
China was never a fucking issue under Trump.
No.
And we're in a stronger position to win the conflict of the 21st century against China than anyone else, for that matter, than any time as well. Here at home, I've signed over 400 bipartisan bills. There's more to pass my unity agenda. Strengthen penalties on fentanyl trafficking. You don't want to do that, huh? Pass bipartisan
Did
privacy
you think
legislation to
somebody was
protect our
going
children
to object to
online.
that?
Harness the promise of AI to protect us from peril. Ban AI voice impersonations and more. And keep our truly sacred obligation to train and equip those we send into harm's way.
I'm waiting for him to
and
try to
care for
pass that
them and their
fucking what's
families when they
it,
come
Kid
home
Online Safety
and when
Act,
they don't.
where it's a ruse to basically get everybody to put the fucking ID in just so you have to show who you are to even be on the internet and shit. Get fucked with that.
That's why
Motherfucker, you
the strong
trafficking
support and
children.
help of Dennis and the VA.
You
I signed
pedophile
the PACT
motherfucker.
Act,
Peter Pete.
one of the most significant laws ever, helping millions of veterans exposed to toxins who now are battling more than 100 different cancers.
What?
Many
Didn't
of
you
them
say
don't
you're
come
going to
home,
cure cancer, Joe?
but
Do
we
you
owe
remember
them
that?
and
I
their
remember that.
families support.
He
We
also
owe it
beat
to
Big
ourselves to
Pharma.
keep supporting
Yeah, so
our new health research agency called ARPA-H. And remind us that we can do big things like end cancer as we know it. And we
Is he
will.
going to do it?
He's about to do it. We're all about to get cured of cancer.
Yeah, he's like, I have the cure for cancer.
I have the power.
Wouldn't that be a son of a bitch if he's just like, hey, we've had the cure for cancer. We're releasing it to the public now?
That would be fucked up.
I know you don't want to hear any more, Lindsay, but I got to say a few more things.
Nobody wants to
I
hear
know
any
it
more
may
from
not
you.
look like it, but I've been around a while. When you get to be my age, certain things become
Too
clearer
fucking
than
long.
ever.
Yeah.
I know the American story. Again and again, I've seen the contest between competing forces in the battle for the soul of our nation. Between those who want to pull America back to the past and those who want to move America into the future.
But this is the
My
same son of a
lifetime has
bitch that
taught me
said
to
you can't,
embrace freedom
you
and
can't define
democracy.
America.
A future based on core values that have defined America.
In one single
Honesty,
word.
decency, dignity, equality,
I was in a
to respect everyone, to give everyone a fair shot, to give hate no safe harbor.
Bomb, 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 bomb.
No,
I
people
ran.
my age see it differently. The American story of resentment, revenge, and retribution. That's not me. I was born amid World War II when America
Hey,
stood
Kamala,
for the
look
freedom
up.
of the world.
That
I grew up
turkey
in
neck you
Scranton,
got going
Pennsylvania, and
on,
Claymont, Delaware,
maybe
among
that might
working-class
fix Willie
people
Brown's
who built this
fuck up.
country. I watched in horror as two of my heroes, like many of you did, Dr. King and Bobby Kennedy, were assassinated. And their legacies inspired me to
By the Central
pursue a
American Central
career in
Intelligence
service.
Agency.
Yeah, well, FBI really did.
I left the law firm, became a public
MLK.
defender because my city
Yeah,
of Wilmington was the only city in America occupied by the National Guard.
Either way,
after
it's the
federal
same thing.
government.
King was assassinated because of the riots, and I became a county councilman almost by
By
accident.
our own government.
I got elected to the United States Senate when I had no intention of running at age
Just like
29.
John F. Kennedy.
Then vice president, or our first black president. Now president to the first women vice president.
Oh, so you pandering to race.
Yep.
Oh,
sex.
and gender. And gender.
And gender. Oh, yeah. Checking
Because
them
she
boxes.
sold her fucking pussy to get into her position now.
Yep.
Damn.
In my
Dick don't
career,
discriminate.
I've been told I was too young. By the way, they didn't let me on the Senate elevators for votes sometimes. Not a joke.
Oh, geez.
What?
I don't even
What?
know.
I've been told I'm too old.
I'm a joke.
I'm a joke.
I've always known what endures. I've known our North Star. The very idea of America is that we're
Yeah,
all created
you're old as
equal.
fuck. You were probably around
Deserves
when
to
the
be
North
treated
Star
equally
came
throughout
to
our
be.
lives. We've never fully lived up to that idea, but we've never walked away from it either. And I won't walk away from it now. I'm optimistic.
I mean, your wife can't even clap.
I know, Jesus. Like,
She's like literally wrapping her fingers around herself. And then you got fucking, she's drunk as shit.
she is. Look at her.
I know drunk because I'm drunk. She's drunk as shit.
God.
Right.
Isn't how old we are. It's how old are our ideas. Hate, anger, revenge, retribution are the oldest of ideas. But you can't lead America with ancient ideas that only take us back.
Extreme
You lead
MAGA
America, the land
Republicans,
of
ladies and gentlemen.
possibilities, You need a vision for the future.
I can't
and
believe
what
I
can and
haven't
should
heard it
be
yet.
Done.
I mean, that is amazing.
Tonight
It
you've
is.
heard mine. I see a future where defending democracy, you don't diminish it. I see a future where we restore the right to choose and protect our freedoms, not take them away.
Which you have done. The
Oh, yeah?
FISA fucking act.
Yeah.
Where the middle class finally has a fair shot, and the wealthy have to pay their fair share in taxes.
They pay more
I see
than
a
their fair
future
share, but okay.
Where we save the planet from the climate crisis and our country from gun violence. Above all, I see a future for all Americans. I see a country for all Americans. And I will always be president for all
I see a
Americans.
cunt behind him.
Because I believe in America. I believe
She's
in
gone
you, the American
country.
people. You're the reason we've never been more optimistic about our future than I am now. So let's build the future together. Let's remember who we are. We are the United
Mind you,
States of
ladies and gentlemen, he's talking to 3/4 of that fucking room being geriatric fucks that will die in 5 years.
Right.
When we act together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
May God protect our troops as we send them across the world for fucking wars that we started.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
All
I
right,
can't
goddamn.
take it anymore.
No.
I mean, it's done anyway, but goddamn.
All
All right, so
Yeah,
let's do a
little in the
wrap up.
background.
Oh my God, that gave me a panic attack.
We lost Deli too. Deli's just like, fucking, I'm out.
Yeah, I think his was messing around like mine was for a while. Mine kept going. Every time I started talking shit, my camera was like, no. She'll wear the curtain again, right?
Harris looks like a bobberhead. Let's just be honest. Look, that turkey neck that she's got going on, because apparently Willie Brown is hung like a horse. It's a thing. All right. She was past her prime, and the neck don't grow back like it used to. But anyway. All right. All right. So, what y'all think?
Did he threaten the Supreme Court at one point?
Oh no, they never
When he
went back
point-
to him after the Supreme Court. He's just like, you stupid son of a bitch.
Harris looks like she's high on weed. I'm high on weed right now.
I need
but I'm
drugs
drunk.
after that. Holy shit.
I know, right?
I haven't drank in
Yeah.
2.5 years. I think I might pick it up again. Holy
Don't you
shit.
dare do it.
I
What the
literally
fuck,
was.
dude?
I had like NA Guinness. I was like, I probably should have bought the real thing.
Bro,
Hey,
that was
hey,
just so
Davey?
much. Yeah.
Davey,
Yeah.
don't you dare do it.
Bro, that was
No.
just,
Anything,
the,
just
most-
smoke weed.
the biggest fucking bullshit fucking State of the Union speech I've ever heard. And when Marjorie Taylor Greene said something, it got him flustered and it caught him off, and he had no idea what to say. I bet Lincoln Riley. I just did.
Lincoln Riley.
Yeah, he called her Lincoln Riley.
Mhm.
And then dude, I'm aggravated on it because it just makes no fucking sense.
Right. Well,
He's-
but
hold on. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Biz.
I'll say from this though, I'm proud of the fact that some of our government people are starting to be louder about things, like how we were saying earlier, like people getting each other's faces on other things, whatever else. Then you had that guy up in the fucking nosebleed section tonight. He was talking
That
about the
got
Marines.
ejected for
Yeah.
screaming.
Yeah,
he
he
was
was-
loud
yeah.
enough for everybody to hear
Which
What did he
clearly
say?
in the
Yeah.
microphone.
He said 13. He said 13 soldiers when
Yeah.
he was talking about the
Marines.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll say this. This is another reason why I don't like Brian Kilmeade, because he's like, just because you don't like the guy, like the Senate, they need to like and have some decorum. Just because you don't like the guy doesn't mean you get to shout out like it's an NFL playoff game.
Yeah, we do.
Fuck you, Brian.
Fuck you.
Goddamn right we do.
Here we go. Trump slashes cost of insulin for Medicare enrollees to $35 a month back in May 26th of 2020.
Yes.
Then Biden stopped it. And then now
Yeah.
he's going on that he did it. He didn't fucking do a thing.
No, and even when
This
it comes to
motherfucker
like
ain't
what is it
doing
when
it.
it's talk about childcare and like the early education stuff, that was what Ivanka wanted Trump to do. And he said that in his State of the Union speech, one of his I think his second State of the Union speech.
Right.
Like, I mean, I can't. I will say one thing that I'm glad he didn't do. He was smart that whoever wrote a speech did not put anything in there about MAGA Republicans.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
That
him
is
saying MAGA.
surprising.
But it was strategic too, because you can't, because his whole shtick right now at the end is being a uniter, right? Because that's what he was saying at the end. I'm gonna unite people.
That's what you ran on the first goddamn place, though. And then you divided the country even fucking further.
Yeah.
I mean,
So,
look, every
I was
single
smart
fucking
that he
person
didn't
out
do
there,
that.
everybody that knows me, y'all know I fucking hate Trump. He's an asshole. He's always going to be an asshole. He's one of the elites. He's the son of a bitch that just looks at you and say, hey, you're poor, go fuck you. But goddamn it, I will support him. Why? No new fucking wars. I had more money in my fucking pocket. We didn't fuck around and find out. The entire world looked at us like, hey, this crazy son of a bitch may launch a fucking weapon at us. Let's
one of the
calm
main
the
things,
fuck down.
One of the main things, like you said, well, we didn't fuck around and find out, but also with Trump, nobody else was allowed to fuck around and find out because they knew Trump
Right.
wasn't going to let that happen. That's why
And
shit
made
was better.
people in NATO pay their fucking fair share.
Yeah, or we pulled the fuck out, which
Yeah,
I
he
at
stopped
least,
PPP. He stopped
They
like
were at least starting to.
the Paris Climate Accord.
Yeah,
Got us out of that
exactly.
shit.
yeah, yep.
And he was talking about,
Oh, yeah, that's when we
talking
pulled-
about
yeah,
bringing
yeah,
us out of fucking NATO where we pay 4.2%
Yeah.
to everybody else's 1.3%.
Right.
We are paying for fucking NATO that is invading every other fucking country around the world because of why?
Right, we're fucking we're war welfare basically.
Listen,
you know what I'm
this is-
saying? Like,
This is the way we should have watched it. Actually, it would have been a lot. It would-
that would have been awesome. Look at that shit.
So trade rules. Buy America has been the law since 1933.
Why do I feel like this is more accurate of how our government looks? Oh wow, look at that.
2025. And by the way,
Need a bit.
that law was written and the benefit expires in 2025. New electric
Whoa.
grids,
Oh my God.
They're able to weather major storms and not prevent those forest fires.
That would have been a lot better if we watched it like
See-
that.
See, I agree. Polar Bear. Trump is a pompous ass, but life was better when he was president. Exactly.
Right.
You ain't gotta like the motherfucker, even for what he said, whatever. Like, I liked him because he was an asshole. That's me personally.
Yep.
Some people didn't, and other shit like that.
I
I
hate
mainly
him
also
because
like
he's an asshole. He is me.
he is me. Yeah, I am him. Who do you think you are? I am. That's what the But no, but also his economy shit was good. His foreign policy was good. He was a dick. Okay, let's admit it. He was a dick. But
But
that
we
was a
needed-
good thing for our country with the way that other countries are.
Meanwhile,
Was
this
he, though?
motherfucker is
Like, who was he a
kowtowing.
dick to? Honestly, though, you guys are saying he was a dick. He was down to who?
To people who just didn't like him.
Okay.
Like,
He was a
can be
dick.
So he was a dick to the media.
Yeah,
He
I mean,
was
but
a dick to the motherfuckers that are selling us out.
yeah. So I
That
mean,
was
yeah,
it.
he was a dick. In ways,
Only
because, look,
Rosie O'Donnell.
Look, the reason why I,
Who's a fat pig?
He's a fat pig. I only called her a fat pig. But no, like the reason why you say like that though too is because look, you are a professional. You run the goddamn country. You're supposed to be the most professional man in the world. Even to
Yeah.
like people that you don't like, the way that he handled it wasn't subtle asshole. It was schoolyard, high school
He
asshole.
wouldn't
It was
be like a passive aggressive little bitch like everybody else is.
right. Yeah, he didn't give a shit. So he was more of a dick in ways, which I didn't care. Cool, do it. I
Yeah.
don't give a fuck. But that's me though. But I can see
Yeah.
why people didn't like that. But like again, life was better under him. He was just better. He had a better team. His plan was better. Like it. I don't know. I don't know what people try to think is going to be any better, and like we always tend to say voting for the lesser of two evils is never going to pull us out of any of this. But even if we put him back in and he doesn't start fucking really dismantling shit, you know how hard people are going to go in on the pain on him.
Mm-hmm.
Dude,
When's the last time that we didn't vote for the lesser of two evils?
Never. Yeah, I know.
Let's put it this way. If this motherfucker doesn't go in and just start dismantling shit, because let's be honest.
He has to.
He's got 4 fucking years. That's all he's got. And he'll never be president again. We'll never see the motherfucker except for Orange Man bad. Let me just shove his Cheeto down my mouth again because CNN needs fucking ratings.
Yeah.
Anyway, if he does not go in and remove this shit, ever again will I ever respect any one of these motherfuckers.
No.
It doesn't matter
Yeah.
who you are. It doesn't matter who comes in after the
And
fact.
look,
I will never respect you again.
I want him to go full Javier Milei if he gets in. Javier Milei.
Afuera!
Yeah, afuera! he lowered their shit from 21 institutions to 9.
Oh my god.
Fucking afuera!
And,
Get the fuck out.
and what was it? The budget was balanced for the first time in like 40 years or something like that.
Yep.
No. Okay. So what do you wouldn't it be funny if secretly like all the staff and like anchors at like CNN, MSNBC, they're like, Trump is awful, he's the worst, blah blah blah, and then secretly on their ballots they vote for him because they really want to keep their jobs.
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised.
I
I wouldn't be surprised.
You think Don Lemon, I would say did not vote. But you're going to sit there and tell me Brian Stelter didn't vote for Trump? Brian Stelter voted for fucking Trump because Trump was saving his fucking ass.
Yeah,
if
but
it wasn't for Trump, Brian Stelter would have never been at the fucking
I don't
thing.
think he would have voted that way though, just because of that, unless he knew he would have won. Like I mean, I see what you're saying,
If
but I
it
don't
wasn't
think
for
he did.
Trump, CNN and MSNBC
Yeah,
would have
yeah.
never been a thing. Fox News still would have dominated more
Well,
than
if
they
it
ever
wasn't for
fucking
the-
would. But stop, Fox News is even dropping too because Fox News is a piece of goddamn shit too.
Well, if it
Because they
wasn't
got
for
someone
them-
like Brian Kilmeade. I don't know what. I
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
like him.
Well, if
Never.
it wasn't for CNN and all them, Trump would have went away.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
never
yeah,
shut up
well,
about
no, he would have never gone away.
All right.
But
he would have
wouldn't be
never
where
gone
he's at
away
now.
because the E. Jean Carroll shit, all the Alvin Bragg shit, the fucking Fannie Willis shit, that still would have happened.
Yeah, but I don't think it
still
would have went to
would've
the.
happened.
I don't think it would have went to the extent that it is, and now with them doing even more,
I don't know about that.
man.
I don't know about that because that motherfucker actually woke people up. He made people
that's
fucking
true.
understand.
I
He
hear
made
that.
people look, so therefore he was a threat no matter whether he was in office or not. It still would have fucking happened.
Well, what's
But-
more than that is they had to make an example out of him
Yeah.
for us to
Oh, of
show you
course.
what would
Yep.
happen.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep.
But
Well,
let's
guys,
talk about
this is great. I gotta jump off. I gotta run. But
right.
All right,
I'm
Mama
glad we
Jack.
did this.
Yep.
Y'all have a great night. And
Later,
I'll see
Mama.
you later.
Have a good
Later,
night.
you. But let's go ahead and talk about the fucking elephant in the room, the 91 indictments, or the 4 indictments, 91 fucking charges and everything, especially with the E. Jean Carroll shit. All right, hold on.
Yeah.
You're going to sit there and tell me with all this bullshit, with everything that fucking happened. All right, the Alvin Bragg situation, let's recap with all that. The Alvin Bragg situation was the first thing to drop. Alvin Bragg said, hey, because you paid off Stormy Daniels by your lawyer who was never fucking repaid, you paid lawyer retainer fees up until this point, which pays off whatever the fuck he paid for Stormy Daniels. Now you're guilty of that. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. That's beyond the statute of limitations, but all
Okay,
this shit
yeah.
comes up because it's covering up for another crime. What's that other crime? Well, we don't have to fucking tell you.
Right. Well, that's the whole reason why they're able to. Well, they need a preemptive crime. Why they keep putting all this shit. That's. Yeah, I know people have explained it too, and it kind of makes sense. But it's like, what's going to be the end game crime? What are they going to try to fucking really
Oh, he's back. What's up, Dilly?
be able to put him on? What up?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's the whole fact that, okay, so your lawyer pays off Stormy Daniels
Mm-hmm.
to stay quiet. he pays him with his own fucking money. But because he pays him with his own money, apparently the lawyer retainer fees is stacking up. So the fact, apparently you're not paying lawyer retainer fees until you pay back what you paid to Stormy, what he paid to Stormy Daniels.
Right.
Okay. And the fact that your lawyer sends you an invoice, well, that's a crime. The fact that you write a check, well, that's a crime. The fact that the check was paid, that's a crime. The fact that you wrote that in your book that the check was paid, that's a crime.
Yeah, they're trying to do all of that. Yeah.
That's the Alvin Bragg situation.
Yeah.
Now what came next?
The chicken.
Definitely.
Well, that's it. Was it Letitia James or Fannie Willis that came next?
I mean, must have been Fanny for months, apparently.
On that note, I'm out, you guys.
Goodbye.
All right, take it easy, guys. But yeah, it's.
Do we know if Fanny even came or not? All that money, no coming yet.
I mean, at least 35 times that they could geolocate Nathan Wade's phone. Whether she came or not is still up for debate.
Well, somebody came because her name is apparently Gorilla Grip Pussy Power.
Yeah, no, that's not.
So-
I wish that was real. I
came.
wanted that to be real, but it wasn't.
It wasn't?
Oh.
No, I thought that was.
that was not a thing.
Son of a bitch. That was fucking awesome.
No, but well, God, I mean, everything just pretty much happened all at once. Anything that Hunter Biden came, there was a Trump situation, but it was like, I want to say it was no, it was the Fannie Willis shit. Or no, I'm sorry, Letitia James first. Because it was Hunter Biden saying, yeah, the laptop's mine, and then Alvin Bragg. And then the raid on Mar-a-Lago, Letitia James. And then the Devin Archer thing comes out, and then Fannie Willis 2 hours later. And then there was something else for Trump, and then it was the Judge Cannon situation. I forget exactly what that was with the Judge Cannon, but all right, let's recap everything. Letitia James, for that, this motherfucker goes to court with Letitia James sitting on the bar, or sitting in front of Judge Engron, who literally showed his nipples to every single college student that he went to college, that he attended the college for, which is fucking weird.
His nipples are
Like he's like,
beautiful.
yeah, he's just like, I'm prosecuting Trump. Here's my nipples.
Yeah. I woke
Like,
up and
what?
said, my kid shall be
Did
fat.
you see her dad?
It's
That is a
the peak
terrible
of
name.
my pyramids.
Pyramid.
But
Apparently,
woman-
he's a fucking creep that goes around and creeping out women too in the gym.
Oh yeah, that was. Oh, you're talking
Hey,
about
it's
the
not
Dale
it's not
Keefe
creepy when you're peeking.
Yeah, the Daniel, the
It's not
James
creeping
O'Keefe
when you're
thing,
peeking, right? That's right.
where he
no,
got thrown out of
the,
fitness gym or whatever it was.
Yeah. The what's his name? Greenfield.
Be right back.
The principal law clerk. Principal law clerk is literally sitting next to the judge, passing him notes like that's a fucking thing. Like, who the fuck passes a judge notes to rule on a case? Number one. Greenfield, who is the principal law clerk, was actually campaigning. She was on the campaign staff for Letitia James, whose whole fucking campaign was, I'm going to prosecute Trump.
Baby Viking, I would not. If you don't want to be angry, I would just not watch it. I would recommend, because it's just gonna make you angry. It's just gonna make you fucking angry. I
I've
had
been
to
trying
stop
to
it.
hold back my anger.
I had to stop. That's why I cut the camera. I went and changed the camera and everything like that, because I couldn't fucking do it. I couldn't do it. It was just lie after lie after bullshit after bullshit. It was the same fucking these people need to pay more in taxes, and you know how many people, the billionaires, there's 1,000 billion. It's the same regurgitated nonsense bullshit, blaming the Republicans for not wanting to send billions and billions of fucking dollars overseas and putting $20 billion that fucking Trump wanted. $5 billion. He wanted a quarter of what they want to give.
Less than a quarter. He wanted a tenth.
He wanted $5 billion for the wall, and they said absolutely not. They went fucking crazy. And then you want to tell me you want to give $20 billion to fucking what? For them to make sandwiches at the fucking border? For them for them really to be literally on the border. That's what they're going to be, servers for on the border at fucking at a major restaurant. I'm biting out right now.
In the name of you know,
it's just fucking that's all.
Deli's more drunk than I am right now. So.
No,
that is true. He sent me a message. He's like, "Hey, dude, I'm drunk as fuck."
Gaslighting.
Yeah, that's all it was. It was just gaslight after fucking gaslight after fucking gaslight. And
hey,
then he said,
you gotta give it to him. They highlighted the term gaslight. Like, how many times have they done it in the 80s and the 90s?
Yeah, it's nice that they're gaslighting everybody, but they won't let us use a fucking gas stove. Fuck them.
Yeah, because apparently gas stoves make you stupid while AOC sits next to a gas stove, and you wonder why she's stupid.
Right.
Hell yeah.
But no, she is an actual fucking political actor.
Right. Well, she's stupid because she believes in socialism. So I mean, there's that. But
it's not only that she's stupid because she is literally mentally retarded, but she is a political actor.
No, I believe that too. I mean, she is not.
Selling blimpies at the border is a great way to make people turn around.
we could really just talk shit about people all we want, whatever else. But when it comes down to it, you hear her try to talk about politics and economy and stuff. She is dumb.
Yeah,
like dumb. So when you say a political actor, I believe it because she is not smart. Like she should not be there.
Well, there are so many videos that are literally floating around about how they were literally casting people to be in that fucking role, and then all of a sudden it's AOC, and then all of a sudden she represents New York City, a district of New York City. No. Hold the fuck on. This is the same bitch. This is the same bitch who said the migrant surge at the border is not a migrant surge because it's not illegal. It's not insurgency.
Yeah.
All right.
That was so dumb. I couldn't believe that.
This is the same bitch that stood on fucking on top of a roof, shaking her tits and ass to get into office. All right, come on. Let's not play games.
Lauren Boebert got fingered in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest or whatever fucking Beetlejuice. I don't know what the fuck she was watching. She was vaping and getting fingered. So, listen, AOC being a fucking titty twister on top of a fucking building isn't so bad.
It's a little par for our governmental.
She's just dumb.
I'll give you that.
The thing is, she's just dumb, and she literally came out of nowhere.
Yeah,
and she won a New York district. And now she's touting about how she hates Elon Musk while she drives a Tesla. Talks about taxing the rich while she makes millions of she makes thousands of dollars on T-shirts for $65 a pop. She does nothing.
She makes hundreds of millions of dollars playing insider trading because she's part of that group too.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, she's not stupid. She's a fucking pawn. She's a fucking pawn.
She's
stupid. She's stupid, she's playing the part well.
She's either stupid or she's playing it very well because she is really just dumb. Like, I'm sorry, but there's been so many like that. What was it? They get the time with John Kennedy or whatever in Congress, whenever I think it was him when they were talking back and forth about illegals coming across the border, blah, blah. And he kept stating the tax or the code for them coming across.
That was General Human.
Yeah. And he kept stating.
I'm sorry, Homan, not human. But
she was. That was her whole thing about them. Asylum is not illegal, and he was like, this is the code. Did they come across legal
Yeah.
or illegal?
Yeah.
Okay.
How about
she's
that?
just like, well,
How about-
Yeah.
By the way, I just saw something on TikTok today that I think is going to start being a thing. It's called hashtag deportation stories. And it's a story about a woman who got deported after having a child. And
Oh, geez,
in
here
the
we go.
comments, it's not her fault. She was brought here at 4 years old. I'm sorry, madam. Your parents broke the law. And if you have to pay the consequence for it, don't
That's
blame
racist.
the American citizens for it. Blame your fucking parents.
Hold on.
Oh
now.
no, that's racist. That's totally racist. You know,
Hold on.
if you went to any other country and had a child,
That's
they would totally
xeno-racist.
take you on 100%.
Well, I mean, if you went into any other country and had a child, they'd stone you to death before you had the child. All right, but hold on now. The whole Democratic talking point is literally, if you come into this country illegally, and you commit a crime, you should not be held in detention until you are convicted of.
I'm
that
sorry.
crime.
Wait. I'm sorry.
And you
Can you
cannot
say that?
be deported.
Do me a favor.
You
Can you say that
can't. You
sentence?
can't say.
Can you say that sentence one more time for
If
me?
you come into this country illegally and you commit a crime,
wait. Hold on. You can just
should
stop
not
there.
be
No, not
held
even that. Not
for
even
that
committing a
crime until you were convicted of crime.
Did you come here illegally though?
I mean, that's not a thing. That's no. Fuck that. Fuck that. You came here illegally. You
Like,
killed
you can
somebody.
argue that,
They can't hold you. They shouldn't be able to hold you for that fucking crime of killing somebody until you were convicted of killing somebody.
By the way, Lakin's
they still
bill,
can't deport you.
Lakin's bill passed today. 170 Democrats voted against it. The bill was to if you come into this country illegally and you commit a crime, they're allowed to detain you and hold you and possibly deport you. 170 Democrats voted no.
Oh, jeez.
And it will not pass the Senate.
Hey, just saying. The 3 people I talked to from Brazil, they still think we're racist for, letting people.
I mean, you're racist.
Beat up our
How do you talk to
It
people from
doesn't
Brazil?
matter.
Is it like smoke
I'm
signals?
sorry, but they really think we're racist for putting.
Do you
people
speak
in
in
jail
gunshots?
No. I got some Portuguese. You know what I me? But
I'm just
they
saying.
Really, they
Oh,
really
Portuguese
do. They
ain't
really
that
do.
bad. You're
Oh,
still
no,
a
no,
person of color.
It's the same thing in Spanish, but they really do think we're racist.
That is hilarious to think that we're racist for throwing people in jail for beating up cops. That means that you are mentally handicapped.
I
I'm just gonna say it like
all 3 of them.
Yeah.
All 3
Insane
of them
Asylums
agree with it.
2024.
Yeah, right.
Meanwhile, hold on, ladies and gentlemen. During the Summer of Love, they were beating up cops because they were racist.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Now the cops are racist.
The best part is that the cops should not be able to take a person and put them off to the side. They should not be able to question any individual, and if that individual so happens to get violent while they're questioning them, the cops should lay off.
Right.
That's
they
the
should.
way
I
that
mean,
they
they
should
should run away.
Yeah.
That's
No
an
law and
in-
order.
that-
Nothing.
That's an interesting society that you think you can hold with that kind of perspective. That is
Yeah.
crazy to me. That's wild.
All of Brazil too. All of Brazil.
Brazil's fucking crazy too.
Yeah.
Wild shit
I
happens.
mean,
in Brazil.
Venezuela's even worse. But yeah, it just comes down to a point like with that whole shit. Like cops are racist because they interfere with crime.
It's
But
ridiculous.
yet cops are racist because they don't interfere with crime.
Right. You got
I
it.
mean, you
You're
can't
getting it.
fucking win, and you wonder why cops literally.
Welcome to the
fucking-
Democratic Party.
Yeah.
Welcome
Hey,
to the
Malcolm
party,
X-
Mal.
Hold on,
Malcolm
this is
X
the
put
same-
it the best. Malcolm X put it the best. Malcolm X said,
What?
"We
Kaboom?
are going to be violent, and they are going to prosecute us for it, and they're going to hate us for it. We're going to
Well,
be violent."
That
That's
and
what he
also
said.
That and also the white liberal is the worst thing that you could ever fucking trust.
Right.
And he was
but
right.
also, silence is violence, but words are violence, ladies and gentlemen. So you should shut the fuck up and be violent, or speak up and be violent. It doesn't matter as long as you're white. It's a thing. Meanwhile, 52% of all violent crime comes from non-white communities. I know that's racist.
Somehow 52. Somehow 52. I don't know how that happened.
This is definitely going to be taken off YouTube. I don't know why the fuck there are 102 people on YouTube
Here's the
watching
thing.
this.
If YouTube takes this off, YouTube's racist because I'm Puerto Rican. You can eat my asshole, YouTube.
Yeah.
If you take this off, you're a racist piece of shit.
Okay,
Right.
And that's what I
You
and I
also
said
got
what
a
I
Puerto
said.
Rican below me. I'm Native American. I'm literally like 25% Native American, and I have a fucking uncle who looks damn near 100% Native American to fucking prove it.
Yeah, I'm
And apparently Vera Montez like love white people. Apparently, like I don't know.
I'm
what's
more
going
Native
on.
American than Pocahontas. And by Pocahontas, I mean Elizabeth Warren, ladies and gentlemen.
What's his name? Chief Yingling?
I mean, fucking call me that. Cool. That sounds awesome. I'm Chief Yingling. Let me change my name. All right, hold on. How do I do that?
Chief Yingling.
At least
How
we're
do I
Lady
fucking do
Boy
that?
And Ching Ling.
Ching ching-a-ding, ching-ching-a-ding, ching-ching-a-roo.
Hold
At
on.
least we all make money,
poor
and
Junior.
they're lady boys and not actual men. Like, come on.
This was just a exercise in gaslighting. That's all it was.
I don't know
That's
how
all it
to
was.
change my name in the moment. How do I do that?
I don't know if you
StreamYard?
can. It might
I
be
don't
under
know.
settings. But I don't. Dude,
This
it
was an
just-
exercise in retardation. Let's put it that way.
I just can't. It was a shit show from the beginning. It was just gaslight after gaslight after gaslight. He doesn't mean a word he says. He doesn't mean we're funding
The
all
motherfucker
these
doesn't
wars.
even understand a word he says.
We're funding all these wars. He's telling us we're not putting boots on the ground in Ukraine, yet we are. There are American troops in Ukraine right now. Just because they're teaching them, how to be soldiers doesn't mean that there's not boots in the ground. You don't think they're strategically moving people to where they want them? You don't think there's American troops in Poland? You don't think there's American troops? Why do you think we're giving money to Taiwan, to fucking Ukraine? And what was the other one that we gave money to?
I mean, we gave money to Israel. We gave money to Gaza. We gave money to Taiwan.
Yeah,
Pick your-
165. Listen, $165 billion we gave to other countries. Yet people here have no problem doing that, and then crying that we don't have money for anything. Oh, we need money for social problems. We need money for universal health care. Then maybe we can stop sending money to other countries, and maybe we can keep our own fucking money. But no,
I mean,
the same fucking idiots who will sit there and say, no, we should give money to other countries are the same fucking idiots who are crying that we should forgive school debt. We should we should get universal health care. We should get all these fucking social programs, yet we can't afford a fucking gallon of gas.
Look, all right, you want socialized healthcare? I mean, I'm sorry, universal healthcare. Let's stop sending money overseas. But then again, ladies and gentlemen, look, I'm okay
every
with the
other
universal
country.
healthcare to a point, but let me ask you a question: how do you stop the hypochondriacs who think just because they fart and it smells bad that they're dying inside?
Well, you know what the problem is? The problem is the fucking suing of the hospitals. That's what started all this. Why the
Well, hold
hospitals have
on.
$1 billion in fucking in insurance, because John leaves the fucking doctor leaves a suture inside the patient, or a fucking stencil inside the patient, and they die, and then the family sues for billions of dollars. You know,
But the
And
billions
then-
of dollars saying maybe no.
Well, here's the
but
thing, like,
yeah, they
even like
have a
that-
claim.
Well, like even you said that universal healthcare. I'm sorry, but I would like even if we stopped funding other things and they try to do that here, I would fight 100% against it.
Wow.
What we should do is make it a free and fair market as usual, so there's competition, so that way people can actually operate on the best way that they can to bring the prices down, so that way it's a fair market. Competition breeds the best out of people.
And you don't think? And another thing is, hold on, these motherfuckers are still making all this money from their stock trading.
I mean, yes, that is a thing. But hold on, let's go back to the Scott.
Mm-hmm.
If somebody accidentally breaks their arm for no fault of their own, say for whatever reason, you walk outside, you fall off your porch.
Yeah, you go full Biden and you just wham.
I mean, you can go full Biden, and you break your arm. Okay, through no fault of your own, something fucking happens to you.
God damn, you're totally highlighting the.
Should you pay
insurance
thousands of fucking dollars to get that fixed?
No.
That's why the free and fair market would be better than what it is right now, because it's not a free and fair market. It's based off regulation.
Point taken.
You should totally get the payout if you're looking for a communistic like solution. For sure.
Well,
but I see what Rich is saying too. Like if you're like, here's the thing though too, is if it came down to it, I would rather pay thousands out than wait a month or a month and a half for my broken arm to partially heal, then get re-broke in order for me to possibly get in there to get it done through socialized healthcare. Now I would rather pay thousands out and keep going on it to be seen within a week, maybe 3 days, maybe a week and a half, to not have it rebroken and do other shit because it took so long, because the market is so overbloated with motherfuckers that don't need to be in there because it's socialized, because they're like, well, I don't care. I have a fucking a goddamn cut. I'm gonna go in or something like that. That tends to be what happens a lot, because then it gets overbloated. And then there's no competition also because it's state ran and they just fucking run it how they want.
Well,
I don't understand. Hold on, taking my own experience into account here. I don't understand why I have to spend 10 hours in a waiting room and in the hospital to find out that I have a blood clot in my lung for some fucked up reason, and then pay $10,000, which equals out to about $1,000 an hour, because you keep me in your waiting room for that fucking long. You keep me waiting for that long. You want to run test after test after test to run the fucking shit up. I don't understand why something that is erroneous as shit, that should not have been a thing, because I'm not vaccinated. I have no reason. I'm 38 years old. I should not have a fucking blood clot, but I have a blood clot in my lung. I don't understand why I have to spend $10,000 to get that fixed, not to mention the fact that my pills, what was 10 fucking opioid pills, was $8, but yet the damn thing that would save my life, which was 75 fucking blood thinner pills, for $750 fucking dollars.
Oh yeah, exactly.
I don't understand why that needs to be a thing. If for some fucking reason, for whatever reason, a bullshit fucking reason, because maybe my genetics are fucked, I can't help that maybe I get a blood clot in my lungs. I don't understand why the fact that I need to pay $10,000 fucking dollars to do that, when that should be a universal thing.
Yeah, I mean, I can somewhat understand that. I wouldn't say it should be universal, but it should. The healthcare system should be revamped and ran into a better way where it shouldn't cost you that.
I would be willing to pay a fourth
in a way
of that.
It doesn't like really push drug addiction.
Exactly, and it doesn't push protocol.
It really pushes drug addiction.
Oh, of course it does. Opioid fucking problems are a thing in this.
And what else I don't understand is, why do I pay for fucking health insurance every paycheck? And then when I go to the doctor, they charge me $35 fucking copay. And why I just got an MRI done and they charge me $200 for a fucking copay.
The copay's
I pay $300 and something dollars a fucking paycheck for it. Why do I have to continue to pay a copay? There's no reason for it. There's no reason. Also,
Hold on. You know why?
Most insurance at all is a fucking scheme.
No,
And
you know
nobody can change my
why
mind on
that is a thing?
Why?
You know why that is a thing? Because if you pay into your health insurance at work, it's all taken. Every single employee in that fucking whatever it is, Blue Cross, Blue Shield, every single one of those motherfuckers pay into a pool. That pool is paid out to everybody that goes. So the motherfucker that's going to the fucking emergency room because they got a fucking sneeze or they fart and it smells bad is paid the fuck out. Meanwhile, you get a bill for $10,000 fucking dollars because you got a blood clot in your lung for absolutely no fucking reason.
Well, not only
That's
that,
why.
and also when I got my hernia surgery, my doctor was in network and they were giving him shit about or out of network, but they said he was okay. He was okay to use, even though he was out of network, he was still covered.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me why they denied me 8 times. Meanwhile, the insurance company already knew he was out of network and they said he was fine because I called the insurance company. Then he was charging $20,000, sending me a bill for $20,000 every time they said they weren't going to cover it.
God.
And I said to him, why am I getting charged $20,000? Oh, I have to charge you $20,000 so that way I can probably get at least 10.
It's all about money.
Yeah.
It's all.
But he's got to charge me $20,000.
When you
to
put the
get
federal
10 grand
government
for my-
involved in any goddamn thing,
It's all about money all the time. That's all it is.
Hey, no,
I'll be
I'm
right
right
back.
there with you. Like I had my tooth pulled, and you know how much that is. That's like literally like $500. Like
Mhm.
getting your tooth pulled, $500. Go ahead and associate your political affiliation with the wrong dentist. You're
Oh,
talking
yeah.
about $5,000.
Yep. Oh yeah.
And I'm telling you, I can literally show you a quote from a liberal dental hygienist that's
Mhm.
like over here, like that's a surgeon. He gives me $5,000 for a tooth extraction.
Jesus.
And then I'm getting over here like $500 with over here like, oh yeah, you can go ahead and get your what is it, the nitrous oxide and knock
Mhm.
you out and everything, all for under $1,000.
Yep. Oh yeah. Well, that's one reason why I do like and I'm glad that you kind of brought that up because I compare the regular medical industry with the dental industry because the dental industry is not quite as regulated and they're allowed to be more of like a free and fair market because if you go to a lot of them, you can haggle. You can fucking bring down shit, tell them you only make so much, whatever else, you can haggle with them and shit. And I mean, yeah, well, then people are like, what is it, backdoor dentistry? But is it going to be shit? No, most of the time it's not. That's why
No.
competition breeds the best.
well, okay.
Generally.
With that,
100%. And the Brazilians completely disagree with you. They completely disagree with you, and they do not think
Fuck the Brazilians.
they are being stolen at all by their government.
That is
Whenever
crazy.
they're like dropping, when they're doing whatever the hell they're doing, and they
It
have
does.
free medical care.
That is
Y'all's
So, like, if
insurance
it's
sucks.
free, like,
She has no
what does that
copay.
have to say?
Right,
You know what I
right.
mean?
How the
Like,
fuck?
you can
Wait,
put-
wait,
you can
wait,
put
wait, wait,
any
wait, wait,
price
wait,
on
wait.
any-
Hold on. Let's not skip over that for a second. How the fuck does she not have any copay?
I have no idea. She has no copay.
Hmm.
No copay.
She has no fucking copay. And
Got
I
a
don't
hell of
think.
an insurance.
And I don't
Do
think.
you work for the federal government?
No, motherfucker, I do.
Geico,
And I got a copay.
government,
Fed.
Fed,
That's
fed,
Geico.
I got yo. Not only that, my motherfucking copay just went up.
Government employed insurance company.
No, but let's bring
Yeah,
this
she
back.
got no
Let me-
copay. I don't think out of pocket this baby gonna cost anything.
Oh, that may be oh my god. You lucked the fuck out.
Mhm.
You damn right it did. Put the baby in the right. I put the baby in the right one.
But all right, let's bring a
You got a
stronger
Geico
argument.
bitch, is what
Let's
he
bring a
got.
stronger argument for you, Scott. All right.
Mhm.
Let's put everything that we have right now into consideration with this healthcare shit. All right?
Mhm.
So I'm driving along, I'm doing a speed limit, I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do as a actual person in the United States. Let's just say I'm doing the speed limit because I never fucking do. But anyway, let's just say I'm doing the speed limit.
Yeah.
An illegal immigrant who shouldn't be in this country T-bones me. Tell me why I need to pay for that.
T-boned you?
Yes. I'm sitting in the fucking
I would say
hospital.
you wouldn't have-
A
you
fucking
shouldn't have to pay for
vegetable. Tell
anything.
me why I need to pay for that.
I would say you wouldn't have to pay for shit.
My insurance is my car insurance. I have to pay extra because for uninsured drivers. I have
That's
to pay
fucking
two different.
ridiculous.
You
I
have to pay
two
extra
different-
because somebody
two
else doesn't
different
have their shit.
uninsured coverages I have to have on my car because of it.
Fuck that. Say you're driving Uber.
Tell me why that's a
The whole
fucking
damn
thing.
It's ridiculous.
All right, boys.
Paying
I'm
for
about
other
out.
people's shit.
I'm exhausted.
All right, take it
I'll
easy.
take it.
David.
I'll see you later. Bye, boys.
Later, man. Yeah, I'll probably be jumping off here in a little bit.
But yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. And as far as everything we've seen tonight, as far as the whole, I will admit this, I am 100% fucking excited for the fact that halfway through that motherfucker speech, everybody got quiet, and then they started like, and then people started to speak the fuck up.
Where the
and
turning
started
point kinda
yelling at him
swaying.
and booing him.
It was kind of cool. I was like, that's pretty fun. I was
Motherfuckers
hoping
that were on his side didn't say shit.
right. I was hoping it was going to kind of go that way a little bit because he was starting to, like, when he starts talking his dumb shit, whatever else, like, at least it's going to kind of show that at least part of our government has a fucking mind. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
gives you a little hope, but I mean, who knows what can really be done, but that's good. I'm glad that they're not being pussies about stuff now.
Oh, HMO. That's why you don't pay for shit.
Yeah.
You should have seen Davy's face at the first doctor visit when no. Hold on. I remember Davy's face when he got that fucking picture.
Mm-hmm.
All right. He was on stream with me and he's just like, he went white as a fucking ghost. He was whiter than me. And he's like, I need to go. I'll be right back. Let's take a break. I remember that shit. All right.
See, Davey lost all his Puerto Rican real quick. He was like, oh shit.
Oh yeah, he fucking did. Like he's just like he grabbed his phone. I saw him grab his phone while I'm sitting there talking, and he looks down and he's just like,
How can he be?
I'll be
whiter
right
than
back.
You?
But no, I mean, just like the gaslighting, he started off fucking strong. He really
Mhm.
did. I'm not gonna lie.
Mhm.
He started off fucking strong, and then he was just like, I did this to the economy, and everybody's like, hold on.
I loved it during the job shit too. Mike Johnson, like with his look, just kind of looking like, you fucking liar.
There is no way in fuck you can tout 14 million fucking job creation when 12.6 million jobs were taken away during the fucking pandemic.
Right. And like they just
And
say
you think you
creation.
did
They don't say what they've created, where at, what sector, none of that, because it's just a blanket statement for some bullshit to get you to believe something.
It's
Like
fucking
literally,
Uber.
what company opened? What
It's
jobs did
fucking
actually get
Uber,
created?
bro.
Yeah.
It's
yeah.
fucking Uber. It's fucking Uber.
It's
I tell you.
Uber, it's Amazon, it's Lowe's, it's Walmart.
Every
the ones
job
that were able
that
to
is
stay
a
the
PS
fuck open.
job.
Mm-hmm.
But
What's-
here's the thing. I just lost my train of thought.
It was funny
No,
whenever you
there's
started saying
nothing wrong with Uber. There's nothing wrong with Uber. There's nothing wrong with UPS. There's nothing
No,
wrong.
I
it
mean,
was
there-
funny whenever you
know,
started
it's
saying
just the fact
No,
that like,
hold on.
if you're
There's
gonna
something wrong with
orient-
UPS. There's our
if you're gonna
USPS.
orient like important jobs
Mhm.
and you're gonna forward them to Uber, to food delivery, or you're gonna forward them to UPS, like there's a problem with that,
right. Well,
you know?
well, but you got like the day workers. Like it's funny that he was saying Lowe's and shit. And I remember some skits where guys would go around and like get illegals and shit and fucking take them off from places and like go work with them and shit. But now it's like, yeah, now motherfuckers can go to a fucking hotel, get it paid for by the government, fucking take an Uber to fucking Lowe's or wherever else, work their fucking day job and shit, and then come back to your hotel.
That's
Yeah,
paid for by the government. Every single bit of it.
Subsidized.
Mhm.
Look at the word subsidized there. Here, you know, like
Mhm.
look at like what they're subsidizing for all those illegal immigrants, and it's like,
Yep.
I love
whenever
the
I'm
Circle
over
K
here, I'm
fucking
in
cup.
Texas. I'm in Texas. I'm just saying, like I don't get any single white American deliver my food whenever I order from Uber or DoorDash.
Right.
Like it's literally nothing. And whenever I fake
I'm in
who
Alabama
I
and I
am,
don't get
I
that
make
shit.
more. Like what? Like how does that make sense? How can I fake what the color of my skin is and make double the money?
I'm in Alabama and I have never had any white person deliver shit to me. All right. And Alabama is, it's not one of the whitest states, but goddamn, son.
No, I'm
All
right
right,
there
but
with you.
like I have no problem paying for like Uber and shit like that. If I don't want to go out in the public because y'all motherfuckers are retarded, I will pay for you to bring it to me.
Yeah.
Because y'all motherfuckers are retarded and I don't want to deal with it. All right.
I've started using DoorDash and shit sometimes just because I don't want to fucking go out the place, especially on the weekends when I got my kid and stuff. I'm like, I don't feel like fucking deal with anybody.
Well, that I can understand, but
Yeah.
I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. It's in like I'm totally willing to pay for delivery, but am I willing to accept the fact that that company is going to pay a white man half the wage?
Right? No, I get you. Especially nowadays, the way shit's going, I get you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hear you. Yeah.
But for me, you know, I always pay 20%, sometimes 25%, depending on, you know, if I feel like they're gonna do something for me, if I feel like they're gonna get my order right, like
Yeah, but that ain't how the business model works. It's completely dependent upon how much the customer pays, how much the employee gets paid. But
Hey,
in the
Grant.
event that the customer doesn't pay enough, the company will dish out the appropriate amount for someone that is not white. Does that understand?
I mean, that's the company's thing, and why the fuck are you working for that company who's literally breaking federal law?
Right, that's true.
I mean, that's
No,
on
I'm
you.
right there with you. I'm right there with you.
That's
I went
on
to Eagle
you if
Pass.
you do
I went
that
to Eagle
shit.
Pass. So many Ubers, and I'll tell you what. Whenever I was white, half the pay. Whenever
How
I
the
was
fuck are you
Mexican
not
and-
white? Wait. Whenever I was white, what do you mean by that? Hold on. You said whenever you was white.
I can be my grandma, right? I can be my grandma. My grandma.
You can be your
know,
grandma.
Yeah, I can be my grandma. So let's say I have my grandma's car and I have my grandma's Gmail and I have her photo.
Oh, okay. So we're talking about identity
I
theft.
can make double the money as my grandma versus
We're talking identity theft.
no.
No.
I mean, if we're doing if we're, at best, we're talking about like, you know, tax fraud. My grandma's 80 years old. There's no way in hell.
Hey, she shouldn't be working more than 20 hours.
Paso.
Are you working more than 20 hours with it?
Yeah, for sure. just try to.
Well, then your grandma's going to jail.
Oh no! Yeah, we'll see.
We'll see.
No, but I mean, it's literally like for me, as far as what it goes, I pay 20% as far as a tip, no matter what. Right?
For sure.
I'm not gonna say no matter what. Like, there are times where I will sit in a restaurant and the motherfucker doesn't do shit. I'm not gonna pay you 20%.
Yeah.
If my bill is $50 fucking and you literally you did everything but shit in my food, I'm not gonna pay you 20%. All right?
Yeah.
Let's just be
no,
honest.
100%.
But it literally with like Uber and shit like that. It depends on the place that I order from. Like Cracker Barrel here in my area, I can order something and literally I'll get somebody else's fucking order. Like I'll order like a build your own breakfast and shit like that. And I build my wife's. The only difference between my wife's order and mine is the fact that she likes scrambled eggs and I like, over medium eggs,
Mhm.
and you bring me sausage.
Completely not even.
Hey, say you get all the orders wrong. Say you get all the
Everything's
orders wrong.
bacon as far as that is concerned, but you bring me fucking sausage. I'm sorry. No, fuck you.
Well, I mean, let's do the good.
It's not the driver's fault, so I will still give the driver their due. But goddamn, son,
Yeah.
you know,
What's an acceptable pay for that though? You know, like $4,000 a month.
Hell
acceptable pay for 4,000. Where the
They're
fuck do you live?
They're getting 6 and 7.
That's fucking insane. I'm about to become a fucking Uber driver.
Comparatively to a white man, if he identifies as Caucasian within the Uber app, which is why I'm trying to highlight
Mm-hmm.
the government and then also big business.
Right.
But within the Uber app, a white man that identifies as Caucasian is pulling $3,500, $3,000 a month, comparatively the same exact number of deliveries, same exact number of rides within the same exact area is pulling half the amount. So whenever you look at the overall income of like what Uber makes per ride, as let's just say that a person that's riding, how much they're paying, and then how much the driver's receiving. Whenever you're talking about somebody that is not white, they're getting 66, 70% of the income comparatively to a white male. White female is even worse. White female is 40% of what is the actual income of the whole thing. A white
Well,
male
let's
is
just be
50%.
honest. Females
But
can't
if you're
drive.
but if you're a not white American, if you're in America, right? So you're not American. So if you're an illegal immigrant, you're pulling 75% of the wages. You're pulling 70 to 75% of. So when you get an Uber ride, if it is not a white person, and if it is a name that seems like it is from a descendant of like South America, they're how much you're paying is giving 70 to 75% towards what they're making. But if you're talking about somebody that sounds like they're white, you're talking about 45 to 55% of whatever you're paying. So let's just say that your bill is like $20, right? That's how much is going to them on top of whatever Uber is paying.
Right.
And
So if my
that's
name is
where that
Shaquisha-
that's where that whole like
Right.
do they have an opportunity?
So basically,
happens.
like Juan is making a killing over Chip over here. Is about how it's coming.
over
out.
doing nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah.
So you're
Yeah.
saying Uber is racist as shit?
Absolutely.
But also like
super racist.
and also what you said,
Super.
that's literal fascism. Like how people throw around the word fascism. Literal fascism is the marrying of government and corporation.
Right.
That's the literal fascism term. So anybody that wants to throw it around saying you're a fascist, okay, so then you're okay with big government and big corporation being one and the same. That's fascism.
I mean, that literally is fascist, but the ones that are screaming fascist are the ones that are championing the fact that every fucking corporation owns every fucking thing here in the United States.
Unless you're Keith Olbermann, then every motherfucker that disagrees with you is a fascist.
Keith Olbermann is the motherfucking most retarded son of a bitch on the face
Oh,
of this
that
planet.
guy,
I
man.
swear to God, I will stand behind that. Prove me fucking wrong.
Ugh, he's a fucking dope, man. He's a fucking idiot. That guy.
That motherfucker went from sports to political shit as
He
soon as
should've-
he got fired.
He should have
Like,
kept his ass in sports.
He might have had.
He would have had more of a career there. He would have been more respected. Like I don't even respect Stephen A, but I like the fact that he sticks more to sports. Even whenever he does get political, he still keeps his ass in the sports. Keith
Right.
Olbermann just went full retard. He tried to jump into fucking politics, and he's a dope man. Like
Hold on though. Let's take Michael Rappaport into the situation.
Oh yeah.
That motherfucker was like, pig dick Donald Trump. I'm voting for pig dick Donald Trump.
That shit was funny.
You lost the motherfucker. Hold on. You lost him.
Right.
How was that a thing? Like it's just I don't know. I will admit this. I hate the fuck out of Donald Trump. I really do. He is an asshole, just like I am. I'm sorry. The same kind of
Opposites
people
attract.
repel each other. Opposites attract,
Sometimes,
but the
yeah.
same fucking thing repels each other. I hate the son of a bitch. He's a narcissistic asshole. I'm
He
not
is, I'm not gonna
narcissistic.
lie.
I'm not narcissistic. Like, I don't think I'm the best in the fucking world. I'll never believe I'm the best in the world, but I am an asshole. All right? Scott knows this. I'm an asshole.
Same.
But then again, I mean, I think that's why we like each other. We're assholes, but we're assholes in different ways. Like, I'm an asshole because I hate stupidity. He's an asshole because he hates you.
Yeah, I just make fun of everything. There's not a whole lot I don't.
I mean, come on, you got to give Trump what he is worth for sure, because it's like
so
we're
funny.
so tired of the what am I trying to say here? The
I think Trump was
judgy,
right.
the judgy persona.
Oh, absolutely.
Like,
Yeah.
get out of here! Like, everyone
Only
does
Rosie
not talk that
O'Donnell.
way.
Right.
No, but seriously, I look at it this way. Every single one of our presidents, every single fucking one of them throughout history, the ones that have never been politicians or very little bit of a politician before they became a president, has been awesome. The ones that have been politicians before they became president were shit.
Right.
Look
One
at
of the
Ronald
best
Reagan.
like Reagan had his moments
I don't
where he
know.
did some
Reagan
good
had
shit, but
some moments.
But he also did the 86 machine gun ban and some other shit that wasn't good, but that's neither here nor there. He was half and half. He was okay, but like the best president that we kind of had that people don't talk about was Calvin Coolidge.
Oh,
He did
that
a lot of good
motherfucker was
shit.
amazing.
Yeah, he did a lot of good shit.
And he's not talked about in history,
Mhm.
which is a problem.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But
He's an
seriously,
interesting
I mean-
one when you look at him because he was really just all about making everything good, had the economy going straight, and then whenever his shit was done, he was like, later.
Peace.
Peace.
Yep. And then it was destroyed after him because a politician got involved.
Yeah.
But you look at it like JFK. JFK was a fucking movie star. He gets elected as fucking president. He's everything every single fucking person looks up to. He's everything every single American's just like, he's a fucking shining example of what America's supposed to be.
And I fucked Marilyn. I didn't fuck her
And then
because
he
it was
was
easy.
assassinated by the CIA.
I didn't fuck her because it was easy. I fucked her because she was hot.
Oh, she was hard as fuck. She was hard as fuck until that great shit.
It
that happened.
really makes you wonder where the country would go if Wayne was the president. Like, just no words, just all.
Wait, who?
Oh, Wayne, like Lil Wayne, like that black guy. I don't know how else do you reference him, Lil Wayne.
That would be fucking hilarious.
Like, imagine a world where you have to like.
Okay, hold on.
Eliminate
No.
what he means.
Okay,
you know what I mean?
imagine
like,
a
I'm
world-
skeet on the wall. Wait, hold up.
That was a little
What does
John.
that mean?
Yeah, no, hold on, wait a minute. Like, let's go with the legitimate who did. Imagine if Kanye was president, if he would have got elected, and then he's up there like, I love
Hold on,
it. I thought he did
That
a lot
can
of
happen,
good things.
bro. That can
If
happen.
Kanye
Be
was
careful.
president, we'd be back in 1940s Germany. All right, let's just be honest. The dude
can
doesn't like
happen.
Jewish people in any way. All right. The motherfucking he literally, because a Jewish man drugged him up and was threatening him because of his
Right.
family and everything.
Right.
He hates Jewish people because of one Jewish fucking. We would
Well,
be
but-
back. He would be Hitler. He would be Black
No,
Hitler.
here's the thing.
Maybe Gemini had it right.
Well, but here's the thing. Also, whenever you look at his tracking shit, I mean, he makes points that yes, Jews pretty much own just about everything.
I mean,
We
they
can't
do.
deny that.
They do. Do you realize
But
that
it's not the-
literally a fourth of our fucking government has
Right.
Jewish people in it?
Right. But it's also not to say that all of them just want fucking power and wielding and all that shit.
No.
But he's not wrong.
Wait. Why are the Jews always under fire? I just want to know that. Like
I think-
seriously, like real talk.
Because the Jewish
real
people
talk,
seek
like,
out
I just wanna
fucking
know.
power no matter what. It doesn't matter how much money you give them. It doesn't matter how much power you give them. It doesn't matter who you give authority over. They always seek out higher. They're never happy with what they have. And it is a problem. I'm not saying anything about the Jewish people as a
Right.
whole. It is the Jewish people that we recognize as a problem
Right.
that
Well,
is
I-
the problem.
I will say this. It's
It's a
the-
theology thing.
it's like the elite class of them that are on a different aspect, because I could also make an argument that it's not really the Jewish people. I mean, it all depends on where you're looking. It could also be Khazarians that aren't necessarily in the Jewish realm that are more about a lot of the power. Hence why they were in Ukraine visiting with Zelensky live on camera. And also, if you look back at old maps, what was Ukraine? Khazaria. So we'll go there too, but that's neither here nor there. You can go
Not
ahead
to
and look
mention
in
the
all
fact
that
that
if you
they
want.
actually had Nazis involved.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, but
For sure.
I mean, if you look at our government, all right, literally a fourth of the people in government right now, here just in the United States, they're Jewish. And you wonder why everybody's about Israel?
Yeah.
And I don't give a shit. Literally, Israel, Palestine, none of that makes a fuck to me, other than the fact that we're stepping one more fucking step, 5 more steps because of Biden towards World War III.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit either way. But it worries me the fact that literally a fourth of our government is Jewish and we're giving everything to the Jewish fucking people at this point in time. It worries me that the fact that they're literally laundering our fucking money.
That's the thing that worries me the most. I mean, because of the fact that we just keep giving them money, we keep going into debt, it keeps getting laundered, we're paying for other countries, and we keep getting brought down instead of bringing other places up, which is why it is the third worldification of America that is underway as it keeps going. Because the only way
Flint,
to bring other
Michigan
places
has-
up is to bring us down.
Flint, Michigan has had shitty fucking pipes for over a decade. Literally, Ukraine has taken $200 fucking plus billion of our money.
Mm-hmm.
We can take that 200 plus billion that we have given to Ukraine to stop Russia, who hasn't advanced since they took the fucking 3 provinces that they wanted in the first place. We could have taken that money and fixed Flint, Michigan 20 times over.
Oh no. I love comparing Elon Musk's accomplishments money wise comparatively to our governments. If you look at what Elon Musk can accomplish with $1 billion
Right.
comparatively to what our government can accomplish with $1 billion, it's absolutely laughable.
The motherfucker can send a fucking rocket into space, but our government can't even fucking fix Flint, Michigan.
The dude sent us fucking Tesla into space, like just
Right?
later, and
with
he can't
less than a bill.
It's fucking ridiculous.
Like that's
And the motherfucker,
insane.
they're like, you remember where they're like, okay, so Elon Musk must give us $6 billion to end world hunger. And then Elon Musk is like, y'all had more than $6 billion to end world hunger throughout the fucking years. Tell me how my $6 billion would solve that. And they
See?
shut
Yeah.
the fuck up.
Yeah.
That was fucking amazing. Elon Musk scares the shit out of me, but he's amazing.
He intrigues me in ways, but the thing that pissed me off not too long ago, whenever I actually retweeted him, which he'll never look at my shit, but he was saying that something about a carbon tax.
Yeah, hold on. Y'all think Joe chokes in the Oval Office?
Absolutely. on his fucking dementia pills.
He chose more, but what
Now-
are we doing?
What are we doing?
Every mom and pop every mom and pop shop that was forced to close during COVID-19 still hasn't opened here.
Yeah.
Yep.
But with
But
with-
ladies and gentlemen,
with Elon, dude, he's real back and forth. I don't know whether to trust him or not, man. I like him to
the
an
dude
extent, but I
scares the
also
fuck out
don't.
of me.
But he was saying shit about a carbon tax not too long ago, and I was like, any retard that wants to pay more of a carbon tax and thinks that it can fix anything is dumb as fuck. It isn't. It's not going to
You're
fix shit. It's just not going to happen. And again, it's not
The
going to
carbon
eliminate
tax is you, though.
Yeah, the carbon tax is us. We're the carbon they want to eliminate. There's no carbon that you're going to fucking eliminate that's going to help shit. Like maybe humans have caused some shit. I get it. Okay, I get it. But we're not going to be able to eliminate what the fuck the planet is doing. It doesn't matter what amount of money we pay in. We can't. We're not Magic Johnson throwing money at AIDS. We can't get rid of it, homie. It's not going to happen like that. You know, like it.
Yeah. But
It's fucking ridiculous.
I don't feel like that's his take on it. It's like I feel like his take is very like, for instance, I'm very red, very, very, very red. And I've always like tried to say something to my grandmother about the fact that like what's wrong with free energy? Do you know
Right.
what I mean? As in like I don't care to force the world to make free energy, but like what is wrong with adopting it at a slow rate? Now I don't think he's trying to adopt it at a fast rate, but whenever I'm trying to think about like what he's trying to do, I
Because nothing is
really
free in this
strongly
world.
I strongly feel like he's like very, very red. And if I'm being honest, like if I'm gonna look at like how X is operating, okay, so I'm gonna give you a synopsis of like how it went off in January. So I could literally be like, "Fuck you, bitch! I don't like what you think," and nothing would happen. Okay, as soon as January 1st happened of 2024, any sort of negative language involving any sort of election talk was immediately banned. And I think that's a very, very interesting take as far as someone that is buying a social media company that is trying to be the mediator of like what is voting opinion. As in, you're not allowed to troll people. You're allowed to say what is a legitimate opinion, but if you're going to be like, fuck you for thinking a certain way, then you can definitely be banned for a day or two. And I thought that was really interesting because I went from being able to say anything I wanted to
But you should be
to
able
not
to.
being able to say not being able to say anything I wanted to after January 1st, 2nd, or 3rd.
Right.
And
which-
it came to a point to where it was literally just me being
Well, but that's not really what that was about. Like, I think you should be able to say whatever you want at any time, period, because that just shows who the dumbest person is in the room and who's the most racist, whatever else. When it comes to that stuff, I'm talking about is carbon tax shit. Like, there's no carbon tax. Like, that's not going to help anything.
for sure. I don't think it's gonna be a thing. I mean, maybe it is. I'm just saying that, like, as far as like when we're talking about the next election,
Yeah.
that's why I feel like hateful speech and fuck you, bitch, would be something that would be a good like reason to filter that talk.
I don't.
As in, no, I'm right there with you.
Yeah.
Right there with you. But if someone is literally like cereal, as in
No,
like
that, yeah.
cereal,
I do wonders, and that's about it. Like, I'll do something like that. Like, there was actually a guy on my Instagram that I talk shit to on one thing, and he like went to like 7 or 8 of my videos was talking shit. I just ignored him the rest of the day. But that's one of those serial things where I'm just like, well, let this guy be a retard. But I know what I can see something like that. But no, I don't think that it should be like if I just want to say fuck you to somebody or whatever else, I should be able to say that. But serial wise, that's where it starts getting a little ridiculous. Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I can see
exactly.
that.
Exactly. Is in like does that get disseminated between the entire like thread? It's in
Right, right.
like if you got a good point,
Then okay, but
does
otherwise
that
it's
fuck
just
you get
yeah.
disseminated between everybody else, or does your point make it across?
Right. Yeah.
You know?
Did it disseminate into idiocy, or was there a point had? Because there would be nobody else that like really went on on that thread that I made with him saying that. Because if it went under that, I would be like, well, explain to me how the tax is going to work, because I will explain to you how it won't, and also how the planet is going to get way more fucked up with your electric digging for your cobalt and everything else over the fact that gas is way better and way more of a renewable, because you want to think that it's going to run out. Guess where the most amount of fucking oil is, period. US. But yeah, we don't
For
dig it.
sure. Not only that, but Texas, because I trust me. I got somebody
Nuclear.
that called me the other day. They were
Nuclear.
like 3%
I mean,
a month.
nuclear
is
is
what
the
they told
most
me.
clean energy we will ever produce in our
Dude.
time as of this point.
If we would go to
But
nuclear,
because
we'd
of
be way better.
Fukushima and shit like that, everybody's just like, oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, no way.
Because of
all the
nuclear
way.
bombs, ladies and gentlemen, we realized how to take atoms and split them a fuck apart and create energy, and we weaponized it, so therefore nuclear is bad.
Yeah.
But yet, if we fucking took fission fucking energy, take I'm sorry, 2 carbon atoms and shoved them together with what is it, CO2, 2 carbon atoms, shoved them together with oxygen, we could create water.
Well, now they're
As a
trying.
byproduct.
That's what they're trying to do now. Some places are. I think it's Toyota's one of the first one that's talking about the hydrogen engines, where they run off the hydrogen.
The same
power and shit.
motherfuckers
Yeah.
that were assassinated for the same shit.
Yeah, exactly. you know the fucking 7 or so guys that just disappeared after fucking making their cars run off that shit. Now they're just like, oh, you know what? Hey, look what we can do.
Yeah, it's the whole fucking CIA assassinating JFK, but shh, we can't speak about that.
Right.
The CIA assassinated JFK. Hey, look, everybody, aliens.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's the same shit. But it's all right. We let's go. I've been literally live for like 6 hours, 30 minutes.
Almost going on.
Let's go
7.
ahead and wrap it up.
Yeah.
Scott, what you got, man? Final thoughts with everything.
To be honest, my final thoughts is that I'm not quite sure if Biden is going to be the candidate. I don't think he is going to be. I don't know who they're going to put in, because their golden goose would either be Big Mike, Michelle Obama, or Gavin Mussolini, which he's still a turd and not enough people like him. I think they would rather him later on, but I don't know what's going to happen with that. But we're going to see what happens with Trump's immunity, which I think he should have, because that's presidential shit. And beyond that, I think Trump's probably going to fucking take them all out soon enough. We will see how that goes, though. And also, Trump called for debate, so let's see how that goes. Beyond
I will
that,
throw a wrench into your system.
Mm-hmm.
Nikki Haley for Democrat.
Oh, that would be crazy. She would lose bad.
I mean, she's
She
everything
would lose
about
bad.
her is Democrat. Talking
It is,
point.
but she would
You
lose
sure?
bad. She would lose bad if she tried
If she
to.
changed what she said, though.
No, it doesn't matter. She has had Democratic
Also-
talking points the entire time. She has Democrats voted for her the entire time.
And
Nikki
also,
Haley for
word
Democrat.
on the street is Vivek might be the RNC chairman since what's her name stepped down. I'm not saying that that's happening, but word on the street is he might be. Just word on the street. Keep that in your pocket. Just wait. Let's see.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Isn't like he might be vice?
No, he might be the chairman of the RNC, like full chairman.
Ronna McDaniel was
Yeah.
the person that stood up, and then every single fucking election she has overseen, she has fucking lost.
Yeah, so she went to the DNC now. She's head of the DNC, and now there's no RNC chairman. And the word on the street is possibly Vivek, but
Hold on.
We'll see.
Wasn't it that Crystal Matthews shit? And I think it was North Carolina where she was just like, we need sleeper agents in the Republican
Yep.
Party.
Yep.
We've been doing that, bitch. All right.
All right. Yeah.
All right.
Come on,
so
Vivek's the
Nelly,
shit. I gotta give Vivek the crown here. Like, I love him.
I do too.
dude still worries me though.
Yeah, I know.
I do. He
does me
worries
too.
me
saying all
too.
the right shit. He is,
He
but
does.
he worries me.
He's a slick motherfucker. I'll give him
Yes,
that.
he does. Yeah. No, I'm right there with you. Like, it is so worrying that he literally says everything gold.
Yep.
Like everything he says is gold, and it's like, is he like on the same page as us, or?
But then
Or-
again,
yeah.
everything he says is gold because everything he says is correct. It literally is. Even up
It's
to the
too
whole
easy
January
to see
6th
it.
shit.
Come on.
I mean, he's like January 6th seems like to be an inside job. 200 plus fucking feds have been implicated in the whole goddamn thing.
Mm-hmm.
And these
the
motherfuckers
only
were
one
on the
saying it,
west
though.
entrance, the
Come
only
on.
place we saw any violence.
He's the only one saying it though, you know, like he's the only one willing to spit it out. Along
Which
with
is
Bush.
why I give him credit, but god damn it, son. That's what worries me. Because even Trump's just like, hey, I don't know about it. I don't really know.
See, I think Vivek
Motherfucker,
should,
you had an inside fucking track. You're gonna
Right.
sit there and tell me you don't know.
I think if anything, Vivek should be the fucking press secretary. Seeing him tear down the press every day. Oh yeah. I would
No,
love
I
that
want
shit.
I want Kayleigh McEnany back. I want Kayleigh
That would be a
McEnany
shit
back.
show.
I'm sorry.
I would
want,
like her back. I'm not gonna lie.
I want
would.
her back.
She was good.
That bitch was all up on it. Anybody asked her questions? Tab, flip, let's go. Come on.
Man, that's a good show. I'm sorry, but like Trump and then Vivek as the press secretary.
dude,
like,
yeah,
come
it
on,
would be
bro, like-
badass. It would be.
You know who would
Oh,
make it an awesome press secretary?
Nobody would skip out on politics.
Right.
Nobody. You would
You
get
know who would make
everybody
an
in their
awesome
30s
press
and
secretary?
Everybody in their mid 20s paying attention for sure.
Who?
Michael Malice.
That would be pretty fucking cool, but that would be hard pressed to get him in there to do it.
No, the motherfucker would straight up do it. Are
I
you
don't think he
kidding
would do
me?
it for Trump.
For
I
him
don't-
to troll the fucking media like he does
Yeah.
already?
But I don't think
For
he
him
would
to
work
go
for
on
Trump.
national stage and troll the fuck
Right.
out of him. You think for 1 second he wouldn't turn it down? Come on.
Yeah, I do. I don't think he would work for Trump personally. That's the only reason why.
I don't give a shit. If it
Whatever.
were, I don't give a damn if it were Trump or Biden.
Yeah, no,
Literally,
that's true, yeah.
if you gave Michael Malice the chance to sit there on a national stage and
Well, if it
troll
was
the
Biden, it
fuck
would
out of
be-
media,
If it was Biden and like they started asking questions about with Tim about Biden, he'd be like, "Well, he's an idiot. I don't know what he."
yeah, I mean, he's a moron.
Dude, Biden's
He's
like
fucking-
making fun of an autistic person. Like you can't do it. Like that's not okay. Like,
you can do it.
You can't. Like you can
can
do it because
fucking
he's
do it.
the leader of the
When the
country.
autistic person
But,
runs
like-
the fucking ship, you can make fun of the motherfucker.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, yeah. Very
But
true.
when he's
whenever-
running
whenever-
us into the
too-
fucking
too-
iceberg
too
like the
autistic.
Titanic.
You can't do it. Like, sorry, but like it's like when it's like too much of a telltale. That's autism. You can't do it.
Uh,
I
But
wish
yeah.
you could.
I mean, that would be
you can.
hilarious.
Should. That's
That
the
would be.
question.
It would be hilarious to see Michael Malice be like, "Hey, the president is doing this. What do you think? Are
Right.
you stupid?
Mhm.
The president said this. We are doing this. Are you that retarded? I would love to see his ass be up there do that shit.
I don't know if
It
he
would
would do
be
better
amazing.
than Vivek though, but yeah, either way. All right. yeah.
Vivek would be a more professional.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And like the way that he shit talks is more passive aggressive, which is funny as fuck to me. It's more petty.
Not only that, but it's like well thought out on top
Yeah,
of it.
exactly.
And whenever I'm thinking about like other third world countries, like I'm not lying. Like so, reach out to Dubai, reaching out to South America and Brazil, and then reaching out towards Russia. All of them, what I think is really interesting is that all of them, everyone that I'm reaching out to, is weirdly on the page of our president, which is all countries that kind of seem like they want us to fail.
Okay.
And so it kind of leans into that, like Brazil is all about, like, we have the elderly population down. And when we were talking about Dubai, obviously they're very big into oil and they don't want us to get into oil. And then whenever I'm talking about the other extrapolation where I'm like getting other data from, and that's more or less from like China. And I can't really give you what province, but whenever I show them videos of what America is like, they're really surprised. And I think that's interesting. I think it's interesting because it's like there's no way for me to understand where they're coming from, but the fact that they're surprised
It's
says
surprising.
a lot.
It's surprising to me.
And that's really weird because not only that, but then they're like, you're doing the wrong thing. So the way I see it is, what am I trying to say here? Jealousy? Is that I don't know what that is. You know what I mean?
I
Like, what
gotcha.
is that? Isn't like we are absolutely doing better than them.
But they hate us and think that we're
Yeah.
doing the wrong shit.
Exactly. And like, why is it that
Well, I mean,
That's the view that I don't understand. It's like
I wouldn't necessarily say that's jealousy more than ideology.
See, that's that Marxist view that I don't understand, because that's the Marxist viewpoint, is that we're doing shit wrong because we're supposedly so selfish because some are under others, which happens in every other fucking country, but yet we're still looked down upon because we're doing shit wrong for some reason. And I don't,
Even though we are the envy of the world.
yeah, I don't.
Still, even to this day with Joe Biden, we are the envy of the fucking world, but somehow we're doing everything wrong. It doesn't make sense.
No.
It's the Bible.
Right.
It's the Bible.
Hold on,
Not
by
being
the
trying to be
Bible,
religious, but it really is.
by the Bible, paraphrasing and everything, we are Sodom and Gomorrah. So
That's trending for sure.
I mean, we're just like, so what if you butt fuck each other? It's
Yeah.
not a thing.
We're getting real close to Rome. I'm gonna tell you that we're getting real close to Rome.
Rome ain't a thing. We're beyond that. We are at hey, look.
No, Rome is
I'm
still-
gonna sodomize you with this stick with bumps on it.
Right.
Just
well,
because.
That was
All
toward
right?
the end. That was toward the end.
But yeah,
I
that
mean,
is
the
a thing.
Bible
All
was
right.
written when hepatitis A and B were a thing. Like, sorry, but you can hate Christians as much as you want to, but did you die if you were gay? Yes.
I'm not.
If you were a dad and you decided that you were like, I'm not gonna have no more kids no more, I'm just gonna be gay from now on, did you die? Yes.
I mean, you died if you were straight because
Right.
that's what happens to
Yeah, but
human
you get
beings.
hepatitis A and B from being straight.
Not necessarily, but I mean, you never know.
You also got AIDS from
Yeah.
apparently drinking fucking water. All right. That was Fauci's thing.
Yeah.
By the
Fauci-
way, why don't we have
Fauci thought
why
you get it
don't
from
we have
sneezing
the
on each other.
Fauci? Like I brought this up. Why do we not have the Fauci transcript, but we got the Hunter Biden transcript within fucking 24 hours?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly.
That's the
But
truth.
yeah, let's go ahead
right.
and end it. Scott, what you got? Like you already gave your final thoughts.
Yep.
As a matter of fact, Deli, give your final thoughts. What happened tonight, man? How you feel?
Man, I thought tonight was great. Like, I got it out. Loved it. I love the Google guy over here. I'm over here. I'm pointing at you.
The Google
And I'm
84.
over here. I love the
The Google 1984.
off. I don't know. Off LA.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, it's off label in the back. Your
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I didn't
That's
see
the
that.
whole symbol for off label. That's what we got.
That's what I thought.
Like,
Off
all
LA.
right. I'm gonna be honest with you. All right, the off label shit. Like me and Freely Ashley had we were the ones who started this channel. All right, and it was supposed to be like some random shit. We were throwing around ideas and everything, and my wife is just like, "Hey, why don't you just call it off label? Because y'all are just gonna say whatever random shit comes out of your brain." Hey, you got a point. Let's do it. And then I threw that idea out to Freely Ashley. She's like, "All right, we got it." And then I created this logo behind me. I created it with Midjourney. Everything I created with Midjourney when it comes to off label came out dystopian as fuck. As a matter of fact, the background that I have, I wish I could fucking show it to everybody, but the background I have was created with AI, and it is dystopian and disturbing as shit. This is the only fucking one that I created with Midjourney that made sense.
It's not surprising.
But
That's
yeah.
for sure. I love
But yeah,
it.
the off label channel was created by me and Freely Ashley, and my wife had a damn good input into it, and then we rolled with it, and then Ashley got involved with involved with god damn it, what is it? Wrong Speak Publishing, or Wrong Speak Publishing in the Publica. I am proud of the fuck out of the fact that she did her thing. I will admit that. But yeah, we have we've rebranded. We've kind of come back from that, and I appreciate the hell out of that. Y'all are awesome. Every single one
I
of you
love
that
it.
are listening.
Oh yeah.
I love it.
But yeah, that's what happened with that. But yeah.
How about you, Scott? How were we on Google and Google 84?
Well, me, I have Rich has been on there before, but I have Business Party Podcast. See, anybody who's listening right now, check out that on Twitch, YouTube, and we've been going on Instagram a little bit more, but beyond that, yeah, mainly Twitch and YouTube. That's our main ones. X also, but Business Party Podcast, we have that, and
And
usually,
of course, Rumble.
yeah, and Rumble, yeah. Well, yeah, we have been streaming on there more. Rumble is not too bad. I wish the discoverability was on there, going on there a little bit more. You guys also need to change your user interface a little bit more. It needs a little bit of improvement. Just saying.
Granted. But however, if you actually, I gotta teach you some shit about Rumble,
Yeah, you do.
because I mean, yeah.
But yeah, check us
Is
out.
84
every
your
Wednesday.
year of birth? Is that what that is? Is that what's going on?
Huh?
Is 84 the year of your birth? Is that what
Oh
it
no,
is?
this is actually Google 1984. It's making fun of the book 1984 and Google, how it descended into dystopian aspects itself with wiping the internet and all that shit. And you can't
And
advertise
controlling
here.
your language.
Yeah.
And what you know.
What do you think the wrong way? Guess what? You can't advertise here. And that's how they are.
That's 100% the truth.
You're looking for something that we determine is wrong. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Hey, you want real freedom of speech? Go to Google Plus. Go to Google Plus and look at Google Plus posts. Whenever you can go ahead and go back to, I think it's like, you ever go to that, like, there's like an internet history. It's like you
Wayback
can go to like
Machine?
2001 or 2002, and you can go like look at what
You
people
want freedom of
said.
speech? Jump in a time machine.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
yeah,
Yeah,
100%. That's what it is, right there. Yeah.
What is it? The Wayback Machine. You can go on there and find a bunch of shit.
Trust me. All the kids are gonna be like, what?
Yeah. Right, exactly. Yeah. That's like all those memes. Like, I'm gonna say that this is the Backstreet Boys and shit, and it has like fucking people from movies all fucked. Like, that's how like the future's gonna be. Everything's gonna be fucked up and weird. especially because of Netflix. It's gonna be like black dudes playing George Washington and shit.
I mean,
Dude, I'm telling you,
it's not
right now.
because well, it is because of Netflix, because the whole scene from what is it, the Family Guys, the cowboy butt sex scene.
Yeah.
Like it changed like the whole thing of there once was two men who lived upon a trail, and they discovered they could sleep with another male. Now they're having butt sex.
I can't quit.
It changed into gay sex somehow, and unless you have the DVD, you can't find the cowboy butt sex scene.
Yeah.
You can't find that anywhere unless you have the original DVD behind that.
Oh yeah, of course they're doing ads all that shit. But yeah, I'm about to. Be
That's
out
the
in
highlight of your show, man.
The cowboy butt sex.
That's what we're rename the episode. Cowboy butt.
That's right there, right there. That's what you need to do, right there. That'll get so many. Views.
Cowboy butt sex. That's awesome.
Oh yeah, I bet the views would be like, "Boo! What the fuck?"
Yeah.
Was it?
Oh,
All
I
right,
know.
you did it before,
Everyone's
Scott.
gonna be listening.
Go ahead and shout out what you want to.
Yeah, Business Party Podcast on Instagram, Business Party Podcast on X because their characters suck, and yeah, catch us there every Wednesday, 7 p.m. Central. Love y'all. Have a good night.
Deli, you got anything you want to shout out, man?
Hey, everything that you were gonna shout out over Drunken Senpai, go for it.
Oh, so you're just gonna promote me? I appreciate
Yeah,
the
I'm
fuck out of that.
promoting you.
You're
No,
awesome.
I ain't discriminating. I'm black.
Whoa, sir, that is racist.
That's right.
Sorry.
But nah, y'all can find me normally on Voice of the People on Rumble only, because fuck everything else. Fuck YouTube. Fuck Twitch. Fuck everything else. I don't give a shit. Rumble only is the only place that I can call for treason against the president of the United States, and it's not an act of violence.
Mm-hmm.
And because I said that, this will probably be taken down. Not, it won't, because we're like 7 hours in. But, but it is the
Even
only
the
place
AI
where I
quit
can
listening.
actually speak my fucking views, and it is amazing. I appreciate the fuck out of you, Rumble. Voice of the People over on Rumble. We always do the Senate hearings. We always do some bullshit. We always listen to motherfuckers who are, well, they're clinically retarded.
And we'll probably be game streaming tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we got the game streams on the weekend. Hey, I took your cloud-based shit, and I expanded it on my own place.
Oh, nice. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I can literally fly halfway across it.
That's awesome. It's a great idea to do that, ain't it? Yeah.
It is, but
yeah.
Literally, you can follow me on Voice of the People on Rumble only, because fuck everything else unless we do the Off Label podcast. Ladies and gentlemen, I am drunk as fuck, and I don't give a shit. Y'all have a good night, and we will see you again next week.
Later.
Keep on logging on X.